Chapter 51. Test Pilot I. Captain Carruthers sat in the dark and silent cockpit. The entire enclosed space was isolated from any outside noise. Only the rhythmic tapping of his fingers against the only red shade in the space bounced off the metal walls. Bounty hunting was a tough business for any upstanding mech pilot to pursue. It went beyond the basic jobs like guarding outposts or patrolling conflict zones. In many cases, pilots simply had to wait long hours standing by and only occasionally get into the cockpit to deter a couple of opportunistic raiders. The amount of incidents happening in the outskirts of the Bright Republic was fairly low. Most people thought the nearby systems and asteroid fields were barren of high-value resources. Only a couple of the more common exotics could be found, and small mining concerns eked out a small profit from exploiting them at a low cost. Even a barren hinterland like the Bright Republic can be squeezed of resources if you make it worthwhile enough. The pirates that were shabby enough to operate in this space sector came in three flavors. Local criminals made up most of the numbers. Hooligans who went down the wrong path, these delinquents mostly piloted whatever mech they could get a hand on and generally didn't last very long due to a lack of support structure or any kind of long-term strategy. They generally made a big splash at the start but got hunted down quickly enough. Carruthers considered these amateurs his bread and butter. Hunting them down offered very little risk but only paid enough to make ends meet. The second type of pirates blended semi-legal identities with occasional illegal forays. Most people considered them organized crime, though the actual workings of these groups was a lot blurrier than that. Often it meant companies that dipped into the dirtier side of competition or mercenary companies that decided to turn against their employers. Naturally, you also had the classic organized crime groups, often centered around the planets they based. As a captain of a small bounty hunting group, Carruthers generally stayed away from messing with these so-called pirates. Many groups often relied on deeper backing. Defeat the son, provoke the father. Defeat the father, provoke the grandfather. And on it went until he ran into a solid wall. The last type of pirates represented trouble. Foreigners used to operating in more developed space sometimes fled to galactic backwaters to shake off pursuit and lie low. If you were lucky, these losers only carried a basic mech and whatever else they hauled off on short notice. If not, then they came fully prepared, with large spaceships, ample supply and advanced mechs an entire generation ahead of what the Republic's mech corps used. These giant wrecking balls basically showed no regard to the local balance of forces. With a technological edge and a mobile base that allowed them to skulk the outskirts, these snobby exiles often acted as if they were in charge. Oftentimes the mech corps took them down a peg. Just because the Bright Republic used the least advanced mechs among all the human states, didn't mean that anyone could push them over. In fact, it was quite the opposite. The pilots of the mech corps worked hard to get in their position and fought many small skirmishes in their active service. The local space sector was a hotbed for low-level troublemakers. Consider the latest major sortie of the mech corps. The Red Feet, a top mercenary group of some second-rate state, lost their occupation rights to a lucrative mining planet due to collusion by their vassals. These smaller groups normally acted like rats, but one of them had the bright idea of banding together and rebel against their masters. Evidently, they succeeded because the Red Feet fled like sailors abandoning a sinking ship. One of their splinters managed to cross through 6-star sectors before finally arriving at the borders of the Bright Republic. They quickly made themselves at home by violently displacing the local interest groups of a nearby planet. As their advanced mechs and other equipment was expensive to maintain, they did as many other outsiders had done and demanded excessive taxes from the local populace. A few riots and bloodshed later, the mech corps finally smashed their remaining ship and much of their mechs apart. Naturally, that wasn't the end of the story. A couple of individual mechs aboard private shuttles managed to escape to FTL range and transition to other star systems. It didn't matter which one, they only cared if it had no presence. If the mech corps had to split up and hunt them all down, they had to waste a massive amount of time. Better to employ bounty hunters like Carruthers to do the dirty work for them. Though the risk of facing a superior mech was substantial, Carruthers trusted his team to beat this foreigner the same way the mech corps smashed their whole group. With teamwork and superior numbers. The cockpit rumbled a little. Sounds from the outside made it clear the shuttle Carruthers boarded with his mech had finished landing. Let's get this show on the road. He pressed the red gem in the middle of his console and made his mech come to life. Bright red colors unfolded in his projectors like a flower coming to bloom. The entire cockpit lighted up as Carruthers breathed deeply and let his brain sink into the neural interface. The warm, familiar presence of his personal mech embraced his return. Despite owning the Phoenix Cry for a few weeks, Carruthers already considered it to be his home. You're also likely to be my last mech. Carruthers endearingly spoke to his mech as he caressed the console's surface. I'm too old to go out and hunt the scum of the galaxy. Let's have a blast and make it to the end. The Mark Antony model progressed through its startup with rapid efficiency. As Carruthers finished booting up his mech, he connected to the audio channel where his 6 teammates were already present. Miley, how's your big one? I'm still hearing creaking from my left knee. I swear the grease monkeys have been slacking off again. The other pilots in the channel exchanged their own usual banter. Carruthers paid little attention to them as he reviewed the information his sources had gathered once again. Pipe down, boys and girls. Let's go over the job. We've got a tip that there's a red feet squirreling away in an abandoned mine in whatever fucked up place this is called. Don't you think you should call him a redfoot? Ah, whatever. Carruthers waved his hand. Despite being cornered, the redfoot that's in the mine has enough knowledge to use the abandoned gear inside to build himself a makeshift fortress. Any attempts by the local militia to oust this foot came back with a bloody nose and millions worth of damage. Don't be too complacent. This guy's a tough cookie. What's his loadout? That's the troubling thing. This guy's mech is all set for extended engagements. His machine is a medium rifleman with a souped-up laser rifle. And before you hope his run low, he took away the husks of the mechs he downed and scavenged all their energy cells. And that's not taking into account whatever energy he could scrounge up from all of the mining equipment available. All in all, it sounded like a bad situation. With a powerful laser rifle pointed in the only entry point of the mine, no casual group of mercenaries could take on such an opponent and come out ahead. Too bad Carruthers encountered plenty of bastards in his career, many of whom pulled much worse out of their horrid bag of tricks. Holing up in an abandoned mine in the middle of nowhere was nothing special. Miley, how's your digger? It's all set. You know I'm always harping out replacing this dinky old model, right? Hey, if it works, it works. I'll think about replacing it once the one we got breaks down completely. It's not as if it's the end of the universe if our digger hits the dust. Yeah, whatever you say, boss. Miley rolled her eyes as she guided the wheeled drill-like machine out to a low hill. The topography doesn't quite match the data we got. I can already tell you there's been a few shifts or landslides. It doesn't matter. The mine is largely the same, so our entry point should still work. Miley fudged a bit with her placement before choosing a random spot that looked somewhat promising. She set the digger machine at a shallow angle. It was just enough to allow mechs to walk without tipping over while still be able to dig downwards to hit the underground tunnels. When she finished setting the machine, everyone took up their positions with some looking out in each direction. Others gathered at the entrance of the tunnel. Though none of the intel gathered so far suggested that the rogue pilot had a partner, nothing was certain. Carruthers took up the front position with his mech facing the digger. He readied his mech and did some last-minute checks. Everyone ready? The digger engaged once the team finished all their checks. The cylindrical digger machine rotated its screw blades and dug right into the soil. With the speed and noise it emanated, everyone in the area could guess what was going on from the rumbling alone. This was never about stealth. It was all about shock and awe. 7 minutes until we hit the tunnels. Keep an eye on the entrance, report if you see anything suspicious, and I do mean anything. The foreigner must have known what was going on, but he prudently stayed in the depths. If he unwisely chose to expose himself, he'd be easily mobbed by Carruthers and his crew. 5 minutes remaining. No response detected so far. 3 minutes left on the clock. Hardly a peep. The digger machine eventually breached the mining tunnels with a thump. The team went into action. One shield-bearing mech kept close to the entrance of the mine to keep an eye on it while Carruthers led the way into the newly excavated tunnel. The digger dug a tunnel barely wider than the top of their mechs, so the team that went in only consisted of 2 shield-bearers. Carruthers led the way, with Miley close behind. What's he going to do? Will he face us or escape the tunnel? Carruthers felt sweat pour down his neck. No one ever liked to be on the receiving end of an advanced laser rifle. Though he tested his newly purchased mech extensively and even had his own technicians comb over it for any defects, he still felt he was taking a huge gamble. The dark and narrow tunnel lit up like a firework as a white-hot beam splashed against his Mark Antony's shield. Carruthers cried out even though the deadly beam carried no force. Instead, he imagined his mecha's arm growing warm as the heat of the energy weapon spread out onto its entire surface. Contact! I'm hit! Shit, that beam's measuring 50% higher than my own. Follow Plan A, enter the tunnel from both sides and pincer that bastard from 2 directions. Another laser beam hit his shield, scorching several layers of HRF armor into slag. The overall temperature of the shield also increased, though its thickness afforded it plenty of time. The rifleman was not in an ideal position to shoot. Miley had cleverly programmed the digging module to increase its slope as it dug further downwards. This meant the tunnel looked more like a crooked banana than a straight cucumber. This forced the rifleman to enter the tunnel and come close if he wanted to get an unobstructed firing line. Carruthers tried shooting back with his free wrist cannon only for his laser beams to go wide. His wrist-mounted lasers simply couldn't compete with regards to accuracy. The mere act of moving forward spoiled his aim at this range. The rifleman, on the other hand, not only enjoyed a superior weapon, he also boasted real marksmanship. Almost each and every single beam shot landed against the same spot on the Mark Antony's red shield. This bastard's a really good shot. My shield is halfway from getting its bottom half melted off. Hang on, Carruthers. We're 2/3 of the way. Perhaps the rifleman regretted choosing to fire down the new tunnel. Carruthers resolutely made his way forward as he put his complete trust in his mech. He showed no hesitation in enduring the brutal barrage of laser fire. His shield might be cheap, but it was also fairly thick and possessed plenty of mass to absorb the heat. By the time they came into spotting distance of the end of the tunnel, the enemy pilot abandoned his initial aggression. Looks like he caught on to what we've planned. Carruthers cursed as he failed to trace his target. It's going to be a pain hunting him down these side tunnels. Ha, at least your shield served its purpose. We got in without another scratch. If the only thing we need to replace is a shield, then this job paid off in spades. As they almost came upon the entrance, Carruthers felt something amiss. He normally felt as comfortable as a baby when piloting the Phoenix Cry, but suddenly he felt a nudge of some sort that warned of danger. Following his instincts, he readied his old mecha's sword that he used to replace the crappy mace and braced his mech for a surprise. The tunnel exploded into flame as some kind of explosive set off just in front of him. The shockwaves bounced off the narrow walls and buffered the shield and the mech that was holding it with pressure and flame. Carruthers held onto his shield with dear life, hoping that it would hold against the violent boom in front of him. By the time the lower end of his shield started to bend dangerously inward, the danger passed. We've encountered an improvised explosive. Careful at the main tunnel. Don't get fooled and step on something you shouldn't. We've heard the explosion from our end too. We're slowing down and scanning ahead. Just as Carruthers set his mech upright, a blur approached his front and smashed against his shield, almost toppling the Phoenix Cry over. Shit! He's here! Unusual among mechs, the advanced model in front of him wielded a blunt but heavy staff. It took a while to get it going, but it possessed devastating reach and could deliver a large amount of kinetic energy with each strike. The narrow tunnel prevented Miley from coming up to the side to help. Even firing her weapons was out due to the risk of hitting her own side. As long as the enemy held position, it could bottleneck their team from this side. Miley, don't come close. Just ready your shield and sword and get ready to back me up. Your shield is almost a goner, Carruthers. That staff will smash it apart in 3 or 4 moves. I can handle it. This guy spent weeks on the run. I've got a fighting chance. With the backup team forced to slow down in order to avoid setting off traps, Carruthers fought with gritting teeth against one of the most challenging opponents of his career. The enemy pilot evidently mastered both ranged and melee mech combat. His staff moves dazzled the mind. His dexterous mech was able to handle wide sweeping moves as well as fast jabs and turns like an actual human. Only the extensive wear and tear and the lack of maintenance slowed the advanced mecha's reactions enough for Carruthers to keep up, somewhat. I never imagined baptizing my new mech with a fight against a machine 2 generations ahead. His shield received too much damage. The enemy mech prioritized speed and dexterity over power, so his staff strikes were not too overwhelming. However, the technological gap between their 2 models gave the foreigner a distinct edge. The shield eventually broke into 2 halves. Fine. Let's play it your way. Carruthers growled and recklessly charged closer while throwing the remaining half of his shield against his opponent. To his credit, the foreigner anticipated the move and deftly redirected the spinning slab to the side. The mech then continued on with its rotation, borrowing the force of the impact to spin the other end of the staff straight down the Phoenix Cry's crested head. If that staff hit his mecha's head, he'd be crippled for a couple of seconds, enough time for the foreigner to launch another critical strike. Carruthers felt his heart pump faster as his mind threw away all other distractions. There was only him, his mech and the staff in his eyes. A spark of red seemed to flash and he took advantage of his lightened load to rapidly lean backwards. At the same time, he emptied his shoulder launchers in one go, disgorging a haphazard payload of long-ranged missiles. Such weapons usually required a hard lock onto the enemy mech in order to be effective. Despite the close range, the missiles pretty much flew blindly. Some of them impacted the walls of the tunnels, causing a couple of explosions to spread out all over the narrow environment. Some of the missiles impacted the foreigner's mech but failed to detonate due to the minimum safe distance set in their programming. Only a handful finally managed to explode the enemy mech, causing minor damage that hardly amounted to any loss of function. What the missiles did achieve was to blow the enemy a little back, delaying his incoming strike. Still, the momentum behind the attack was so strong that it kept swooping down. The time those missiles bought allowed Carruthers to come up with another measure. He let loose a scream as his mech held its sword with both hands and struck the head of the staff with the flat side of his blade. The impact stunned both mechs, the Mark Antony model more than its opponent. The medium mech took a couple of steps backwards as it tried to shake off the impact. The Phoenix Cry, on the other hand, fell down in an undignified way. The sword held, but Carruthers wouldn't trust it to last a couple of years. As Miley was about to hop over his fallen mech, the captain grunted out a signal. No. He's mine. I can finish the job. With proficient handling, he guided his mech up to its feet with a firm push of the hands. The Phoenix Cry then thundered forward while blasting the front of the tunnel with a twin barrage of lasers. At this range, missing was no concern, and every blast landed somewhere on the enemy mecha's surface. The foreigner was unprepared for the assault and faltered a little. The advanced mech received more scorch marks and even lost a few layers of armor. The attack gave Carruthers an opportunity to get close before his opponent built up his momentum again. With the initiative on his side, Carruthers fiercely pressed his opponent with a couple of rapid sword strikes. While the foreign pirate skillfully fended off the attacks with the staff, his mech kept getting pushed backwards. They eventually exited the narrow tunnel and came into a larger central mining area. Miley! I'm on it, boss! Miley's mech entered the area after the two and rapidly moved to the sides. Smelling trouble, the foreigner knew he ran out of time. With a renewed resolve, the enemy mech pushed into the next sword strike, allowing it to land cleanly on its shoulder. With the Phoenix Cry's sword half embedded into the advanced mecha's shoulder, it let go of its staff and punched the Phoenix Cry's chest. Is that supposed to do something? Carruthers laughed as he endured the impact in his cockpit. With bloodthirsty eyes he commanded his mech to twist its sword arm and pull back the weapon. With another swipe the blade hit the advanced mecha's head, cleanly slicing it in half. His opponent went berserk. The staff flew in every direction, but Carruthers took advantage of the uncoordinated assault to get some distance. By now, almost everyone in his team had reached the open cavern. "Everyone, open fire!" An avalanche of lasers and ballistic shells engulfed the poor pirate. Chapter 52. Test Pilot 2. Joshua smiled with satisfaction as he leaned back in his piloting chair inside his personal simulator pod. After months of grinding up the ranks, he finally broke past the Bronze League and entered the Silver League. For a teenager of his age, reaching such a height was impressive. Only the top 3% of the potentates in his grade matched or surpassed this result. "Oh man, you finally promoted. Looks like we won't be playing together for a while." Triceratops whined over the comm. Joshua, or the seventh snake in the game, smiled back at his friend. "Hey, at least you won't be taking too long to follow me up. You've been showing plenty of improvement. I got more time to hop in the game now that summer break is here. I mean, the mech classes are fine and all, but a real match always beats a dry lecture." While Joshua didn't entirely agree, he kept his opinions mum. "I'm going to go pick out a new mech to play with the big boys. Are you interested in helping me choose? Now. I got to go eat dinner soon. CYA later, pal." As both of them went their separate ways, Joshua entered the market district of the game. He approached a familiar holographic panel and set the category of the items from 1-star junk to 2-star mechs. The machines that appeared in front of him roused his interests. The mechs all looked bigger, leaner, or more ferocious than their more primitive counterparts. He long dreamed of piloting a more powerful machine than his favorite Seraphim. While the Flyer was a great machine, he came to grow frustrated at the mecha's extensive limitations. Joshua longed to free himself from those chains. As he browsed through the many light flyers the catalog held, a recommendation attracted his eyes. The market interface pointed out a new 2-star mech to him. One designed by a familiar name. "Chasing Clouds? So that's what you've been up to. No wonder I haven't seen any 1-star designs from your account." Joshua regretted not piloting anything new from the upstart designer. Though his products were never the best performers in their categories, they all possessed plenty of character. It also helped they both came from the same planet. He looked at the latest product the fellow Cloudsman released. When his view was filled with the shiny chrome exterior of the variant called Mist Prowler, Joshua was blown aback. "It's just like the Seraphim." He did not refer to technical aspects when he compared their designs. The Seraphim was a light flyer that mainly relied on a marksman rifle to harass enemies from afar. He only got in close to melee range if he needed to change his strategy. This Mist Prowler, on the other hand, lacked any flight capabilities. Not only was it a weight class heavier, it also packed more power in its limbs, allowing it to run fairly fast for a medium and dodge about with almost unprecedented response time. It largely mimicked the nimbleness of light mechs while possessing the power of a medium mech. This helps with adding strength to its melee attacks, which this urban combat mech primarily relied upon. No, despite their differences, they emanate a similar presence despite their different play styles. Joshua was probably the most intimate Seraphim in the game, so he had a nose for these kinds of things. The Mist Prowler was just as aggressive as the Seraphim, only in a different flavor. Whereas the Seraphim sought to seek and destroy the enemy in the most direct fashion possible, the Mist Prowler was content to drag out the hunt and slowly envelop their opponents. That's strange. What's with the stealth option? Adding a particle ejector to a hunter or ambush type mech wasn't unusual. But Joshua couldn't figure out why the designer added it to a mech with such a bright and shiny chrome finish. Then he noted the designer incorporated his practically trademark Cloud Festive generator right next to the ejector. Ah, so that's why. Joshua had a lot of fun playing around with the Cloud generator. It made him the envy of his friends whenever they teamed up. Though it served no practical purpose and often attracted the enemy to him, he liked to arrive on the battlefield in a bombastic fashion. He loved using it to play games with his opponents' minds. The mech was different from anything he played before, so he considered whether it was useful to purchase this mech. As his first 2-star mech, he wanted to pilot something familiar so he could leverage his best skills immediately. If he picked the wrong mech to start his career in the Silver League, he might lose too many matches, causing his hard-earned rank to demote. That would be a disaster. It's from chasing clouds. I don't think he'd release something crappy. He trusted the designer. He sometimes felt there was a connection between them, an intimacy many pilots had for their favorite designers. Sometimes they became so enthusiastic they resembled fanboys and fangirls. Joshua liked to think he wasn't so blind, so he took the time to scour over the specs and look over the simulations of the variant before making his purchase. Oh, what the heck, who am I kidding? I'm totally going to buy this mech anyway. Though the hefty credit price was a step up from the dirt-cheap 1-star mechs, Joshua never paid attention to even eye-popping prices. With a quick credit transfer, Joshua now owned the first handmade Mist Prowler. As Joshua returned to his private area and entered the mech stables, he could feel the presence of the Mist Prowler. It demanded attention even as it wanted to stay unnoticed. The dichotomy easily caused confusion, but Joshua only felt more intimate towards his new mech. He understood the designer's philosophy, having mastered the Seraphim. No matter how much the designer tried to make a subtle mech, he just couldn't resist showing off. Why else did he include cloud generators and bright colors? After a brief time of familiarizing himself with the new mecha's controls, he threw himself into matchmaking. As he wanted to put his mech to its paces, he chose to enter the gigantic war-torn instances mode. Even the smallest 50v50 map possessed plenty of space for him to work his magic without bumping into too many people. The game finished matching enough players together, causing them all to enter their team's lobby. Joshua took a look around. This was his first match in Silver and he knew that he wasn't playing with people from Cloudy Curtain anymore. Once a player graduated from Bronze, the entire galaxy opened up to them, allowing them to play with people tens of thousands of light years away. A big and bulky spider mech stood in the center of the room. The small crown hovering over its head demanded everyone's attention. "All right guys, I'm Notched Halberd, and I'll be your captain for this match." A young man's voice spoke out from the team channel. "As we're all playing in the Silver League, I won't bore you with complicated plans. I know only 10% of you will even listen to me. Instead, I just want you to keep one thing in mind: don't all rush forward when the hatch opens up. We artillery mechs need some help fending off the enemy scouts." Whether much of their team followed this advice, Joshua wasn't hopeful. In fact, he planned to ditch his teammates and find an empty zone to hunt for prey. He could only really stretch his new mecha's capabilities by fighting without distractions. The map eventually loaded and caused the bay doors to open. The map revealed itself to be a hot desert canyon-like map. Groans issued out from most of the mech pilots, especially those that relied heavily on energy weapons. "Fuck! It's Scorched Canyon! Goddammit, it's so hot you can cook an egg on a rock. Who the fuck thought of this stupid scenario? There's nothing here that's worth fighting for. 90% of my loadout is based on lasers. I don't know about you guys, but I'm going to sit here and AFK for a while." Hot environments impacted energy-dependent mechs disproportionately. In the real universe, mech outfits tailored their mechs to the local environment in advance. Unfortunately, Iron Spirit's matchmaking kept the map the players had to contest over a secret until the match finally started. This always caused some mech pilots to wallow in misfortune while others danced with glee. Joshua also plastered a smile on his face. While the Mist Prowler was not set up to fight in deserts, it nevertheless held a slight advantage. His mecha's offensive power only consisted of a few melee weapons. The lack of any wrist or shoulder-mounted weapons limited Joshua's offensive options, but honed his mecha's strengths in a couple of categories that could be fully exploited in the coming match. Don't let the enemy bastards take over all of the top ridges. The Scorched Canyon map featured an unusual layout with many winding cliffs and canyons. The final objective of this map was to conquer and hold an ancient alien ruin situated in a deep valley in the middle of a lot of cliffs. Holding the nearby high ground was essential in either sieging the valley or preventing the enemy from taking advantage of them. However, the top plateaus were inaccessible to all but flight mechs. Their presence was essential in taking over the map. Joshua raced forward and grew more in tune with his mech as he did so. His first movements looked awkward, but he quickly got used to the unusual balance of his agile mech. By the time he traversed halfway to the valley, he could easily dodge past rocks and other obstacles in his way. A couple of mechs that traveled in the same direction as him veered off as they entered a narrower route that brought them to the flanks of the valley. Unlike many others, Joshua continued to head straight towards the center. "Hey noob. It's dangerous if you go into the ruins. He's dead already. The fucking loser probably doesn't know how this map works at all." The risks were exceedingly high if he entered the valley too early, but Joshua could rely on his mech to pull through. The Mist Prowler crossed the wide open space with a sprint that neared the speed of the fastest medium mechs. Unfortunately, its shiny exterior easily reflected the bright sun in the sky, drawing all sorts of unsavory eyes at him. The scouts that have already reached the nearby ridges grew red, and those with ranged weapons started to fire potshots at him. At this range, the chances of getting hit was minimal, but Joshua didn't enjoy the experience. Incredibly, he managed to dodge all but a couple of glancing blows. The pressure of incoming fire was a powerful motivator to mastering the Mist Prowler's quirks. His mech practically danced through the hazards with only a few scuffs marks from accurate laser fire. Even the onlookers from his own team popped out their eyes. Once Joshua reached the midst of the ruins, he was able to use the tall stone structures to break line of sight. Though the enemy could keep raining down fire, damaging the ruins penalized their team's final score. Only by employing scouts and spotters to feed accurate coordinates would teams be able to bombard an enemy occupant without causing excessive collateral damage. The first part is over. Joshua sighed as he came down from the high. Though he only piloted his new mech for a short while, he already felt it moved like his own body, but even better. The mecha's amazing mix of speed, agility, and strength made this mech a great close combat mech. Now that he cast the bait, he only needed to wait until an enemy approached. Joshua got his first customer. A three-man team of light scouts hastily entered the ruins from the other side. His own team tried to punish their brazen approach and succeeded in scratching their paint at the very least. One mech even suffered a malfunction in his rifle when it got blown apart by a lucky shell. Ordinarily, a speed-based medium mech preferred not to tangle with light mechs. They moved faster than them while possessing similar amounts of offensive power. The disparity in armor could be negated entirely if the light mechs could use their speed advantage to stay out of reach. This disparity widened. The medium mech possessed no ranged weapons. The Mist Prowler unfortunately lacked even a pistol. No matter. These ruins will be my best friend. The ancient and extensive alien ruins represented the closest urban combat environment in the map. While he could also play around in rock-littered canyons, the spaces there were just a little too small. While the Mist Prowler excelled in complex environments, they needed a certain amount of room to maneuver, which most narrow canyons lacked. As the three scuffed light mechs crossed over to the other side of the ruins, Joshua prepared for their arrival. He held no hope in hiding his mech from their superior sensors. Instead, he walked his mech around and chose a suitable area to make his stand. The Mist Prowler was not a mech that enjoyed letting his enemies come to him. By choosing to set up at Busy Street, he could use the plentiful structures to block the enemy's field of view and force them to come closer. Like a spider sitting in the middle of his web, Joshua waited for the mechs to fall into his range. When the first of the light mechs stepped into the narrower street, Joshua initiated his plan. He activated his particle ejector, which instantly blasted an entire canister's worth of sensor-blocking junk in the air. The cloud generator also did its work by pumping out a generous amount of psychedelic vapor. The modules expended their payloads rapidly, causing a couple of blocks of streets to be obscured from optical as well as many other types of sensors. This not only blinded the light mechs, it also prevented onlookers from above or below to interfere with Joshua's hunt. He grinned as he felt his anticipation grow. Having mapped the surrounding streets before, Joshua slowly piloted his mech forward. The mecha's footsteps weren't exactly subtle, but the panicking light mechs allowed him to get in close. The mech with the damaged laser rifle showed up in front of Joshua first. The mist prowler came out far too sudden for the enemy mech to respond in time. Its shiny exterior reflected all kinds of bright and crazy colors due to the rays passing through the colorful vapor. In fact, the effect worked even better than traditional camouflage. Death! Joshua yelled as he urged his nimble mech to thrust forward with its spear. The force behind his approach was incredible, but the light mech was no slouch either. The enemy pilot bent his mech to the side, causing the spearhead to penetrate the edge of its waist but no deeper. That's not all I got. Usually, a mech that put most of its forward momentum in a weapon thrust left itself open to retaliation. Joshua merely pushed his mist prowler to jump sideways with the enemy and allow the spear to slash the light mech again. The force behind the second blow wasn't too much, but Joshua was able to control his strike to hit the damaged section again. Few other mechs could achieve such acrobatics. The spearhead carved through the light mecha's armor like a hot knife through butter. The fatal hit allowed the spearhead to wreck a couple of components near its engine. Not enough to take it out entirely, but enough to slow down the light mecha's mobility. "He's here! Come and save me!" The enemy pilot yelled out in the open as he was unable to connect with his teammates with all the interference in the air. "You'll be dead before they come." The light mech tried to turn the tables on the mist prowler by diving forwards within the spear's reach. However, Joshua skillfully spun the spear with remarkable dexterity and knocked the light mecha's stride off track with a smack. With another spin he slashed his spear at the enemy's arm, but the lack of power and momentum behind the hasty blow only caused the armor to get cut. Joshua was a little frustrated with the spear. It worked great if he could build up his speed and stab forward with the incredible weight of his mech behind the blow. Close in like this and it felt more like an unnecessary burden. Therefore he simply dropped it and pulled out the mist prowler's heated knives from their holster. With a pair of hot blades in its hands, the medium mech surged forward in pursuit. The light mech scrambled to parry one knife, only to let the other make a shallow stab in its chest. Before the light mech could pull out, Joshua kept up his barrage and pressed his opponent relentlessly. One of his knives finally dug past the chest armor and tore a deep gash in the light mecha's power reactor. Ugh! Fuck! He got me! With its mobility impaired and a faltering power reactor, the light mech was practically dead in the water. A couple of follow-ups finished off the poor mech. First kill. Joshua licked his lips. He started to like this new play style. Though the thick mist of particles and colors made it difficult for him to seek out his opponents, they also had a hard time bumping into him. He realized that using the particle generator on an unsuspecting group negated their numerical advantage. As long as they weren't too close, his mech could take all the time in the world to defeat them one by one. With only instincts and luck guiding him to his next prey, Joshua led his mist prowler deeper into the hazy fog. He had 2 more mechs to hunt down before the particles sank down onto the earth. "Heh! What Silver League?" he mocked. "Within my mist, they're dead men walking." Chapter 53. Test Pilot 3. The long match reached its end stage. Most of the flyers were already shot down, while many other mechs were down to their last reserves. The canyon's ruins were mostly blown apart. The frequent close-quarters combat and the occasional artillery barrage flattened so many ancient structures that the city was unrecognizable. While many other mechs started to run slower, the mist prowler came alive. Though the scorch marks and many holes caused the mech to lose its shine, the mech navigated the rubble-strewn streets with remarkable alacrity. Its movement at the start of the match might as well be as slow as a slug compared to its current form. "This modular armor sure is something," Joshua commented as he moved his mech with his functionality mostly intact. The more square plates he shed, the faster his mech moved. Shedding so much weight in one single match was a new experience for him. It felt as if the Mist Prowler turned from a medium mech into a light mech. If the internal damage wasn't so bad, he'd actually be able to keep up with fast mechs in a race. Too bad the damage is just too extensive. The many holes in his mecha's armor exposed the internal sections to the elements. Though Joshua's dodging improved, he could not prevent flying rocks and other types of wide-area damage from degrading the more delicate electronics. The erosion already turned his mecha's left arm into an inert limb. A heavy knight approached the Mist Prowler's side. Compared to the half-wrecked medium mech, the knight looked fairly pristine with its intact sword and shield. The mech survived the grueling match so far by being too sluggish to reach most skirmishes in time. The seventh snake, how's your reserves? I'm down to about 25%. I still have 40% left in the tank. The knight boasted. We've reached the final 10 minutes of the match. We have to dislodge whoever's left alive from the central temple. Joshua looked up his team display and only counted 5 mechs still alive on his side. Of these 5, 2 never showed up anywhere. Only the Mist Prowler, the Heavy Knight and a light sniper mech stuck together within the ruins. How many enemies are in the temple? I last counted 5 of them, but that might have changed. That meant they were effectively outnumbered. Joshua did not like his chances. He worked hard to take down for enemy mechs and drive away many more. Each of his opponents provided him with a hefty challenge. He now fully appreciated the proficiency of Silver League players. While not all of them possessed balanced skills, they almost always had a trick up their sleeve. How much of that smoke do you have left? I'm down to my last canister. It won't last long enough to kill off all 5 of them. They also know my tricks now, so I doubt it will be effective in separating them from each other. We won't need to separate them in order to win. In fact, I want you to force them to stick closer together. The Heavy Knight's pilot surprisingly stated. If they're clumped up together, then our sniper can easily bracket the area with laser fire. Sure, most of them will miss, but if even 20% of his shots hit something, we're on the right track. That was a fairly ingenious plan, if not for one thing. If I go in, I might be liable to get hit by my own side. Joshua said. But if I don't go in, the enemy has no reason to cling together. They'll just spread out and try to escape the sensor blocking range. You need to go in. If we want to win, we have to take some risks. And what will you be doing? I'll be standing next to our sniper, making sure he won't get ambushed. Look, you don't need to kill all 5 of them yourself. Just try to occupy 2 or 3 of them. You can leave the remainder to us. The plan was racked with holes, but Joshua couldn't figure out another way to win. The longer they stayed near the temple, the more their capture score accumulated. Once it reached the limit, they'd win the match. Joshua parted from the pair with a heavy heart. He was essentially tasked with acting as distraction and bait. Victory and defeat rode upon his shoulders. He didn't want his first match with the Mist Prowler to end so ignominiously. Come on, fellow, I know you have it in you. Please stay together for a couple more minutes. His back cage holding the cloud generator and projector lost a lot of weight as the match went on. Almost all of the canisters were missing as Joshua already used them up. Only the last canister remained unused. Joshua programmed the particle ejector and then initiated a delay. He controlled his mech to quickly detach the back module and throw it in the direction of the central temple. The particles instantly engulfed the surrounding area. A great fog of shiny particles and rainbow colors blocked everyone's view. If the sniper had not prepared a position and zeroed in on the temple, he would be as blind as the rest. I'm going in. Hey sniper, I'll be alternating from the left to the right side of the temple area each minute starting from now. Roger that. With that out of the way, Joshua entered the mist yet again, rendering himself blind. By now, Joshua got used to the sheer amount of visual noise around him. Having prepared his entry with a rudimentary map, he eased his mech forward. Its steps landed softly in the soil, much gentler now that it only wore a fraction of its armor. Joshua felt more in tune in this blind environment. The Mist Prowler was made for hunting in the heavy fog. Like an extra-dimensional spectre, the sorry-looking and creaky mech approached the temple. As a minute passed, he switched a little to the right. He decided to increase his pace and probe the enemy's disposition. Once the main temple came into view, a laser shot out at him from a corner. "Contact!" Joshua yelled as he dodged further to the right. Then he realized the particles in the air blocked all communication signals as well. Shit! His mech spurred ahead with a scavenged sword in hand. The spear and heated knives weren't able to survive Joshua's rough handling. More shots to ping in his direction, but luckily they were just exploratory in nature. Another set of laser shots started to fire from the outskirts. The sniper in Joshua's team finally went into action and focused most of his shots to the left. The Grand Temple came into view. Unlike the other stone ruins in the map, the main structure of the alien city was carved out of an exotic stone that shone bright black in the sun. Its appearance was incongruent with the local architecture. Joshua cared little for these fictional curiosities and instead focused on getting into sword range with what looked like a banged-up heavy centaur. It lost most of its weapon emplacements from previous attacks. Most notably, one of its legs appeared to be lame. "It's a sitting duck." He grinned at the sight. The heavy mech did not use any weapon other than what looked like a salvaged laser rifle. The mecha's fixed weapon emplacements were either destroyed or expended all of their ammunition. The heavy mech released a trumpet-like sound in the air as it called for help. Knowing that he didn't have much time, Joshua squeezed out all of the Mist Prowler's potential and dodged the heavy mecha's plentiful shots with clumsy grace. Knowing that its end was near, the heavy mech dropped its rifle and instead lifted off a ridiculous-looking maul from the ground. Even before the Mist Prowler came into range, the centaur already started to swing the hefty weapon. "Just because my mech looks like scrap doesn't mean it can't dance." With contemptuous ease, Joshua bent his mech backwards and allowed the head of the maul to pass right before his mecha's nose. After he pulled his mech upright, the sword in its hand made a few quick stabs towards the damaged and wrecked weapon emplacement on the centaur's body. He might as well be stabbing a stationary target, because the centaur's reaction speed was far too slow compared to his Mist Prowler. The centaur smoked and its reaction slowed down once more. Joshua was disappointed his attacks hadn't wrecked the mech, but he shouldn't be surprised. Heavy mechs often survived heavier punishments. He made do with merely crippling his opponent because a pair of enemy light mechs finally came to the centaur's aid. "Two more for the chopping block," Joshua said as his grin grew stronger. Instead of confronting them directly, Joshua abruptly shifted his mech to the left. He acted as if he wanted to lure the two into a fruitless chase. As planned, the wary light mechs didn't follow him deeper into the mist. Instead, they opted to approach their crippled teammate and assess his condition. Unfortunately for them, the sniper fire abruptly started pelt them down. One shot even thrust past a damaged shoulder section, cleanly severing the entire arm from the poor mecha's frame. None of the mechs present on the battlefield looked pristine. Many mechs missed entire sections of their armor. A single attack at an unprotected opening could prove devastating. Joshua decisively shed the three mechs and instead dove in deeper and came up on the entrance of the temple. He had to move carefully now that he came so close. Destroying the temple was an automatic loss condition. A mech suddenly came into his view. The medium weight looked terrible. Fractured armor was all that was left of its armor, and it had lost its entire right shoulder and arm. Despite the extensive damage, the mech still held onto an intact flamethrower in its other hand. A striker? One of the ways striker-type mechs distinguished themselves from others was their capability to damage a wide area. Accuracy was less of a concern for them as they'd always hit something in their attacks if they came into range. The particle missed unintentionally provided the striker with the perfect hunting environment. Joshua chose to push his mech down into a forward roll. The limber mech performed the desperate action with a lot of worrying creaking. Despite the Mist Prowler's limberness, mechs simply weren't designed to roll. Tons of pressure fell onto several vulnerable spots, causing the mech to run on its final legs. "I still have enough juice to take you down with me." As the striker adjusted his flamethrower downwards, Joshua swiped his sword at the weapon. The strike sliced the weapon apart, causing its hot and unstable internals to explode in a splash of flame that engulfed the both of them. The striker was clearly worse off from the attack, having lost its remaining arm to fire. Unfortunately, Joshua wasn't feeling all that good. Plenty of flames had gone right past his non-existent armor and savaged his beaten-up internals. He instantly lost 80% of his engine power. "Come on. Get up." With his mecha's final strength, Joshua poured all of his will into pushing the mist prowler to get on its knees, hold up the sword, and push its battered feet just enough to slash at the opposing mech for one last time. The attack landed solidly in the enemy's waist. It tore apart the striker's engines, immobilizing it on the ground right next to the mist prowler which just breathed its last. Within the simulation pod, Joshua breathed out as he pulled himself out the intensity of combat. He paid little attention to the remainder of the match. He recalled his previous encounters and relished the stunts he pulled off with the mist prowler. His mouth never lost its grin. The mist prowler is a worthy mech. I wasn't wrong in trusting that designer. Joshua eventually found out that his team lost the match. In the end, they stayed back too long and let the enemy team run out the clock. It left a bad taste in his mouth, but he quickly regained his composure. "There's plenty of other opportunities to make up for my loss." Meanwhile, somewhere else on the planet, Vess looked down at Lucky in concern. "What's the matter, buddy?" The cat tugged at his pants and yowled at him to follow him outside. The mechanical cat usually lounged about on his sofa. Something must have stirred him up really good for him to act so panicked. Vess ran after the cat when it bolted out the doors. He stopped when his feet encountered a metal box. Ouch! After soothing his stubbed foot, he looked down to see Lucky frantically scratching the exterior of the metal box. "Hey now, be careful with that," he said as he picked up the head-sized box. "Let's head inside." After sinking back down the couch, Vess studied the strange box that appeared at his doorstep. He hadn't expected any deliveries to arrive today, and certainly not something that warranted a small but heavy metal box. After knocking his hands over the matte surface, Vess realized the box was not as simple as it looked. His knowledge in metallurgy suggested that the box was a piece of reformed mech armor plating. He turned it around and touched all over its cold surface, only to come up with no way of opening the box. He knew there was something inside because he could feel something clank when he gently shook the container. This isn't meant to be opened with a simple cutter. Vess realized with fascination. Who would go through the trouble of refashioning mech armor into a box that could only be opened with specialized tools? Fortunately, his workshop's tool shed possessed a few tools meant to help with repairs. One of them was a high-intensity thermal cutter that could slowly melt through most mech armor. The only problem was that handling such a tool inexpertly might damage the contents of the box. Maybe I should use a saw instead. But when Vess studied the box further, he realized that using saws came with its own risks. The armor plates weren't simply stacked on top of each other, but were placed in a particular pattern that could cause the entire box to implode and funnel excess kinetic energy to the middle. It was an ingenious security feature that spoke of a great amount of effort in keeping the contents of the box secure. I can't use a saw or a thermal cutter alone. I have to use both. Though there were more advanced tools that could open the box without risk, they were all in the hands of large or rich manufacturers. A nobody like Vess wouldn't be able to afford such extravagance. Therefore, Vess simply prepared his tools and carefully worked on the box with Lucky watching on with hungry eyes. First, he melted the outer portion of the box in a careful pattern. He did not cut a straight line nor did he follow a random route. No, he meticulously followed the optimal route suggested by the armor pattern and slowly peeled off the top armor layer by layer. He continued his work for 2 whole hours before he came upon the final layer. It consisted of a different material that was significantly tougher. If Vess recklessly tried to burn through the last layer, he'd risk scorching the contents. Instead, he left the box in place and let it cool down for a couple of hours. Vess took the time to analyze the samples of the armor plating and scoured the galactic net for any matches. Nothing. This alloy is not publicly available. While the armor was nothing special in terms of its damage resistance, Vess was intrigued by the strange patterns the box used. The maker of the box was either a mech designer or a professional armorer. While Vess made plenty of scans and other observations, he had no starting point in understanding its features. The tech was too advanced or exotic. It might even have alien roots, seeing that the patterns incorporated many strange patterns that resembled alien scripts. After the box had sufficiently cooled down, Vess took up the powered saw and carefully guided it to cut a tiny groove at the edge of the box. He then followed up with a couple of other minor cuts that caused the final layer of the box to suffer a crisscross of narrow indentations. Once Vess applied the final cut, he turned off the saw and put it on the table. With his free hand, he held his hand over the top and firmly pushed against the surface. A series of clicks sounded as the top disintegrated into a mishmash of weird non-Euclidean shapes. It strained his mind when he looked at the many shapes. Somehow, the remnants of the last layer didn't fall down, but instead fell into a series of grooves that turned out to be a sophisticated lock. When the metal pieces all fell into place, the strange lock turned transparent and changed into a fluid. What the? Vess suddenly got knocked aside when Lucky climbed on top of the box. The cat quickly craned down his neck and lapped at the transparent liquid. "What are you doing, Lucky? It might be dangerous." It took a lot of effort for Vess to use his meager strength to pull his deranged cat from the box. The cat yelled excruciatingly and used all of the power packed in its slim body to slip out of his owner's grip and dive right back into the box. When Vess tried to pry off his disobedient cat from the box, he failed to make any progress. The cat practically dug in its claws. "Lucky, don't make me upgrade my strength." Apparently, the gem cat didn't care. By the time Vess managed to pull his cat off, it already closed its eyes in lazy contentment. Vess looked speechlessly at the empty interior of the box before turning his gaze at his selfish cat. Lucky looked so full of himself right now. He even had the audacity to nap in his irate owner's grasp. Vess sighed. With the strange liquid alloy slurped away, he could find no other clue to the provenance of the box. While he still had the rest of the open box to play with, it paled in comparison to the strange and magical alloy. It almost seemed as if the alloy moved by itself. "I hope you're happy with your latest meal, because I'm not going to feed you anything until you completely emptied your bowels." Lucky graced the admonishment with a lazy meow before finally falling asleep. Vess sighed, not having the heart to scold his cat any longer. Instead, he put the cat down onto the couch and turned his attention back to the open box. Does it have any other secrets? Chapter 54. Going out. Vess lacked the advanced equipment necessary to make sense of the open box. The materials incorporated in its construction were intricately exotic in nature, which meant their attributes weren't in any public databases. With only limited measurements to go on, Vess was no closer into figuring out the origin of the box. Even studying the strange patterns the creator of the box had used presented no results. "My starting point is too far behind. I can't make sense of anything even if I have better equipment." From what limited data he could gather, the box came from an extraordinary source. Nothing in the Bright Republic or elsewhere in this star sector could produce something so magical. This is actually an application of modular armor. The realization stunned him. Not for its magical properties, but for the motives the sender of the package held. There was someone out there that kept an eye on Vess. He or she knew about Lucky and came up with a highly unusual material to feed the cat. The unknown observer also knew about the Mist Prowler, for why else would he receive a box made out of modular armor? Who is it? Vess asked himself, worried that his secrets were bared open all this time. He obsessively took out a scanning tool and scoured every corner of his workshop for cameras and other spying tools. Nothing. But that left out only one way of spying. His equipment such as his 3D printer and his assembler were second-hand. If someone messed with the intricate machines, Vess had no way of finding out as he wasn't a specialist in designing industrial equipment. Perhaps some spying methods had even infiltrated the software he used. This incident reminded him that there were forces out there that could stomp on Vess like a bug. Despite his recent accomplishments, he was still vulnerable to outside manipulation. From what he could gather, the box could only come from two possible sources. It's either the creators of the Mech design system or my father. Thinking about his missing dad choked Vess up. He missed Rykol's steady influence. His father was the bedrock in which Vess pulled himself back together and switched his aspirations from piloting a Mech to designing them. He couldn't imagine what sort of deeds his father committed in order to get his hands on the priceless system. There's too many secrets involved with the system. Vess reaffirmed, having gotten over the unpleasant implications of receiving this gift. I can't be too complacent. Whoever let the system fall into my hands can easily take it back. He put aside the box and left it in a secure storage area. It wasn't as if he wanted to spend more time, but he could not get any better results in a short time. With a possible order for his Mark Antony arriving soon, Vess wanted to make some quick gains in his skills in order to improve his products. Having just released the Mist Prowler variant in the virtual market, Vess was flush with fresh DP. He quickly acquired the Speed Tuning 2 sub-skill that he had his eye on for a while. The unlocking of knowledge hidden deep within his mind went smoothly as he had experienced the sensation several times before. His mind had definitely adapted to high-density information transfers. His ability to squeeze out more speed from a mech had improved. Speed tuning mostly look at optimizing the layout of artificial muscles. With this new perspective, Vess already thought of a couple of ways he could tweak the Mist Prowler's performance. It's not a good idea to go back to my old design. I'm better off designing another variant. While his Mist Prowler was on the market for only a few days, the sales figures looked dismal. The variant's performance was decent, but it cost significantly more than the base model. Most Silver League players settled for something that was good enough instead of throwing their money for the very best machine. What also didn't help was that Vess lacked a firm brand. Not many people opted to put their trust in an unknown designer. A couple of one-star designs under his belt didn't make him stand out at all in the crowded mech market. As Iron Spirit offered many poor designers a viable way of earning money with just a modest amount of investment, the lower end of the virtual market was flooded with cheap mechs of questionable quality. I can only slowly build up my brand. None of my mechs are crappy if you leave out my first one. All of my designs are mechanically sound and feature unique strengths. Just having a sound design wasn't enough to stand out. He needed to show off real strength. The Mist Prowler was just the first step in his plan. Its exceptional agility and speed as well as its remarkable performance in the later stages of a lengthy match should impress anyone who fought against it. Perhaps the sales of his latest mech might pick up in the coming days. In any case, Vess could not afford to hang back and wait for the market's reactions. With his improved ability to design faster mechs, he already envisioned a new project for him to tackle. Still, after having finished a fairly complicated project, Vess wanted to take a day off to relax. He took a last look at his sleeping cat before he locked the workshop and left the premises. His summoned aircab arrived at his doorstep within a minute. After entering the vehicle, Vess activated his comm and looked up his available funds. So far, Vess was left with about 2 million credits in spending money. A much larger portion of money was safely stashed in his bank account, waiting to be spent on major investments in a couple of years. I shouldn't splurge all of my money too quickly. I still need to keep a reserve for any virtual licenses that catches my fancy. He decided to go on a shopping trip. His aircar sped past stately homes and winding parks. Cloudy Curtain might not feature the best weather, but the local residents made up for it by beautifying their neighborhoods. Bright flowers and lively trees dotted the streets as the residents leisurely gossiped with each other or brought their kids out to play. Vess smiled as he looked down at the sights. This was his home. Rittersberg possessed a much greater heritage, and Bentheim was the economic center of the Republic. Nonetheless, Cloudy Curtain possessed its own unique charm. Peace was everywhere, and one could escape from the wider struggles of the galaxy by settling at one of the planet's many plots of land. Cloudy Curtain was neither too poor nor too rich. If one could name one vice, it was that most residents were rather lazy and unambitious. As a second-generation resident of Cloudy Curtain, Vess was keenly aware of this difference. No other local mech designer would have the guts to start a mech business by themselves. They were too content to go with the flow. "Father, where the hell are you?" Vess sighed again. Rycol Larkin's son always behaved as if he was driven, just like the rest of his notable family. The aircar finally touched down at a quiet but upscale commercial street in the center of Freslin. The city was the second largest metropolis on the planet, though in galactic standards it was just a slightly larger town. In any case, the workshop was located in the furthest suburbs of Freslin, so Vess found it much more convenient to travel here rather than the capital on the other side of the planet. His first stop was the local branch of the Sonyolablin Security Solutions. SAS was one of the preeminent security companies in the local star sector. It somehow managed to establish a firm market presence in both the Bright Republic and the Veja Kingdom. That led to many suspicions, but the Commerce Minister of the Republic himself vouched for the company. As Vess wanted to shore up his workshop's anemic security, he went for the best. You couldn't get any better than SAS. After he stepped inside, an attractive, dark-skinned female attendant walked over. Both of them exchanged handshakes. "Welcome to Sonyolablin, Mr. Larkin's son. You can call me Robin. I'm the head security consultant of the Freslin branch. I'll be attending to your needs this afternoon." While Vess was surprised with the woman's age, he was more interested in the mention of his name. "You know who I am?" "How can we not?" She smiled. "Your face was plastered all over the news a few weeks back when you won silver in Bentheim." Vess thought that such a small accomplishment would quickly be forgotten by the masses. Did he underestimate the fame he earned when he achieved second place in the Fusion Cup? "Well, Robin, as you can probably guess, I'm here to invest in security for my business. Can we talk?" "Certainly." After exchanging greetings, the woman led him to a small and richly furnished conference room. Vess took a random seat while Robin set down a cup of coffee on the table in front of him. The security consultant pressed down the table, allowing a projector to beam a bunch of marketing material in front of him. It listed all the standard services the company provided. "As a small business owner, we can offer you a limited selection of services. I doubt your annual revenue surpasses 1 billion bright credits, so we can leave the enterprise solutions off the table." Vess nodded at the sensible selection. "I don't intend to scale up my production. My earnings will not be growing dramatically, though I hope it will stay steady. For now, I only hope to make my workshop more secure from spies and burglars. Let alone rogue mechs, right now, any drunkard can climb over my fence." "Ah, so you wish to make a major investment into your cybersecurity and a minor investment in perimeter security." Robin lifted a couple of fingers to push away most of the options in the projection. Most of the solutions that remained differed substantially in price. "What is your budget?" "I'd like to start with about 500,000, but with the option of upgrading my choice later on when my business starts to pick up in perhaps a half year or a year." One of the lower-end options dominated the screen. Robin pointed her finger at the most notable features of this package. "The CyberObo service that we offer can protect your premises both digitally and in reality. We offer a standard suite of hardware and software security solutions to protect your intellectual property from opportunistic virtual attacks. You can always upgrade or downgrade this ongoing service at your leisure." That sounds great. What about protection from outside my doorstep?" "We can offer you a team of 4 mechanical patrol bots to establish a basic perimeter guard. We cannot offer you direct control over their programming, but we do allow you to designate priorities. You can designate an area that they must guard at all costs, for example." "What kind of armament will they carry?" "The bots are licensed to carry anti-personnel and light anti-vehicle weapons. It won't stop even a light mech, but they can and will shoot down any aircars crashing in your direction. If you happen to upgrade your contract with a couple of million credits, we can augment your guard with a pair of our proprietary arcbots. They possess enough firepower to fend off a light mech long enough for the planetary guard to respond. The options on the table weren't to his satisfaction. Vess wanted a more substantial guard to have some peace of mind. Sadly, he wasn't made of gold, so he had to do with what his budget could withstand. I'll take the basic Cyber-Robo option. The two hammered out the details within an hour. Within a week, a couple of technicians and security consultants would visit his workshop and start to implement his chosen security plan. Besides designating a couple of sections of his workshop that he wanted to protect the most, the people of SAS could take care of the rest. Vess left the branch office with a lighter step. Though he spent 500,000 credits in one go, the extra safety he got in return allowed him to ease one worry off his mind. Once my business rises in value, I have to increase my security spending. I can't end up as a fat lamb ready for slaughter. As Vess only recently started his company, he wasn't worth gobbling up. With the system's help, that could change fast. Once his skills improved and his mech designs incorporated a couple of unique strengths, Vess might be inundated with offers. Some of them may not come with kind intentions. Chief among them was Walter's Whalers. As the local bullies of Cloudy Curtain, they took a modest cut out of every company's earnings. They were rather mild as far as gangs went. Cloudy Curtain was just too small for them to squeeze with any force. If they acted too heavy-handedly, then no business would be willing to operate in their territory. Therefore, the next destination of his trip brought him to one of their outposts near Freslin. The dilapidated-looking mech base only serviced a single squad of mechs, but Vess didn't underestimate the local organization one bit. A bored guard sat right next to the gates, staring at the colorful clouds in the sky. "Who's there?" "I'm a new business owner. I'd like to meet with the boss of this place." That perked up the sleepy man. "Oh, so it's money business, eh? You can go straight ahead. I'll call in the little boss." "Little boss?" Confused, Vess stepped inside and walked straight towards the barracks up ahead. Much like the rest of the base, the structure looked as if it had seen better days. Vess thought it likely that the base used to be occupied by the Mech Corps. The lack of any value extracted from the local star system prompted the Bright Republic to scale down its local presence and allocate their resources to richer planets. After Walter's Whalers took over planetary security, they clearly didn't value proper maintenance as much as the Republic's armed forces. Vess even saw a pile of wrecks stuffed in a corner. He lamented the enormous waste. If they hadn't been so exposed to the elements, a designer like himself could salvage much of the parts and cobble up a couple of cheap but functional mechs. He already had experience doing so in the Fusion Cup. "Hey, what's up, man?" A hand clapped his back from behind, giving the frail mech designer a fright. He turned around and met his gaze with a handsome blonde that matched his age. The young man looked similar to the elite pilots he encountered in the YTE. He wore a sweaty piloting suit, which made it clear the man just finished practice. "I'm Vess Larkin's son. Are you the little boss?" "Sure thing. And before you ask, I'm Dietrich, Walter's second son." The man grumbled a bit as he swiped his messy hair. Vess straightened up a little as he realized he was facing a genuine big shot rather than just a sub-boss. Dietrich scanned over his body perceptively and dismissed any potential threats. A skinny guy like Vess could never overpower a trained mercenary. "So you came for business, right?" "Yes. I don't want any misunderstandings to occur between us as my business starts to grow." Dietrich grinned and thumped his chest with his fist. The force behind the casual action could knock Vess right out his feet. "Don't worry, Larkin's son, us whalers don't mistreat our own. I'm kind of thirsty right now, so come with me. I know a nice joint that has the best imported drinks in town." Before he knew it, Dietrich dragged Vess to his personal air car. The pimped-out vehicle was some kind of luxury model Vess was not very familiar with, but he appreciated its sleek design. Dietrich didn't engage the autopilot. Instead, he took personal control and raced out of the parking lot with the speed of a missile. The G-forces alone pushed Vess back into his chair. "Could you please ease off a little? I'm not a pilot." "Oh, sorry about that." Dietrich nonchalantly replied and stopped accelerating. "I got too excited for a moment. I'm meeting up with my sweethearts, you see." "Oh. No worries." Vess trailed off, wondering what he got himself into. Chapter 55. Protection. After a short trip that went way over the speed limit, the air car finally landed in a more sleazy part of town. A handful of rough-looking potentates wearing pilot suits congregated together on the cracked streets. As for the noms or non-pilots, they all toted some form of gun or rifle on their bodies. Vess was marginally reassured they kept the weapons securely holstered. "Welcome to the Whalers' second hangout." The little boss introduced the streets to Vess. "We own the entire neighborhood here. You can get almost anything you want for the right price. Whether it's chems, girls, or games, we've got you covered." "Thanks, but I'm okay." Vess replied simply as he kept his answers short. He was scared that if he said anything more, the pilot might drag him somewhere murkier. Fortunately, Dietrich led Vess into the classiest-looking structure. The nightclub was in its low period due to the daytime hour, but the couple of regulars drinking at the bar showed that it was a favored hangout to the younger generation. A pair of doll-eyed girls shrieked and left the young pilots they previously curried for favors. "Welcome back, little boss." They greeted him and smooched both sides of his face with kisses. "Ha ha ha, hang on for a moment. Gemry, Caden, this is Vess. Serve something up for him, will ya?" "Sure thing, boss." As the two girls left Dietrich's side and hopped over the bar, the little boss gestured Vess to sit at a stool. When they seated themselves, Dietrich waved at a projector that was showing a news broadcast and changed it to an archived footage of the Fusion Cup. The faces of Vess and Charlotte were clearly displayed as they received their silver medallions. "So, is that you up there?" Vess nodded. He didn't know whether it was a good thing the Whalers knew about his recent accomplishment. Fame wasn't always a good thing if it attracted the bad kind of attention. Attracting the eyes of a mercenary gang often led to unsavory paths. "Ha ha, great." Dietrich laughed and slapped the mech designer's back with the force of a punch. "We finally have our own mech designer. The days where we pilot crappy outdated mechs will be history." Vess awkwardly coughed. "I think you overestimate my capabilities. I've only started my business a few months ago. My mech boutique's production volume will remain small as I'm focused on producing high-end mechs." That dampened Dietrich's enthusiasm. "So you're not setting up a large manufacturing plant on Cloudy Curtain?" "The cost of doing such a thing is prohibitive. And even if I have the money, without a rep my mechs won't sell very well." Vess could see the gears turning in Dietrich's head. Despite his playboy appearance, the little boss was not a wastrel. "All right. Understood. It's too much to hope that a major industry will start up in this quiet backwater. Bentheim is near enough for most of this planet's needs." "Yeah, but anything we buy from there means we have to pay a big cut to the gangs in control of that place." Dietrich took a deep breath. "All right, let's change gears. Let's talk about what you can do right now. Are you producing any mechs?" "Only one design so far, based off a last-gen mech. I just completed my first sale a short time ago." When Vess threw the files of his model to Dietrich, the little boss studied the information carefully. He ran over the spec sheet of the Mark Antony with practiced familiarity. The specs are kind of good, and the price is rather decent. Shame it's a last-gen mech though. I wouldn't buy anything last-gen now that the big switch is happening within a decade. I don't have much choice in the matter. I've received the base model as a grant. It's the only way an independent mech designer like me can get a foot in the market." While the Mark Antony's virtual combat footage impressed Dietrich somewhat, he just couldn't get over the outdated technology of the frame. Vess realized that he wouldn't be the only pilot who thought that way. Plenty of his potential customers took longevity into account when they bought a new mech. For the poorer mercs, a mech represented their livelihood for at least 2 decades if they chose their assignments carefully. The only way Vess could tempt these penny pinchers into buying his mech was if he slashed the price. "Right, for now, just do your own thing," Dietrich finally said, as if he was ordering a subordinate. "When you manage to come up with a more modern design, you should start to pay us back for our generous protection. Don't worry, we won't let any trouble fall in your way in the meantime." Vess was smart enough to read the underlying intentions of that statement. Dietrich's interest in Vess lay more in his mech production capability than his earnings. Walter's Whalers considered him and his workshop as one of their own pretty much, and won't allow any other gang to lay a claim. The offer of protection was not delivered in a sarcastic undertone. Small-time planetary gangs like the Whalers often provided genuine protection to the businesses they held an interest in. It was a way of legitimizing their underground rule and put themselves in the good books of the local government. As to why the Mech Corps didn't kick these gangs off their thrones and took charge of planetary security by themselves? It was impossible to eradicate the criminal underbelly in any civilized settlement. Rather than engage in an endless war of attrition, the Bright Republic decided to tolerate these shady mercenary gangs and let them fight for turf among themselves. As long as they didn't went overboard and caused mass civilian casualties, the government was willing to turn a very blind eye. Naturally, Vess realized such offers of protection came at a cost. He nodded his head at Dietrich. "I'll be sure to repay your generosity once I've expanded my business." The pair spent the next hour trying out drinks and chatting with the 2 girls. Well, Dietrich did most of the drinking and flirting. Vess sat at his side trying to sip as little alcohol as possible. Once he finally managed to squirm from the little boss grip, Vess hailed an aircar and went straight home. Somehow, Vess lost the mood to hang out in Freslin any further. After returning home to an empty workshop and a sleeping Gemcat, Vess sank down his sofa and sighed. "It's a good thing I've come with an accord with Walter's Whalers." Unlike mech pilots, a designer like Vess lacked the power to protect himself and his assets. His pathetic physical stats were on full display today when Dietrich casually thumped his body several times. If Dietrich bumped him a little bit harder, Vess would end up with bruises on his body. Mech pilots also had it easier when they needed to leave a planet in a hurry. Their main belongings often consisted of a personal mech and anything they could stuff in their cockpit. They could easily board a passing shuttle or transport and zip away from the star system in a jiffy. As for mech designers, their most valuable assets consisted of heavy, cumbersome industrial equipment. Heavy assets such as a 3D printer and an assembler system often required days of dismantling and repackaging before they were fit for transport. If Vess somehow ran afoul of the Whalers, then he could kiss all of his assets goodbye. Even with the system on his back, restarting from scratch was an impossible talk. Just like Lucky, Vess took a deep sleep that night. Unlike the lazy cat, he had to wake up properly next morning. The experiences yesterday had rekindled the fire that drove Vess to reach the top. He received too many reminders that he was still a nobody in the eyes of others. Without improving his skills and getting a few good designs under his belt, Vess could never break the suppression of others. He turned back to the drawing board and envisioned his next design. Ignoring the mist prowler, Vess instead revisited the base model. The octagon design is fairly fast, but it's still limited to the realities of its medium weight class. As an urban hunting mech, the octagon's priorities lay in its agility, not its top speed. While its lighter than usual armor allowed it to run briskly, it did not even come close to any records. What if he made a variant of the octagon that was capable of moving much faster? It'd be a nightmare to all light mechs. Light mechs boasted unparalleled speed in exchange for thin armor and weak weapons. Though they might strengthen one of the two, it always came in expense of speed. No light mech truly excelled in all 3 aspects. In comparison, even the lightest medium mech could crush them in terms of weapons and armor. The only reason why medium mechs couldn't leverage their advantages properly was that light mechs often outran any opponents coming after them. Light mechs always held the initiative in a skirmish. If a medium mech was able to catch up to a light mech, the tables would turn. However, not everyone could make such a miracle possible. A medium mech possessed a baseline amount of weight. If the mecha's internal frame, engines, and power reactor got any weaker, then they couldn't even be called medium mechs anymore. At best, their performance resembled light mech so much that they'd effectively be one. What Vess had in mind was to design a mech with enough speed to close the distance with light mechs while still maintaining some of the advantages of a heavier weight class. Thus, Vess opted not only for weight reduction, he also wanted to look into short-term burst acceleration methods. The only way a medium mech can catch up to a light one is if it has an auxiliary mobility module. Flying was the easiest and also laziest solutions. Designing a medium flying mech came with so many considerations that Vess might get overwhelmed. Besides, the Octagon's advantages worked best on the ground. Looks like I can only turn to boosters. Vess concluded, and visited the booster section in the virtual market. Iron Spirit offered a decent variety of boosters in the 2-star range. Plenty of wild-eyed inventors came up with booster systems. Not all of them worked as well as their makers had thought. Vess could choose from a lot of cheap but crappy systems, or fork out some serious dough for something that actually worked out decently in the battlefield. Boosters generally came in 2 variants. The slow burners used up energy in a more efficient way. While they were unable to provide a high amount of thrust, any mech that incorporated these boosters enjoyed a substantial reduction in travel time. The fast burners, on the other hand, worked in the opposite way. They provided a substantial amount of thrust, but placed very high demands on the kind of fuels they consumed. They were much more expensive to start, but sometimes a sufficient amount of speed trumped all other considerations. Vess thought the same. He settled for a run-of-the-mill fast-burning booster system for 150,000 credits. While the Sabomi Acceletron A2W got stuck with one of the worst names for a booster system, but delivered a respectable amount of speed. The only downside to the system was that it guzzled up a lot of high-energy fuels and lasted only for a short time before the system engaged its forced cooling cycle. Nonetheless, a smart pilot who engaged his boosters at the right moment could easily overtake an overconfident light mech. Now that I've bought the boosters, let's see how I need to accommodate the frame. The boosters were only responsible for closing the distance after spotting an enemy light mech. What could give the Octagon a more durable way of moving fast was to pull the oldest trick in the book. I'll have to shed some weight off the frame. A clever choice of reducing weight could make the Octagon retain most of its effectiveness while making it substantially faster. However, such a thing was not that easy to do. The designers of the base model already worked hard in offloading excess weight. For Vess to do it again meant he'd have to make some trade-offs. First, the armor could use some trimming. If I want to save weight and maximize the utility of my variant's armor, then I should stick with the stock armor instead of opting for the more exotic modular armor. The default armor the Octagon sported served its purposes well enough. Vess only needed to do some tweaking to its armor design in order to emphasize the speed aspect. While it was nice to increase the mecha's speed once it accumulates more damage, if the armor had already shrunk a bit, a modular system somewhat lost its purpose. I can also do something about the energy cells. I can exchange the mecha's high endurance for something else. He sketched a new energy storage scheme where he cut off a couple of cells in order to make space for the boosters. Some energy cells provided the specialized fuels for the new system. Now I'll have to place the boosters in a couple of good locations. You couldn't just slap a few boosters in a few random spots and call it a day. A badly placed booster could easily unbalance or even topple over a mech. Vess chose to employ 6 of the Accelerons and place them somewhat evenly onto his new design's back. He could figure out the precise placements later with the help of the system's tools. What should I do with the mecha's agility? Does the Octagon need to keep its limbs nimble and flexible? It was not necessary for a light mech hunter to possess exceptional agility. Merely speed and power was enough for such mechs to smash light mechs into pieces. Nevertheless, the number one strength of the Octagon was its enormous range of motion. If Vess eliminated this aspect entirely, he'd end up with a variant that lost its roots to the base model. The decisions involved with this aspect paralyzed him for a time. Chapter 56. Streak of Red. Speed changed a lot of things when applied differently to mechs. A heavy mech that weighed many tons treated speed like rare animals. Even if their engines doubled in size, the effective increase in speed only amounted to just a dozen%. Most heavy mechs didn't bother with increasing their speed. On the other hand, a light mech normally lived for speed. Designers often clenched their teeth when they traded off little bits of speed for additional weapons and armor. They often considered this exercise the most painful one imagine, akin to pulling out one's teeth. Vess felt as if his entire jaw ached as he firmly cut off portions that made the octagon strong in the first place. He carefully removed bits of armor here and there while thinning other portions. By the time 5 days had passed, Vess looked bloodshot at a mech that appeared about 30% thinner than usual. "I can't do this anymore. I've practically skinned this octagon to the bone. I can hardly call it a medium mech now." The new variant's armor took a substantial hit. Though it gained a generous boost in speed and agility in return, it ceased to be a frontline unit. It lacked both the endurance and armor to compete against regular frontline mechs. The only thing about the armor scheme he left adopted from the Mist Prowler was incorporating a bit of flexiplate around the joints and fittings. The flexible armor weighed relatively little, and the joints only required a handful of armor to cover up against most incidental damage. While it wouldn't survive a direct blast, it was better than nothing. Now, for the boosters. As Vess wanted his light mech hunter to close the distance to their prey in one giant dash, he opted to utilize 6 boosters instead of less. Though it consumed a lot of fuel, all but the lightest armed mechs were in the variant's grasp. The exact placement of the boosters was kind of tricky. As mechs emulated the human running form, they varied the alignment of their backs when doing different activities. While keeping the back upright was the most efficient way to move in simple runs, most mechs often had to move under enemy fire. The very human tendency to bend forward and keep your head down was a very natural reaction, but one that also stood in the way of good booster management. Though the nozzles came with a limited range of movement, they could only do so much work. What Vess intended to do was to embed his 6 boosters in a simple rectangular pattern onto the back. While he could have used more complicated shapes such as a pentagon with a middle booster or a hexagon without one, such designs fared poorly when damaged. He put the placement of the boosters around the center of gravity, with a slight downward shift. This subtle effect caused the mech to tilt a little upwards when the boosters burned at full force. Vess aimed to achieve such an effect so that the mech could traverse forwards with lighter footsteps, making it easier to go over uneven terrain. If he went the opposite direction and allowed the boosters to push the mech downwards, then they gave it a much better grip. This let the mech take sharper turns at the cost of a reduced speed and increased stresses on the frame. While better control over the direction is nice, it's not worth it if my mech loses too much speed. Since the priority is to close the distance from point A to point B as fast as possible, then it's better to go for straight-line acceleration. In essence, Vess turned his variant into a rocket. One that was really good for flying in a somewhat straight line and nothing else. He figured the mech should have enough grip to make last-second turns in case its target abruptly dodged. Once he finished working on the boosters, he took a step back and looked at his light mech killer. While it should largely function as envisioned, Vess thought it lacked a certain punch. The octagon's default spear looks kind of skinny. The spear was meant for opportunistic stabbings when the octagon moved widely from side to side. In order to facilitate penetration, the shape of the spear was as thick and pointy as possible. Overall, it looked like an oversized toothpick. Such a slim design did not fit with his current design. If his mech engaged its boosters and caught up with a light mech, the incredible momentum behind its spear thrust could easily lose control over its weapon by over-penetrating the opening blow. Not only would the spear sink in too deep, the damage was also limited as most of the damage was concentrated in a small area instead of being spread out from the point of impact. Letting the spear keep its current shape wasted a perfectly good opportunity to deal a hammering blow. He edited the spear's design to make the shaft sturdier and the spear point a little broader. Now that Vess applied these quick changes, the spear was able to transfer kinetic energy better at the moment of impact. The variant design now neared its completion. Still, Vess thought it lacked a certain amount of presence. Right now, it merely looked like an overly slimmed-down medium mech. He did not want to give his variant a wimpy appearance. Aesthetics mattered. Plenty of mechs with mediocre specifications got sold every day due to looking good. I forgot to include the festive cloud generator as well. Vess really liked the effect of the cloud generator. Not only did it add a little flair, it also acted as a badge for his home planet. Other pilots from Cloudy Curtain should instantly recognize what he had done, and were hopefully more inclined to buy his virtual mechs as a result. In his view, he had two choices to place his cloud generator. The most distinct features of his variant was its boosters and its spear. If I place the cloud generator on the back, it'd be kind of boring. It also draws needless attention to the rear. The last thing I want to do is place a psychological suggestion that enemies should focus on attacking its back. Instead, he turned to the rather interesting challenge of incorporating the cloud generator in a spear. Vess made some estimates and found that it was possible if he chose the slimmest cloud generator. He could incorporate the main generator in the handle of the spear without affecting the spear's front integrity. However, the spear wouldn't look very cool if the butt end of the spear released vapor. So Vess edited the spear's design again and led a small and narrow line from the back of the spear all the way to the front. The integrity of the spear wasn't affected too much if the tunnel was carved in the middle of the shaft. He added a number of small exhausts right behind the spearhead. Inspired by the unique look of a certain style of ancient spears, Vess dyed the vapor in a bright red color. Backdropped by the black spear and silver chrome mech, the red should make for a powerful contrast when the machine charged forward. Kind of like a knight, though a poorly armored one at that. When Vess inputted his mech in a couple of simulation, he found himself impressed. The mere addition of that streak of red dramatically enhanced the presence of the mech. When the machine charged forward with its boosters employed to their maximum, the mech resembled an unstoppable meteor. It was a much more flattering look than the unstable rocket-like appearance the action previously resembled. In order to enhance this illusion, Vess coated the mecha's frame with a couple of colorful red streaks. The additional touch also distinguished his new variant from the base model, so people wouldn't confuse it with a regular octagon. I think that's it. Well, system, what do you think? Design evaluation, Speed Demon. Variant name, O225CS Speed Demon. Base model, Octagon O225C. Original manufacturer, Globe L-Star Corporation. Weight classification, Extreme Medium Light. Recommended role, Anti-Light Mech. Armor, D+. Carrying capacity, F. Aesthetics, B. Endurance, C. Energy efficiency, C. Flexibility, A. Firepower, E. Integrity, C. Mobility, A. Spotting, D+. X-Factor, E. Deviance, 30%. Performance improvement, 7%. Cost efficiency, -14%. Overall evaluation, the Speed Demon provides an alternative piloting style that does not fully live up to its concept. Too much performance has been sacrificed in order to achieve the desired speed and impact damage. You have received 5 design points for completing an original design. You have received 100 design points for designing a mech with a trace of X-Factor. Shit. The Speed Demon, as he named it, did not perform as well as he envisioned. While it differed drastically from the base model, it did not offer a superior performance if comparing their respective performances in the battlefield. In other words, the Speed Demon was different, not better. Having come off from designing the Mist Prowler with a small but clear improvement in performance, Vess thought he let himself down. I shaved off too much armor. In hindsight, I should have picked a more appropriate armor system that performs better when applied thinly. Vess wanted to avoid spending more of his dwindling credits than he already had, so he declined to purchase yet another system. The boosters were bad enough. If he kept spending his credits like a garden hose, he'd quickly end up broke to the point where he needed to draw some cash from his piggy bank to make up for the shortfall. Even the X-Factor is a little weaker than in my last mech. He already felt as if this aspect wasn't as good as his last one. Vess clearly enjoyed designing the formidable and unique-looking Mist Prowler. The challenges he faced in forming and optimizing its modular armor scheme were fulfilling. In comparison, the Speed Demon was more of an exercise in frustration. He gnawed his teeth many times trying to find a way to shed weight without paying too much for the loss. The negative emotions must have influenced the intent he put into his design. All in all, Vess learned a lesson with his latest design. He shouldn't bite off more than he could chew if he wanted to earn lots of DP. Still, I learned quite a bit from this experience. I've gained a much better appreciation of the difficulties involved in forcibly increasing the speed of a mech. Despite the disappointing performance of the mech, it worked well enough to be put on the virtual market. Like all his designs, Vess priced the Speed Demon as low as possible without making a loss. As he wanted to maximize his DP gains, he gave up on making any credits from the sales of his mechs in Iron Spirit. My second commission should be coming soon. I wonder how long Marcella plans to wait before passing me another order. He could only be patient and trust his broker to pull through with her search for clients. So far, from what he heard, the Phoenix Cry acquitted itself well in its first real combat operation. At the very least, Captain Carruthers hadn't called back and hollered his ears off. The mech was technically sound. A week had passed during the time Vess designed the Speed Demon. That was enough time for Vess to receive his scheduled security upgrades. A number of heavily armed shuttles bearing the markings of Soniol Ablin Security Services arrived from Freslin to his workshop. Technicians, security experts and many loading bots debarked from the vehicles and started unloading their gear. Robin greeted Vess at his doorstep. "Your Cyberobo package has arrived. We'll be taking around a day to set it all up. Do we have permission to scan your workshop and dive into your software? If you wish to keep some files confidential, I can give you time to make backups. I've already done so. Feel free to take apart my computers. Just put them back together when you're done." In truth, Vess kept pretty much all of his sensitive design files in his Mech Designer system. While he was pretty much putting all of his eggs in one basket, at least he had full control over it at all times. Under the watchful eye of Vess, the experts of the SAS went to work with care. While the loader bot started to place sensors, electric fencing, and other nifty gadgets, the human personnel scoured the workshop for any nefarious devices. "Our team reports nothing untoward has been detected so far, Mr. Larkin's son." That lifted a weight off his back. That's reassuring. He was not in the clear yet. When the experts finished scanning the rooms and hallways, they started to inspect his gear. His computer terminal where he did most of his virtual work was taken apart. The computer expert carefully scanned each and every chip, cable and even the screws. Then he put it back together and started the terminal up. Using his own specialized software, He-Man carefully dug deep within the terminal's data. "I've detected a couple of dormant vulnerabilities," the expert said. "I've taken care of them all." Vess wasn't too worried about that. He only used his terminal to perform research and access Iron Spirit's market interface. Any hacker who got into his computer system could only read his browsing history. As for using his account to log into Iron Spirit, the game didn't allow anyone to log in without a second process of verification, such as a neural pattern scan. Vess left the computer nerd to his work and instead visited the main work hall. Most of the security experts were present here. With the help of their own disassembly bots, they took the 3D printer and assembler apart. They tediously went over each part and noted any abnormalities. So far, the only deviations from the standard that they found could be chalked to wear and tear. A pair of other computer experts scoured the software of the systems for any irregularities. Fortunately, they found nothing serious. The only problems they found were non-standard repairs for broken parts and a few odd software tweaks that raised performance at the risk of more malfunctions. These modifications were left from the previous owner of the machines. As they didn't intentionally sabotage the complex machines, Vess opted to keep them as they were. He only planned to keep them for a decade at most. Chapter 57. Ominous Warnings. As Miss Robin from the SAS supervised the work, she also approached Vess for a talk. As a mech designer, when do you think we will switch to the next generation? Taken aback by the question, Vess needed a moment to think through his answer. It won't happen too soon. We can milk our current generation for at least 10 years. We mech designers don't like to see the value of our work plummet before we extracted as much value out of it as possible. I'm sure the big manufacturers are colluding to keep this generation alive as long as possible. The security consultant nodded. That fits with our internal assessment. However, the new technologies employed by the advanced states have already leaked out a little bit. We do not believe the mech industry can stand in the way to progress very long. Why are you asking about this? Are you planning to upgrade your security hardware? For sure, and more besides that. You may not have heard about this seeing as you're young, but the mech and security markets are at their busiest just before the generational switch. That sounded strange to Vess. Why is that so? The new mechs aren't out yet. Why waste their money on goodies that will just turn last gen a few years later? A smirk appeared on Robin's narrow face. Oh, they aren't investing in new equipment, they are draining their existing stock as they wage wars and engage in high-risk ventures. Consider this. When was the last time the Veja Kingdom and the Bright Republic went to war? That was about 30 years ago. Right when? Oh. 30 years ago was roughly a decade before the switch to the current generation. The war between both nations were by all accounts brutal, though both sides tried to minimize battles near large population centers. Mech pilots, support troops and logistical personnel suffered the most casualties in that war. The worst thing about the war was that it ended inconclusively, just like all the previous wars between the two local rivals. A few planets changed hands and a couple of small cities got wiped off the map. The Bright Republic got a little worse off than the Veja Kingdom, but that didn't prevent the Republic from touting that they held the line against the foreign aggressors. As a friend in the industry, I advise you to keep your eyes peeled. The impending conflict might not escalate into a war between states, but you will see plenty of provocations and reprisals in the news. I'm sure the SAS will be exceptionally busy during the coming times, and so will you. If it comes to it, you might find yourself drafted. That sounded like his worst nightmare. If Vess got pulled away from his workshop, he could not generate any revenue or earn DP. While there were several provisions built into his contracts that allowed him to pause some aspects if the draft came for him, it still didn't leave him with much choice. If he came back years later with no money to invest in new equipment, he'd be stuck with obsolete assets that generated almost no value. Luckily, I've been awarded with a privileged status. The government shouldn't treat me too poorly. Robin looked at him with a skeptical eye. Don't think you can get a free pass with your award. On the contrary, the bureaucrats value privileged citizens even more. They get assigned to the highest priority missions, which can be good or bad for you. The pay and conditions you receive are generous, but the risks of getting caught under fire is very likely. Vess already gulped at those words. He wasn't cut out to fight. He had given up his dream of becoming a mech pilot long ago and had fully adjusted to a civilian mentality. Give him a gun and he'd be liable to shoot off his foot. He also realized he was out of touch with the core Larkin-son family. He'd bet Melinda and the other serving pilots in the family already knew about this. Perhaps Melinda assumed he knew as well. The people of Sonyol-Ablin packed up their gear when they finished beefing up the security. Vess eagerly said goodbye to Robin and her people as they boarded their much emptier shuttles and flew back to Freslin. Though the people hadn't found anything egregiously wrong, it might happen anytime in the future once he built up a name. Speaking of which, when will Marcella deliver the next order? In the week since he sold his first Mark Antony, he came to enjoy spending money. He wished the ex-pilot turned saleswoman would work a little faster in managing his sales. He didn't agree to give her a 20% commission for nothing. Does she even want the money? He declined to pick up his comm and call her personally. It indicated a lack of trust and an abundance of insecurity on his part. He'd wait another week. What should I do now? His disappointing result from his last design put him in a bad mood. As Vess realized the importance of maintaining a positive outlook when designing a mech, he needed to spend some time doing something else in order to regain his cheer. A mech designer is much like an artist in that aspect. He figured as he looked over Lucky as the cat still slept like a log. If we're not in the mood, we'll always be creating a work that misses the mark. Everyone considered mech design to be an intricate craft. Though the big transgalactic corporations turned the industry into a mass market, small independent designers still had a chance to compete with the help of the Mech Trade Association. Speaking of the MTA, I never really looked into them when I started my business. Perhaps they have some advice for me and my situation. As Vess had an abundance of free time, he skipped the terminal and instead hailed an aircab to Orinoco, the capital of Cloudy Curtain. The trip lasted a couple of hours due to the time it took to travel from one side of the planet to the other side. If Vess was in a hurry, he could pay for a trip on an entry-reentry shuttle, but the expense wasn't worth it if it only shaved off an hour of travel time. Having visited the MTA before during his first certification, a receptionist greeted him without fanfare. "Mr. Larkin's son, how may I help you? I've been in the business a few months, but I'm not entirely familiar with the norms and regulations surrounding mech design and production. Could you have someone guide me with the information that would be most useful to a beginner like me?" The receptionist pursed her lips. "That is a highly unusual request for our branch. The advisors in Bentheim are much more equipped to address your needs. Hang on for a moment, I'll check with my manager." After a short wait, the receptionist came back. "The administrative director would like to meet you in his office. He expressed some interest in Cloudy Curtain's first mech producer." Vess agreed to the request. He figured talking with someone who could call himself a director knew a thing or two about the traditions of the mech industry. "Am I meeting with Ryan Baldwin again?" "Ah, no. Mr. Baldwin is the officer in charge of combat operations. He's the military leader of our branch." "Got it." Led by the receptionist, he entered the lift and rode it to the top of the office building. He exited to a clean and elegant-looking hall. The enormous room took up the entire top floor, and was replete with windows and artwork. Every single nuance of design spoke of privilege and superiority. "Don't mind the decor." An elderly voice came from the luxurious chair at the other end of the giant office. "It sometimes pays to impress the locals, but I'm sure I don't need to awe you with our association's prestige." As Vess was not entirely a country bumpkin, he quickly shrugged off the oppressive atmosphere. He had seen much worse when he studied in Rittersburg. The capital planet of the Republic reeked of elitism. Compared to his experiences there, the MTA director's office clearly appeared sober and tasteful. Vess took a seat in the only available chair. He felt like a little schoolboy summoned in front of the principal for a lecturing. "So you are the young man who bravely started a mech business in Cloudy Curtain. Curious. Can I ask you why you founded your business here rather than in a more developed planet?" He took deep breath and spoke evenly. "The tax incentives are very attractive here. This is my home, and I'm familiar with the planet. Bentheim is a strange place that I've only stepped foot in once, so I was not inclined to join their crowded mech market. Besides, shipping between the two planets is fast and doesn't cost too much. I'm rather surprised more businesses haven't taken advantage of the friendly business climate here. It is because Cloudy Curtain is naked and vulnerable." The administrator spoke as he finally turned around to face Vess. His white-bearded visage gave the distinguished man an authoritative air. From his accent and appearance, he clearly came from a more advanced human state. The best security this dirtball of a planet can offer is a bunch of criminal mercenaries who are more proficient in drinking themselves to stupor than fending off a serious pirate attack. The director had a point. As the public port of the Republic, the Mech Corps regarded its security very highly. His cousin Melinda was just one in many thousands in the Planetary Guard. No troublemaker could kick up a storm and get away with it for long. As for Cloudy Curtain, Perhaps a rogue mercenary gang could easily wipe out Freslin and have plenty of time to escape before the authorities got their asses in gear. I haven't thought about that, sir. Vess plainly admitted, though he sounded a touch defiant. I'm not moving my business, though. My mech boutique is tiny. It's not worth robbing. The older man smiled at him. You have a backbone at least. That is good. Those who bend too easily in adversity do not make good entrepreneurs. Since you are worth my time, you can call me Justin Chandler. Leave out director or sir. Yes, Mr. Chandler. Vess replied politely. He relished the chance to question a senior official of the MTA. I have a couple of questions. Do you mind if I can ask them? Ask away. First, do you know any way of obtaining a production license cheaper than what's available on the open market? Chandler shook his head. There are ways, but none that apply to you. Through shortcuts, connections, and improper methods, many mech designers have gotten their hands on these licenses. I believe that you yourself have received a couple of old production licenses as grants. Once or twice is okay. But don't base your business model around these easy licenses. A successful designer must stand on their own feet and create a completely original design to achieve a lasting presence in the market. The old man made sense, Vess thought. But what about component production licenses? They still cost hundreds of millions of credits. Is that much? I don't think so. I don't have insight in your accounting, but I am rather sure that this sum won't be a problem for you to acquire. You need to put in the hard work and keep up at it diligently. If you are a good designer, your earnings will reflect that. If you are at a point where you are constantly worrying about being able to pay for licenses and upgrades, then you are just not good enough. The advice sounded harsh, but true. If Vess was any random mech designer, he might have been cowed. With the assurance of the system, Vess knew he'd outgrow his novice mech designer status any day. He was very confident of his future. You're right. I shouldn't worry too much about it. I've only achieved one mech sale so far, but I expect that my sales will pick up. Perhaps I will make a couple of other variants that will enhance my earnings. As long as you are not at the end of your rope, you have many opportunities to achieve success. Vess turned to his next question. All of my resources come from the MTA's internal market. I'm paying out of my nose for the raw materials required to produce a mech. I've been wondering if you can help me connect with a few suppliers to reduce my expenses. You will not attract any fixed suppliers at your scale. Chandler shook his head again. Unless you have formidable backing or an excellent referral, do not dream of negotiating better terms. The upstream industries think and operate on a scale unimaginable by your standards. A one-man startup like yours does not even qualify a second's worth of attention of their sales department. So it's impossible for me to get more favorable prices anywhere. That is not true. You can look closer and look at the local industries in Cloudy Curtain and the surrounding Star provinces. This region is poor and undeveloped, which means that most of the local mining and processing is done by small and medium enterprises, family businesses, and cooperatives. The relative negotiating power between the two of you will be a lot less skewed. That could work out, though I won't be able to source the more exotic resources from local suppliers. I can send you a list of references to approach some of these suppliers. I'm sure my name will open some doors for you. The favor Director Chandler bestowed to him was substantial. Vess was deeply appreciative of the gesture. Thank you, Mr. Chandler. That is something I've always racked my brains about. Receiving your reference helps me avoid a lot of pitfalls. The two discussed a lot of other, minor topics. Vess and Chandler went over issues such as the production of munitions, bad idea, the cost of insurance, way too much, what to do when getting drafted, demand postponement of debt and any other time-sensitive issues, and more. The conversation was productive. While Chandler rarely gave out an answer that satisfied Vess, the fog in front of his mech designer career had parted a little. He no longer became mystified when faced with certain questions. At the end of the meeting, Chandler sent a couple of useful books to his mail. It pays to read up on the relevant laws. Always remember that mech designers invent killing machines, not glamorous toys. Although it does not look like it, we of the MTA take a very dim view to any mishandling of dangerous weapons. Vess gulped at that last warning. Understood. I will be sure to treat my physical products seriously. Oh, I'm not worried about you. Instead, I'd keep a closer eye on your friends and associates if I were you. Whether the advice was of any use in the future or not, Vess didn't know. He said goodbye to the insightful director and slowly left the opulent office. The director kept his sagely eyes on the young designer as he entered the lift and rode it back to the ground floor. Chapter 58. Profligate. Profligate. Lucky finally woke up the day after Vess visited the MTA. The cat appeared to slink in a satisfying manner, as if he ate the biggest fish in the universe. Vess gave his pet the stink eye. So, you got anything to say? Meow. The cat acted cute and brushed its smooth body against his legs. Vess let go of his irritation and just picked up the cat and hugged him in his arms. It was easy to forgive the loss as he never really owned the strange material in the box to start with. He suspected the advanced alloy may have been meant for Lucky in the first place. Do you feel the need to go to the litter box? Strangely enough, even after a couple of hours the cat never visited the toilet or his backyard. Vess picked up his cat again and inspected his body closely. Lucky still looked and weighed the same. He started to doubt whether anything really changed. Did the cat just eat a bunch of priceless alloys because it tasted good? He fed Lucky his usual meal of minerals and let it go out and play. Vess still had work to do. His harvest from the MTA mainly consisted of directions. He did not gain much knowledge, but he did gain avenues for further study, as well as a couple of books. He went over the 3 electronic books sent to his mail account. The 3 books all consisted of introductions to the laws concerning the production and use of mechs. The books appeared to be prepared by the MTA to give out to young mech pilots and mech designers, so the level of jargon and the depth of topics remained fairly shallow. It was the perfect set of books for Vess to familiarize himself with the laws around mechs beyond the brief lessons he received from his days in college. The first book revolved around the most important laws that govern the use of mechs in human space. It detailed the history just after the invention of mechs about 400 years ago, and explained how human space grew more chaotic with this advancement in warfare. The main point this chapter conveyed was that mechs made war easier. The ability of all human states to wage war increased substantially because mechs packed more firepower and mobility while requiring relatively less maintenance than other unit types such as planes, tanks, and infantry. It gave smaller nations a chance to stir up trouble against their larger neighbors, but it also allowed these behemoths to crush rebels thoroughly by flattening everything in their way with ease. War between the human states intensified, with conflicts happening up to 5 times more than before the invention of mechs. It led to a lot of suffering among the poor. Something needed to be changed. Naturally, as the book was published by the MTA, it predictably presented it as the savior of mankind. With hardly any explanation of how it came about, the MTA splashed onto the scene with powerful mechs and warships and suppressed the most gruesome conflicts with an even bloodier fist. Quickly, all the smaller human states got cowed while the larger nations negotiated treaties. The MTA firmly established itself as the arbiter of human conflict. The rest of the book introduced all the major laws the MTA enforced with vigor. From the prohibition on the use of starships in internal human conflict to the abolishment of nuclear, biological, and chemical weapons, pretty much all weapons capable of inflicting mass harm were limited to external defense against aliens. The only thing that really remained untouched were mechs. Vess found it peculiar why the MTA focused so much on promoting mechs and the technology behind it. They not only encouraged its use in wars, they also supported the industry behind it with licensing laws and certification services. The MTA single-handedly changed human civilization to worship mechs. For what? He asked, and was pretty sure he was not alone in asking this question. Spaceships remained the kings of power projection. What use was dominating the surface of a planet when even a middle-sized ship could bombard the hard-won location from above? The warships and the spaces serving on them were the real heroes of humanity. These invisible but vital servicemen defended the borders of human space against alien aggression every day. Yet hardly any day went past in the news without the mention of this mech or that mech. Many mech pilots stood out from the crowd and even became stars. As for warships, well, Vess could not recall a single name of a person who served on a spaceship. Even the other Larkin sons who all prided themselves as a martial family never got involved in the Navy. He eventually shrugged as he finished the book. I'm sure there's a story behind it all. The second book surprisingly dealt with the mech laws in the Greater Terran United Confederation. As a first-rate human superstate, it wielded a disproportionate amount of military power. On paper, it looked like an invincible giant that could treat all outside attacks as pinpricks. Reality proved many times that they often got the short end of the stick when battling against their eternal rivals. The new Rubath Empire smashed the Confederation's nose time and time again. The simplest explanations to this occurrence always emphasized the Empire's centralization versus the Confederation's feudal-like power structure. The real answers involved more than merely governance. As the oldest human alliance, the Confederation always consisted of a gathering of smaller substates. Though they were capable of uniting somewhat against an external aggressor, they spent most of their time and energy overcoming their local rivals. In a way, what happened inside the Confederation's borders pretty much mirrored what was happening outside. The Terran Confederation's planets and star systems were all fairly old. Lots of people lived there from generation to generation. The cities there not only reached up to the top of the atmosphere, they also dug in many reaches deep into the ground. You could imagine any conflict that would break out in such a densely populated environment resulted in a devastating loss of life. As the Terrans tried and failed to curb the widespread use of mechs to settle grudges and the like, they finally came together and figured out a compromise. The entire way of waging internal war turned from a no-holds-barred total war into a more gentlemanly way of duels and limited engagements. In short, each star system designated one empty planet or sometimes moon as the system's control area. The entity that controlled the entire planet had legitimate authority over the entire star system. For example, the ancient entity that ruled over the birthplace of mankind fortified a planet called Pluto. They made an agreement with the entire Confederation that so long as they held this tiny planet, they were entitled to rule over Earth, Mars, Venus, Mercury, and the other ancestral planets without any contention. They managed to do so since the founding of the treaty that set these rules. Naturally, not all of these so-called system rulers managed to withstand the test of time. Many weaker parties got kicked off from their designated defense planet, leading to a change in administration for those respective star systems. In practice, almost nothing changed for the commoners. Warfare got gentrified, and most of the damage and suffering got limited to the military and aristocratic classes. At the end of the read, Vess found the structure to be enlightening. Though the Terrans warped war beyond all recognition, the damage that resulted from any conflict was fairly minimal. It allowed the Terrans to preserve the majority of its strength while leaving some outlets for local rulers to vent their expansionist urges. It's good for the commoners, but I can't say it has done any good for their national culture. The image the people of other states had of the Terrans was that they were rich, lazy, and decadent. They wasted so much wealth on senseless pastimes such as playing golf with asteroids or racing in flimsy shuttles in spitting distance to a sun. Vess closed the second book and turned to the final one. It did not discuss the major laws of the new Rubath Empire or the Bright Republic, but instead was a more practical summary of what mech designers had to watch out for. He already knew most of the contents inside, such as not incorporating someone else's technology without procuring a license and such. Still, the book also explained some things Vess was not aware of its existence. For example, the laws concerning the hiring of personnel. Mech designers were entitled to certain privileges that made them kings in their own workshops. They could impose all kinds of restrictions to their personnel, especially their mech technicians. Strict rules existed against leaking proprietary know-how that formed the basis of a mech designer's competitive advantage. It came to the point where mech technicians and junior mech designers had to choose their employer carefully. A rotten boss could use all kinds of means to pin an employee with a crime. Vess realized he potentially avoided a calamity when he declined to work from the lower rungs of a larger mech corporation. If he got lucky, he could learn all kinds of tricks under a more experienced designer. But if his luck was lousy, his boss could treat him like a slave and get away with it. Even in the Bright Republic, which prided itself as a bastion of civilization in this barren star sector, the circumstances mech technicians had to face were very tough. Only the technicians from the Mech Corps and from the more generous Mercenary Corps enjoyed substantial rights. It's all about squeezing the maximum amount of value out of their employees. Only the most talented and the most connected get promoted. The rest have to toil for their entire lives in the same position. That was reality in a universe where automated production with bots and alias took care of most of the heavy lifting. The MTA already did its best to encourage smaller artisan mech manufacturers to find their footing in this cutthroat industry. Vess finished the final book at the end of the day. Though his ability to design and fabricate a mech hadn't improved, his comprehension of the workings of the universe deepened. He learned more about the rationale behind some rules and was able to adjust his future direction in light of new information. He went to sleep and digested the knowledge. The next day, Vess received some good news. The second order for his Mark Antony finally arrived. Marcella contacted Vess directly for a talk. Your newest client is someone special. Special in what way? Marcella looked as if she was constipated. He's the grandson of the majority shareholder of the Rickling Corporation. While he has more than enough money to spend around, he has posed quite a few demands. You will need to be flexible and do your best to accommodate his requests if you wish to keep him as a client. That sounded completely opposite to his first client, who had a practical use for his mech. The Rickling Corporation was the Bright Republic's main manufacturer of low-end processor chips. Practically every cheap bot and household machine featured a chip from Rickling. While the profit margins of these chips were minuscule, the sales volume was gigantic. The shareholders of the Rickling Corporation practically sat on a goldmine that churned out billions of credits in dividend each year. As a descendant of such a rich family, this new client should have very peculiar requests. Fabricating a customized mech for a rich second-generation brat was not what Vess had in mind when he got into the mech business. Still, money was money, and the customer was king. I understand. I suppose he wants to meet me. Right. You'll have to take a trip to Bentheim. I've taken care of all the scheduling and reservations. If you aren't occupied with anything, I'd like you to embark on the next inter-system shuttle. I can leave for Bentheim immediately. Vess quickly packed up a bunch of clothes and some other knickknacks. He called out Lucky and together they boarded a priority shuttle that swiftly brought them to the spaceport. As Marcella already booked him on a priority flight, Vess had no trouble getting on board a small, luxury transit shuttle. It was a medium-sized passenger vehicle that regularly shipped businessmen and well-off tourists from Cloudy Curtain to Bentheim and back. Though Vess looked a little out of place among the throng of middle-aged men and women, he casually leaned back against his comfortable seat and activated the projector in front of him to distract himself from the space flight. Lucky hung on his shoulder, sleeping yet again, the lazybones. He decided to dig up some news about his upcoming client and the Rickling Corporation. The Rickling Corporation listed in the top 50 of the Bright Republic Stock Exchange. Its profits were stable by maintaining an efficient production system that offered barely functional chips at bargain basement prices. Though other competitors offered much higher quality in their lineups, the Rickling Corporation practically ruled the bottom segment of the market, which was also the biggest slice of the pie. With huge sales volume and an immense revenue, who cared if the profit margins were thin? Even the occasional stories of bad quality control and catastrophic failures in certain devices that used a Rickling chip failed to stop the company's dominant market position in the Republic. The founders and largest shareholders of this company was the Rickling family. Though they lent their name to the company they founded, they lost control of the board of directors when an incompetent family head squandered away a big portion of his family's shares. It happened during the last war between the Bright Republic and the Veja Kingdom, so there was definitely a murky story behind it all. In the end, the Ricklin family diminished and pulled back. Despite this dark incident, the Ricklin family maintained its wealth through cunning investments. They poured most of their energy into improving their financial expertise. Now they maintained their position in Bentham's high society by relying on their profitable investment portfolio. That's rich people for you. It takes money to make money, and they have that in spades. Average people like me have to scrape for clients to earn a living. Vess looked into the family tree of the Ricklins and focused on the direct descendants. The oldest son stood out immediately. The gossip rags that plied the galactic net featured plenty of articles about the young man in question. Vincent Ricklin claims he has bedded 10 girls at a time. Is he a stud or a menace? Vinny's drug-fueled binge led to a 15-shuttle pile UP, no word yet on casualties. The Ricklin Crown Prince chickened out of a mech duel. Disgraceful. Scammed. Vincent Ricklin misplaced 300 million credits after con artists convinced him to order a non-existent yacht. Certainly, the only person from the Ricklin family that took Marcella aback was Vincent Ricklin. No other sign of this rich and powerful family could be so extravagant in his spending. From the wild incidents the gossip mongers have publicized, Vess got the idea that working with his latest client might not be a cakewalk. I sure have my work cut out for me. He sighed and mentally prepared to interact with a man who likely held no inhibitions at all. Chapter 59. Package. As Vess debarked from his shuttle with a curious Lucky in tow, his heart weighed down his mood. The articles he read about Vincent Ricklin all painted an ugly image of an irresponsible wastrel. As a serious mech designer, Vess preferred his mechs be used in the purpose they had been built. He was okay with them collecting dust in a warehouse or put on display in some kind of private garage, but to play around with them and take them too lightly was pushing it. No mech designer liked to earn a reputation for making flashy mechs that lacked substance. Though it's not as if I have a choice. That someone like Vincent considered buying a mech from a newbie was miraculous. Vess should thank the heavens for giving him another opportunity to fabricate and sell his variant. Vess took a smaller shuttle to Marcella's brokerage. She owned a nice office in downtown Durham amid many other offices of major mech manufacturers and salesmen. Bollinger's Mechs. The giant name plastered on the small 5-story office made it clear that Marcella staked her claim on the entire building. Entering it, Vess was impressed by the interior. It managed to look upscale without trying too hard at it. Subtle touches such as abstract paintings and authentic leather seats gave the place a swanky casino-like look. Simply put, the decor encouraged spending. A receptionist at the lobby directed Vess to take a private lift. It seems like all bosses took the top floor, as Vess shot straight up to the 5th story. After exiting the lift, he navigated a small hall and had security bots scan his possessions. As Vess recently learned of the importance of security, he took the precautions in stride. He finally met Marcella in person again after entering past the double doors. "Vess, good to see you again." She smiled at him from behind her desk. A pile of secure data slates sat in front of her messy desk. "Take a seat. We need to talk." After Vess took his seat, he let out the thoughts bottling up in his mind. "I thought you'd work hard to get a customer. I did not expect you to deliver me a human form bomb. There are many kinds of customers in this business. As long as they have the ability to pay, you'd better get used to serving their whims." The broker had a point, of course. Vess needed money and couldn't afford to be picky. "So tell me about the client. I take it he's the playboy that's on the news all the time." She nodded at that. "Vincent is a character. You shouldn't take everything that's on the news for granted. There's a lot going on in the Ricklin family, but they've done a good job suppressing leaks. In any case, you just need to know that while his allowance has been curbed, he won't have any problems paying for your mech." Naturally, that should be the case. Vess wasn't about to trade his mechs for favors instead of money. "Do I need to pay attention to politics while I'm meeting with Vincent?" That goes without saying. Now, don't get scared. I've been in this business for over 20 years and I'm still in one hide. As long as you keep your curiosity in check, there's nothing wrong with doing business in the big leagues. Marcella enumerated a couple of things to watch out for when talking to Vincent. Above all else, Vess had to avoid talking about the family succession. He particularly should avoid any mention of Vincent's siblings. The broker also mentioned a couple of major players who had hostile relations with the Ricklin family. Frankly, Vess found it ridiculous that he had to avoid so many topics. Still, he tried his best to remember all of the names. The last thing he wanted to do was to commit a faux pas and lose his precious commission. I've scheduled a meeting for you tomorrow morning. While it's not too late right now in Durham, I don't advise you to meet with Vincent at this hour. Nightclubs can have an unpredictable influence in your client's mood. That makes sense. I'm not in a hurry, so I can wait. Do you have a place to sleep? While Marcella offered him a hotel, Vess was fine with using her spare bedroom in the rear of her office floor to crash in. He played around with Lucky for an hour while thinking about the information he gathered so far. This commission reeked of trouble. This is probably like interacting with the little boss, only 10 times worse. In the perspective of some people, large rich families like the Ricklins were just thugs in waistcoats. They usually relied on wealth and legitimate power to get their way, but weren't afraid to get their hands dirty if necessary. The next day, Vess took the shuttle alone to a private mansion where Vincent currently lived. He evidently trashed the previous 4 mansions he lived in after he got kicked out from the home of his parents. Fortunately, the structure was intact. The gates and fences looked menacing and high-tech, but once security cleared his entry, he encountered a majestic Terran-style mansion. White painted walls, imported tiles and brilliant glassworks dominated the decor. Everything about it spoke of sophistication. There was no way Vincent had any hand in its design. An old gentleman who served as Vincent's personal assistant led him to an indoor sports arena where Vincent was boxing against a bot. The artificial boxing bot fought back with brutal intensity. Even if its entire body was padded, the force of its steady strikes were so punishing that if Vess faced its punch, all of his teeth would be knocked out. Ha! Vincent took a glancing blow in exchange for delivering a solid smack against the bot's face. The robot's head shined yellow as it indicated the amount of damage it received. Again! As the man and the bot exchanged punches with each other, Vess already encountered his first unexpected surprise. The media often labeled Vincent as a lazy coward, but the effort he put up in his boxing was anything but cowardly. Still, Vess chalked up Vincent's fitness to his family's rich resources. Anyone could develop his body to peak performance with genetic therapy and lots of drugs. After Vincent finally called it quits, he threw away his boxing gear and disrobed right in front of Vess and the PA. Embarrassed, Vess turned around while a bot appeared from somewhere and blasted Vincent with cleaning gel. After a dozen seconds passed, the cleaning bot disappeared and a clothing bot took its place. Luxurious fabrics made out of highly resilient fibers spun themselves together under the highly advanced bot's direction until Vincent's clothes materialized in full. "Who's the nerd?" was the first thing that came out of the client's mouth. "Sir, this is the mech designer you have requested to build your latest mech." "Oh right, you brought me the spare." "Peter." Vincent spat a big glob of spit at the floor of the boxing ring. "That asshole Edwin thinks he's too hot to sell me his products, and that fucking bitch Patricia won't even pick up my calls. They are designer-sponsored and affiliated with much more formidable forces than ours. Mr. Larkin's son here is the second-place winner of the Fusion Cup. His abilities may not be on par to theirs, but he should be sufficient for your wishes. Most importantly, he is an individual entrepreneur as is not beholden to any faction." Vincent stared at Vess as if he was a bug. "So, do you think you are good enough?" "That is your choice. The spec sheet of my product is available on the net. I'm sure you can see it's a mech that can keep up with others at its price point. Gutsy thing to say for a nerd. Follow me." The assistant and Vess followed after Vincent as he stomped away from the sports hall and entered some kind of recreation room. Pool tables, sim pods, and all manner of entertainment were strewn about with no rhyme or reason. The Ricklin scion headed towards a fully stocked bar and began to hand mix his own drinks. I like to do this myself, you see. Letting the bots mix your drinks always gives you the exact same taste. Consistency is too boring. I like to seek out new thrills every day. Vess wondered if this had anything to do with the mech he was making for his client. Now, I didn't ask to be born a potentate. It sure raised a lot of voices when I tested positive for the aptitude to pilot mechs. I've been puzzling about it for a while, and I recently decided to accept it and roll with it. Do you understand what I'm saying? Not really, but Vess wasn't about to admit that. Instead, he ventured out a guess. You seek something unconventional in a mech. Exactly. The mainstream mechs are so boring. As far as I'm concerned, the pilots who buy standard military mechs aren't cut out to be aces. You have to shed your fears and embrace your risks. That's also exactly why I went off the beaten path and found your mech. It's a Caesar Augustus but with crappy armor. That's so unique. Vess gently coughed in his hand. Mr. Ricklin, while I'm sure my product is a satisfactory mech, shouldn't someone as eminent as you afford a better variant? The playboy's face immediately lost its excitement and took an awkward expression. Vess realized he asked a question he shouldn't have. Fortunately, his personal assistant came to the rescue. We're strictly controlling our expenses. Our allocated budget for a new mech does not allow for the procurement of a top-of-the-line mech. Your product satisfies my client's demands while remaining within his acceptable price range. Vess could read between the lines. It appeared Daddy or Granddaddy Ricklin had enough of Vincent's shenanigans and cut off his astronomical allowance. Vincent was probably squirming mentally at the thought of having to penny pinch like a regular human being. My design is already a finalized design. It is not easy to modify parts of it without making sure it won't adversely affect its performance. Vincent didn't appear pleased at those words, but Vess found it important to add the disclaimer. I don't care about minor setbacks. If I can't look cool while I'm piloting a mech, what's the point of their existence anyway? There's a lot of dorky-looking mechs out there. I'd rather die than be caught in something a bunch of virgins fantasized about in bed. At least your mech looks sufficiently cool. I like the whole ancient Roman theme. I just have a couple of suggestions. Vess groaned internally. It appeared the only reason why Vincent even considered buying his mech was because it looked too cool. He guessed most of the so-called dorky-looking mechs were specialized models designed to excel in a specific area. Sure, they might look odd, but these models enjoyed plenty of sales as many pilots recognized their merits. All right, Vincent, let's hear it. I'll see if it's workable to add your ideas into a modified design. The socialite finished mixing something red and bubbly. He took a swig of his drink and yelled masculine ecstasy. Now that's more like it. Ahem, yeah, about the mech. First up, it needs a cape. A cape? Fuck man, your mech already looks like a pimp, it just needs a cape to complete the ensemble. Trust me, it looks fucking great if your mech has a cape. It has to be red of course, or else it won't fit with the theme. Make it long and flowy, and don't think about using cheap fabric. If you need access to something fancy, I can refer you to a few friends I know. Vess didn't take the suggestion seriously, but he was forced to consider the practicalities of using a cape. Any normal fabric would tear easily if the mech mistakenly stepped on it. If Vess wanted to preserve the cape when the mech who wore it only performed light duties, then Vess had to pick something synthetic and a little stronger. I'll need to investigate what kind of specialized fabrics I can use to form the cape, so I might take you up on your offer. That's great. The cape's really my top priority here. Another thing I'd like to add is decorative lighting. Come on, all my sports cars turn into babe magnets as soon as I turn on the bling. Why no one ever thought to make a mech as flashy as possible is beyond me. Right, I need lots of lights running on the frame, and better add a couple of super-duper powered searchlights to the head. There were lots of reasons why mech designers refused to incorporate decorative lighting in their designs. Not only did they add vulnerabilities to the armor and electrical system of a mech, they also pointed a giant's hit me a sign on their frames. It was apparent such arguments were lost to the client. I can figure something out. Give me a day to draft a bunch of sketches of possible design schemes. Right. You're okay for a nerd, Vincent said as he took yet another swig of his drink. Okay, the cape and the lights are just to pave the way. Now sit tight, because I'm going to reveal my secret idea to you. If you know what's good for you, then keep it for yourself. Clear? Clear. Vincent grinned slyly at Vess. Since you're a mech designer, you must have heard how smart people say that mechs are built to resemble humans, right? Well, ever since I got roped into learning how to pilot one, I can see what these old people are saying. There's just one thing that's nagging me every time I step behind the cockpit. And that is? The mech pilot thrust out his hips and grabbed at his front end. This. My package. For once, Vess was speechless. He literally couldn't form any response to this insane idea. Now, I don't mean to get arrested for streaking with my mech. You should design some mech pants or whatever to keep it kid-friendly and all. Just make sure that when I'm out and about with my new mech, girls will be able to judge the goods, if you know what I mean. There was so many things wrong with this completely impractical demand. While Vincent kept espousing the benefits of boasting an enhanced mech, Vess turned his gaze towards the playboy's silent personal assistant. Vess managed to convey an expression that went along the lines of, "Are you kidding me?" To his credit, the old man was unflappable and never hinted at any disrespect for his young master. His eyes were sharp as a hawk and he seemed to suggest that Vess better take his master's request seriously. What Vess would rather do was to take the strongest drinks of Vincent's bar and gulp it all down. He could already foresee his reputation going down the drain if he continued to cooperate with Vincent. Chapter 60. Capricious. Vincent Ricklin unbelievably went on for about 10 minutes on the importance of manhood in mechs. He really believed almost all mechs were gender neutral. As a bona fide man, Vincent hated the thought of mentally castrating himself whenever he piloted a mech. Naturally, someone immersed in mechs such as Vess had no problem with the lack of gender indications. Mechs were only designed to emulate the human form in order to perform better as a war machine. Adding unnecessary extensions such as hair, skin, or gender expressions did not add anything to a mecha's battle performance. Frankly, only an extremely vain pilot who cared more for his looks than his battle record could demand something like this. Vess had the misfortune of making a mech for this kind of person. This is an extremely complicated addition. Let me think about it for a day or two. It's not easy to add mass in the front part of the waist. Actually, Vess wanted to ditch Vincent and go back to Marcella and demand they drop him as a client. Vinny was only up to his third request and already the envisioned mech turned impractical. His comm beeped with a priority message. Vess halted Vincent's rant with a raised palm. Sorry Vincent, I set my comm to notify me if there's something extremely urgent going on. Can I take this call? Sure. I'll just mix another drink, Vinny said casually as he turned his back and grabbed a couple of random bottles on the shelves. His mail did not receive a message from Marcella, Melinda, or any other acquaintance. Instead, he received a plain text message from an account named The System. Mission. Gender change operation. Difficulty, C rank. Prerequisites, none. Description. A mech designer never cowers before a challenge. To be a successful designer is to be adventurous in testing new concepts. To complete this mission, you must satisfy your client's wishes and deliver a mech he can cherish as his personal war steed. Reward, random attribute candy worth 0.5 attribute points, 3,000 design points. The mech designer's eyes bulged when he read through the message. The Capricious system proactively gave him another mission. While that might not always be bad due to the generous rewards it always offered, but this time it meant continuing to work with the Ricklin boy. He really needed the rewards. He'd regret it for the rest of his life if he passed them by in his haste to avoid a troublesome client. That 3000 DP looked very tasty considering Vess would need to spend months just to accumulate that much. Vess slowly relaxed his body. He couldn't always run away from his customers no matter how unseemly they behaved. It was better to take on the challenge as best he could and treat it as another training exercise. He took a deep breath and faced Vincent again. Did you suggest this idea to any other mech designer? PFFF. Vincent spat out disgruntledly, spilling out a few drops of alcohol in the process. I got a hold of Patricia Schneider. When I tried to impress her of my genius plan, she straight up shut her comm. Now, she won't even answer me back after 1,000,000 calls. No wonder she rejected Vincent to the point of ignoring him. Besides the obvious, the mere suggestion that a mech designer add some mass to a mecha's front waist was an idiotic idea with no possible merit. Yet Vess started to consider it seriously. In fact, he changed his entire mindset and suppressed his skeptical viewpoint. He had to throw away pretty much all rational thoughts in order to entertain Vincent's outlandish ideas. While it's difficult to, enhance a mecha's endowment, it would be easier if it's made of flexible material. Are you amenable to using fluids or a sponge-like material? It will be much easier to realize, and you will have the flexibility to vary the size while you're piloting your mech. Fuck yes! That's a fantastic suggestion. Just don't make it too soft or fragile. The last thing I want to happen is letting my manhood deflate like a balloon. All right, let's settle for these points. Vess hastily said, trying to push this little session to a close before Vincent mentioned something even more outlandish. After all, you don't want your customized mech to be too burdened with bling. Vinny blinked a little as he finished his latest drink. He burped loudly, allowing the raw alcoholic smell to waft over Vess. Whatever you say, man. Adding all of what I've mentioned so far is pretty good enough. It'll surely pump up my personal mech up there at the top of the cool chart. The increasingly drunk playboy started to drift off as he grew increasingly drunk. Vess tried to disengage himself from the conversation several times, only to be pulled back as Vinny vented his frustrations about what he thought were uncool mechs. It took well over an hour before Vess hurriedly stepped out of Vincent's mansion. He heard more than enough opinions about how mechs should really look like according to the Ricklin Scion. At least he came out of the lengthy exchange with had a very good picture of Vincent's aesthetic tastes. He wished he could get on the next passenger shuttle back to Cloudy Curtain, but he reconsidered after a moment. If he wanted to complete the system's mission as best as possible, then it was crucial that he frequently consult with his client in order to avoid taking a wrong turn. Thus, he called up Marcella on his comm and asked her for a secure workplace where he could customize his design in peace. Absolute security doesn't exist, you know, but I can tell you that Durham's MTA branch rents out the most trustworthy design studios. It'll cost you a bit, but I'll call ahead and cover the cost for you as a favor. Just don't let Vincent down. It won't do your reputation any good if you drop the ball with your second produced mech. I know. Despite Vincent's many eccentricities, I'm determined to make it work. Just make sure you charge him enough to make it worthwhile. Oh, don't worry about that, Vess. As long as he's happy, he'll bleed his credits until he's dry. They both chuckled at each other. Vess and Marcella were of one mind when it concerned earning as much credits as possible. Vess rerouted his shuttle to go on a straight path towards the MTA. It only took a couple of minutes to reach a sprawling complex an entire neighborhood wide. Security was extremely stringent here. The shuttle automatically descended and landed on a security pad. Bots led by a human inspector meticulously searched the shuttle and him for any dangers. It was a bit unpleasant, but necessary. You're clear to go. Vess resumed his trip as he looked around. This was his first time visiting the MTA's main branch in the Bright Republic. The tiny outpost in Cloudy Curtain paled in comparison to the might and resources of the Bentheim branch. A great number of mech stables dotted the area. He imagined the MTA likely possessed the second most numerous mechs of any single power. Only the Republic's Mech Corps had stationed more mechs on this planet. When he finally reached the reception hall, he hopped out the shuttle and took a constantly curious Lucky with him into the structure. The entire building was built to impress. Built in a refracting glass and crystal style, it seemingly emanated that the MTA was an open place where knowledge was shared freely. However, some might interpret it more nefariously and suggest that no one could hide anything from their watchful eyes. In any case, besides the system, Vess had nothing to hide. Though the system still nested deep inside his comm, he wasn't too worried about keeping it a security. No casual security sweep could ever detect it and its remarkable properties. Ah, good evening, Mr. Larkin's son. I see you are registered in Cloudy Curtain. How can I help? I'm here on business customizing a design for a client. I'd like to rent a secure design studio. I'm sure an associate of mine has already booked one for my use. Can you check it out? Ah, I see. Mrs. Bollinger has just registered a secure suite for you. The secretary swiped her hand, allowing a small green projection to emerge from the reception desk. Please follow the virtual guide to reach your assigned destination. Have a good evening. The ball slowly hovered away from the desk and out the hall. Vess followed leisurely after the green ball as it led deeper into the MTA's periphery. The core areas were all closed to outsiders, but the outer areas of the complex was already sufficiently large that it took 15 minutes of walking before he reached his destination. He clearly reached a section specialized in providing services to mech designers. He saw plenty of interesting structures such as a library, a financial services consultancy, a junkyard filled with spare parts and more. The structure that held the design studios, on the other hand, looked fairly plain in comparison. After another security scan, Vess finally entered the enclosed hallways and entered his assigned studio. The electronically isolated room was fairly Spartan in appearance. Besides a seat, a desk and a terminal, it held little else. Vess could only barely spot the high-fidelity projectors in the walls and ceilings that allowed him to look at his designs in utmost detail. These systems were leagues ahead of the cheap consumer projectors in his own workshop. He turned on the terminal and swiped the design of the Mark Antony into its temporary storage. The professional projectors turned alive. A grand mech came into existence in the middle of the room. The resolution and fidelity of the projection astounded Vess. He even touched it experimentally and could feel a soft resistance from his fingers. The degree of this simulation exceeded his expectations. A small smirk appeared on his lips. The MTA sure is extravagant in everything they do. Witnessing this small wonder helped Vess adjust his mood. After learning an important lesson from designing the Speed Demon, Vess knew he could not keep dwelling on what he couldn't do. Designing a mech was a labor of love. If he didn't love it as he built up its design, then it wouldn't be brought to life as a happy mech. He considered the design process to be akin to raising a child. The so-called child in this case was just a mech, but it was still somewhat capable of inheriting the mental disposition of the designer. If he hated the design process and constantly cursed it in frustration, then his mech wouldn't have a good future, just like a child who grew up to be a troublemaker. All right, enough adjusting. Let's get to work. Vess wanted to address the easiest points first, so he started with the cape. In essence, Vess could finish the job in a minute by just picking a random fabric, dye it red, and affix it onto a mecha's shoulders. Merely, the cape was too fragile to last more than a few minutes of intensive mech piloting. As multi-ton monstrosities, mechs were often subjected to high-powered stresses. If the mech ever stepped on the fabric, it would tear apart as easily as a child ripping a piece of paper into half. It's got to be a short cape, with supports added to its length to make sure it doesn't get entangled in the mecha's frame. By stiffening and straightening the cape's lining, he could prevent the fabric from flapping into anything dangerous. While it might make the adornment lose some of its organic liveliness, Vess thought it was a worthwhile sacrifice. I need to search for a suitable material. The terminal had a direct connection to the MTA's internal market. As Vess searched for advanced fabrics, he only received a couple of dozen results. Naturally, none of them were used in making stupid capes for mechs. Instead, they served other purposes such as enhancing a cockpit's upholstery. He straight up filtered out all the delicate materials from his search results. The list was left with more robust materials, all of which different from each other in many ways. Vess went over the products one by one, but found very little that satisfied his needs. Though some fabrics were designed to withstand rough use, that only applied to human use. Scale the forces applied to the materials up to a mech and they'd part as easy as a spider web. This is a fruitless search. No matter how strong these advanced fabrics are, they were never designed to handle the stresses from mechs. His search for a suitable material required a different approach. Instead of getting hooked on the traditional meaning of capes, he should instead consider whether Vincent even cared if his cape was made out of real fabric. A technically illiterate meathead like him won't even be able to tell the difference. With that in mind, he searched for a different kind of material. It had to somewhat resemble the thinness and malleability of a sheet of fabric, but it should be much more resilient. The list that the terminal spat out was a lot more extensive. From thin sheets of flexible armor to reinforced padding for delicate cabling, Vess found the selection to be a lot more extensive. He carefully refined his results and combed out the unacceptable choices. Thicker materials such as flexible armor did not flap at all when a wind blew through them. On the other hand, the thinnest materials could withstand some damage but not too much. It took Vess a bit of time to whittle down the extremes and end up with a small selection of products that possessed the right characteristics. Instead of making the choice on my own, I can send it to Vincent and have him take care of the procurement. After all, the products left on his screen all shared many similarities. Their toughness was derived out of a clever weaving of specialized synthetics and thinly threaded metals. A tough matrix support kept the fabric from getting torn too easily, though they did cut back on the material's fluidity. Nevertheless, they met almost all other requirements, so Vess hoped Vincent would find them acceptable. He composed a short message to Vincent and added the links to the materials for him to see. After sending off that mail, Vess turned to his next task. His face already took on an exasperated expression. Somehow, he had to turn his mech into a light show. Chapter 61. Design Studio. Vess was not immersed in the whole shuttle racing scene. As someone focused on mechs his entire life, the sleek personal transport shuttles that were capable of both atmospheric and space flight held little appeal to him. That did not mean others found them unworthy of their time. In fact, lots of norms worshipped shuttles. They paid fanatical attention to each newly released shuttles and liked to customize and tinker their own vehicles in their free time. Adding some decorative lighting was just one of the ways a fanatic distinguished himself among his peers. He looked over some footage on the galactic net and found it to be a basic concept. It could be as simple as adding a few colored stripes to adding in an elaborate artistic pattern. It impressed Vess that these hobbyists cobbled up evocative looks for their shuttles. I won't be able to get Vincent's approval if I half-ass this job. The best-looking vehicles didn't necessarily have the most lights. Instead, the artists who customized them used patterns and other artistic tricks to maximize the impact of each streak of light. If Vess wanted to keep up, he had to be a little inventive. What would fit my Mark Antony? He left the galactic net and opened the Mech design program. As a software developed by the MTA itself, it possessed elaborate features. Still, they were not on par with the Mech Designer System's own suite except for the projectors. The MTA's design studio incorporated high-quality projection systems that could bring any image to life. When the imposing image of the Mark Antony appeared in the middle of the room, Vess circled the projection and slowly considered his ideas. The mech looked like an armored soldier. With its vapor-generated helmet crest and heavy rectangular shield, it looked purpose-built for war. Vess also chuckled to himself that it looked quite dashing. What he had to do now was to figure out a way to enhance the mecha's cool factor without being too overboard. Luckily, most lighting systems are cheap and don't require a license. After all, they were mainly made to customize shuttles. Getting my hands on a suitable lighting system isn't hard. What's a little harder is that their toughness sucks. He faced the same problem as with the cape. These kinds of accoutrements just weren't designed to accommodate a fighting machine. While there were a few systems designed for traffic control or rescue mechs that possessed a little more reinforcement, they fell short when put into active combat situations. Maybe I've been influenced too much by the way these lighting systems are applied to shuttles. I don't have to follow the exact same scheme for my mech. He considered designing a standard scheme as well as add something extra. As a mech accumulated damage, it generally looked worse. In order to placate Vincent in the event he ended up in a real battle, Vess decided to use that property to add internal lighting that wouldn't be visible unless the armor got torn open. As Vess knew his design best, he already had an idea how to structure the internal lighting. He had no trouble marking out many small areas where a small but powerful light source could be placed. As the lights didn't really suck up that much energy compared to other systems, Vess didn't even bother with adding power cables to keep them running. Instead, he added wireless power transmitters nestled deeper in the mech to provide power without relying on delicate and easily damaged cabling. To be certain it matched Vincent's standard of coolness, Vess tested out his change. When Vess used the design program simulation module to simulate accumulating damage, he found the mech to be glowing increasingly red from the cracks in its armor. Against the backdrop of the mecha's predominantly black coating, the ominous red glow enhanced the menacing aura. Inspired by this savage look, Vess took up a sketching program and drafted a couple of lines on the mecha's wireframe model. He predominantly added jagged lines, akin to the stylized lightning bolts on the shield, which he also sketched over with some light streaks. He colored it mostly red except for the lights on the shield, which were shaded a bright yellow. When Vess stepped back and let the design program simulate the lighting scheme, he was impressed by his own work. The light scheme enhanced the ancient warrior theme of his mech. The sharpness of the jagged, diagonal lines gave the mech the impression that it was a war god descended from the heavens. Though it looks good, I'm not sure if Vincent will like it. He has a very discerning taste. To be safe, Vess spent an entire day racking his brain for alternate design patterns. He slept, ate and showered at the room's basic living facilities but spent the rest of his time crunching his brain. Lucky got so bored that Vess activated the guide program to release a projected ball that flew around erratically for his cat to chase around. His hard work allowed him to come up with a few viable-looking designs. He made a white lightning bolt pattern to evoke a lightning god feel and a green curving pattern to contrast nicely with the red accents. He finished his design session by forming a yellow pattern that evoked speed. As he projected the different lighting schemes side by side, he had to admit that while they did the job, they fell short of greatness. Vess simply lacked the practice and proficiency to go beyond the basic one-color lighting schemes. Mixing 2 or 3 colors together in a harmonious whole was a lot more difficult than he thought. If Vincent is really dissatisfied by my attempts, he should just hire his own artist. He concluded. As someone who looked familiar with the shuttle racing scene, Vincent must have his own contacts. He sent the sketches to Vincent and called it a day. He'd been staying in the design studio for more than a day now. Thinking of all the trouble he went through so far, he hoped Vincent was good for the money when Vess finally delivered his product. After stepping out of the design studio, he called up an automatic guide that led him to the MTA's visitor cafeteria. Just because he ate some instant rations didn't mean he appreciated them. He looked forward to grabbing a more proper bite. As thousands of pilots, designers and technicians visited the MTA each day in Durham, its dining facilities were top-notch. Those with more discerning tastes could enter the nearby restaurant, while those who were fine with cheaper food prepared by the best bots visited the cafeteria. As Vess picked a couple of his favorite meats, he took a random seat and started to dig in. Just as he finished chewing, a firm hand clapped his back. "Vess! What a surprise to see you here!" Vess turned around and saw a young woman he hadn't seen since his last visit to Bentheim. "Charlotte?" Charlotte Hofmeister grinned as she bumped the seat next to him and hopped on it. She dropped her plate of food with a small clatter, causing bits and pieces of food to spill to the side. "We haven't been in touch for a while. So what are you up to?" He shrugged. "I'm in the process of customizing my first commercial variant mech for a client." I recently completed a sale a few weeks ago and now I'm here to meet the needs of my second client. Charlotte raised her eyebrow in appreciation as she gnawed at her chicken drumstick. Looks like your business is already up and running. That's nice. There's way too many dummers who think they're all that but flounder when they finally start on their own. I was luckier than most. Vess said reservedly, not wanting to disparage his fellow designers. After all, before the system came he was one of them. I'm not doing great, but I'm sure I can overcome my troubles if I work hard enough. That's the spirit. Charlotte pounded the table with her palm. Look at me. Despite coming up second to a side tournament, I'm one of only 3 new recruits for the MTA's compliance department from this year's graduating class. Oh, congratulations. No wonder you look so great in your new piloting suit. Vess was genuinely impressed at Charlotte's accomplishment. The MTA's compliance department might have a reviled reputation among outsiders, but mech designers in particular appreciated them for keeping the peace and deter shady manufacturers from stealing their designs. Their prestige was a step up from the Republic's own mech corps as their recruitment standards were incredibly stringent. I'm still a trainee for now, but you can bet I'm going to places you can't even imagine. Too bad I had to give the Kirby back to the academy. I miss that big old lug, even if it took a nasty beating in the tournament. The two shared a few words on more inconsequential subjects before Charlotte had to go back to her training. I'll see you around, Vess. Keep up the good work. I'll be sure to spread the word. Thanks a lot. I appreciate any help I can get. Having met Charlotte reminded him he hadn't gotten in touch with any of his friends in a while. Of course, everyone drifted off to pursue their own career, but he should at least get in touch with Carlos now that he had the time. Vess dug up his name from his comm and called him up to see if he was available. Evening, Vess. Man, I thought you dropped off the edge of the universe. Look who's back. Ha ha, I've been occupied with my own work, but I happen to be here on Bentheim for business. Do you want to meet up? Sure. I know just the place to take you if you're visiting Bentheim for the first time. It's a must-visit attraction of our planet. Carla sent a standardized set of coordinates to him that he could feed into a aircar service. I'll be waiting for you at that place. Shrugging, Vess finished his food and left the cafeteria. He boarded a small hovering platform to reach the exit of the complex faster. As he looked back at the imposing base, he sighed at the power of the MTA. They possessed military might far beyond even the best mercenary corps in the Republic. After he hailed an air car, he fed the piloting system the coordinates and let the car take him to where Carlos waited. He looked outside the window and admired the sprawling urban forest outside. Not even the dignified Rittersberg could ever compare to the liveliness of Bentheim. The shuttle finally descended on the outskirts of Durham. It turned out the coordinates Carlos fed was a large open-air mech coliseum, with several smaller arenas placed around the main attraction. It somewhat resembled the stadium and convention center where the YTE was held, but this one was obviously privately owned. The mood here was much more dynamic. The abundant visitors all wore branded clothing that featured their favorite mechs or celebrities. Even from this distance, Vess could feel the savage thrum and collisions of real mechs battling it out in front of an audience. The cost of operating this enterprise must run up to the billions, but from the amount of fans that visited the matches, it evidently ran very smoothly. His friend waited just inside the gate. After paying the admission fee, Vess met up with Carlos and hugged him loosely. Good to see you again. How's it going at work? SOSO. I'm still learning the ropes. It takes time for me to move up in such a large organization. But look at you. You're a successful mech designer now, having at least one sale under your belt. Most of the other people from our class are really jealous at you, you know. Vess wasn't bothered by the thoughts of others. If they think they can do better, then let them start their own businesses. Naturally, that was nearly impossible. Both of them smiled at each other as they knew that. Carlos shook his head. Well, enough about that. Let's head inside. I've been saving up these promotional tickets for the amateur ring for a year. Might as well use them up now. They talked about what they had been doing since the last time they met. Vess talked about some of the challenges he faced. When he talked about the excitement of building a mech with your own hands, Carlos looked envious. Man, you're much further ahead in your career than me. I'm still stuck in the same old drudgery of checking mechs for faults. It's been a few months. Hang in there. With your skill set, you should expect a promotion soon enough. Vess and Carlos had reached the entrance of the smallest and shabbiest-looking arena. As cleaning bots were cheap nowadays, Vess figured the organizers intentionally kept its walls weathered. The scanners at the gates allowed them entry once Carlos showed his tickets. They climbed the stairs and entered the interior of a wide arena that could host up to 100,000 people if a major event was going on. As it was just a normal day, the arena was only filled up to a third of its capacity. Frankly speaking, the promotional tickets Carlos won from who knows where were not all that valuable. Vess could easily afford entry now that he potentially earned millions with each mech sale. Still, he wasn't used to being wealthy, so he still appreciated Carlos' gesture. They found a pair of seats that brought them close to the middle of the arena. Several fans were chugging their beers or eating their junk food as they yelled at the duelists in the arena. Apparently, 2 light mechs were on stage. As they were rather fragile, they both played very conservatively. It led to quite a few boos from the disgruntled audience. Man, I always hate it when these light mechs are dancing around all the time. It's like they're competing on who will run out of energy first. Light mechs might be cheap, but it still costs quite a bit to repair any damage. Vess noted. Personally, if I were to bring a mech onto a stage, I'd go for a medium weight. It was easy to say this, but not every pilot had the means to buy a good medium mech. Most of the lower rungs were unable to cough up enough money for a decently armored mech. As Vess keenly knew, the most expensive component of any mech was its armor plating. In today's manufacturing environment, as long as the materials weren't too exotic, any delicate or intricate machinery could be replicated with 3D printers and other advanced manufacturing machines. However, no matter how advanced mankind's production capabilities had grown, they could not make gold out of lead. Good materials led to great end products, and nowhere was this more evident than the current state of mech armor. Tricks such as modular armor, quantum scaffolding, and other buzzwords hadn't measured up to their promises. In the end, armor developers resorted to the simplest solutions of finding the best base materials to work with. The Milky Way galaxy was immense, and many unconventional stars proved breeding grounds of highly desirable exotic materials. Natural, due to the special circumstances in which they were formed, they were also notoriously scarce. That meant that the mining companies that exploited these valuable mining areas made a killing. Vess heard a rumor in which a top-of-the-line mech from a first-rate superstate could cost up 1 trillion bright credits. That was an unimaginable sum of money in the perspective of the Bright Republic, but it would only cause a citizen of a superstate to blink their eyes. In any case, Vess and Carlos talked a bit about their own preferences while casually paying attention to the slow-going dance-off on stage. However, Vess felt a nervous tension from his friend. Evidently, Carlos had another purpose in mind when he asked to meet up with Vess. He wasn't even interested in the matches at all. No matter how exciting the amateurs fought on stage, Carlos never batted an eye. Vess wondered what was going on. Carlos couldn't be in trouble, right? Chapter 62. Leviticus. So anyway, I didn't only invite you here to talk about old times. To be honest, I wanted to ask you something. Oh. Vess raised his eyebrow. What's that? Carlos stopped paying attention to the match entirely and turned to face Vess with the most serious face he had ever seen on his friend. You know what kind of job I have now. Even if you say I'm likely to move out of my current position, it will take many years, perhaps even decades before I go anywhere near the development process of a new design, and that's only if I resign and switch companies, as the current one I work for is just a wholesaler which buys completed mechs from other manufacturers. You can't rush a career, Carlos. I've seen you studying for nights on end back in college. You've got a good head on your shoulder. Any employer will be bound to appreciate your talents. But I can't wait that long. Carlos shook his head. A successful mech designer always starts his career when he's young, we both know that. So what if I wait until I'm in my 80s or 90s until a company sees fit to include me in their research and development department? I'll be playing second fiddle to a 30 or 40-year-old who is either a genius or who had the right connections for the job. I don't want to be an expendable cog in the machine. Vess had an idea what Carlos was going for with his little rant. He wasn't sure if he liked it. That's the way the world works. The ones with a silver spoon in their mouths already have their foot in the door. Us regular people need to either take risks or just keep working out butts off to close the disparity between us and them. There's no shortcuts. Carlos' eyes burned. I admire you, Vess. I already said that, but it bears repeating. You've taken that gamble. You looked at that impossibly tall mountain and successfully climbed the top. From getting the equipment together to receiving a couple of production licenses as grants, you got through every obstacle in the way of starting your wholly owned mech business. I'm not like you. I can't climb in your footsteps. But you want to work for me. Accept a lower position under my employ and grow along with me. The pair stayed silent for a time. Carlos nodded then, looking a little bit pained as he had to accept a status that was lower than Vess. I can't climb the mountain myself, but if you drop down some rope, I can pull myself up. I've been doing fine on my own so far. What makes you think I need an extra hand? Vess asked with a bit of reservation in his tone. Having worked with many mech manufacturers delivering crappy mechs, I know a bit how they work. Someone like you can't shoulder all of the jobs of running an independent mech design and fabrication studio alone. You need someone to do the grunt work of fabricating mechs at the very least. Vess released a sigh. He had indeed been thinking of hiring a fabricator. I appreciate your honesty in telling me your ambition. But it's going to be awkward if I'm going to be your boss. I'm looking for someone in the near future to fill up the fabricator position in my workshop, but since it concerns certain trade secrets, I'm hesitant in letting anyone else work under my direction. Then that's an even better reason to consider taking me under your wing. You know me and I know you. We've been pals for years. I'm 100% sure you don't trust anyone more than me when it comes to getting your hands dirty with mechs. He had a point. Vess did not have too many friends in the mech circles. Hiring a stranger was a complete gamble as far as he was concerned. He could spend an excessive time screening potential employees and still get burned by them. Sure, with the current laws in place, he possessed a lot of means to make abusers pay for it, but enforcing a punishment after the deed was done did not help him out in the long run if certain secrets were exposed. Right now, Vess relied on two advantages to grow his nascent business. His implementation of the X Factor was a delicate secret that if exposed might change the mech industry substantially if other designers could be convinced of its existence. However, that progress would come at a cost to his own competitiveness. He wasn't so good-natured enough to expose the secrets of the X Factor to the public. Besides, there might be a small but highly placed circle out there who knew about the X Factor but kept it among themselves. If Vess somehow leaked the details of their golden goose, they may decide to make an example out of him. Vess wanted to avoid attracting such high-profile attention. As for the other advantage, the system could absolutely not be exposed. He had run through all the possible scenarios hundreds of times, and none of them gave him a good end. I need to think about it. I'm still working on my second ever sale. It's still too early for me to consider a hire. I'll reconsider your proposal once my mech business picks up in sales. That gave Vess an excuse to hold off Carlos. He didn't want to reject him directly, but neither did he want to bring Carlos back to Cloudy Curtain immediately. Having no other choice, Carlos slumped and nodded his head. Okay. I'll be waiting for your answer. It's not like my current career is going anywhere in the meantime. After moving past this conversation, Vess tried to lift their spirits and started to comment on the happenings in the amateur ring. As the matches went by, he noticed a pattern in the pilots that chose to exhibit their combat skills in the lowest ring. Half of the mech pilots who performed in the amateur ring were often young rich hotshots with too much money and not enough sense. As such, the younger pilots often took daring risks, as the newborn calves were not afraid of tigers. Vess found their mechs to be interesting. They ran almost the entire spectrum of close to medium-ranged mechs. As this arena was fairly small, snipers and artillery mechs had no place in this setting. Still, with their souped-up mechs adorned with various holographic stickers of tigers or pin-up girls, these mech pilots behaved as if they were stars. However, Old Ginger is spicier. The other half of the pilots on stage often consisted of veterans too impaired to serve in the field. Often suffering from various wounds, these grizzled pilots were not resigned to spend the rest of their days in retirement. While their mechs were often cheaper compared to the rich kids, their extensive proficiency and battle experience made up for their gear. As they had more to lose, they often fought very conservatively, to the point of giving up the match before they were about to suffer catastrophic damage. The contrast between the two types of pilots often led to the most exciting matches. The ultra-aggression of the younger generation often pressured the more cautious older generation into defending against an onslaught. Both the attacker and defender relied on different skills to capitalize on any mistake their opponents made. "That's Leviticus coming up on stage!" Carlos yelled as he rose up from his seat. "He's my favorite pilot in the amateur ring." Vess beheld the pilot and mech that caught the eye of his friend. Even without his expertise in mechs, he could tell the old machine was on its last legs. The armor was such a crazy patchwork of plates that it was hard to tell if there were any original plates left. The stride of the mech also looked uneven, as if the left leg held a fraction less power than the right one. As for its weapons, it obviously used to hold shoulder mounts, but only crude holes remained where they Saturday. It wielded a crudely shaped staff that might have been a reshaped construction beam as its only weapon. "That's a really terrible mech. Why are you rooting for this guy?" "Man, you don't know about Leviticus." Carlos looked at Vess as if he was an alien. "Man, you've been living off the grid for too long. Is that backwater planet so remote you can't even keep up with the arena anymore?" "Hey, I've been busy with work. I quit following the scene a half-year ago." Carlos shrugged and explained his fascination for Leviticus. "Anyway, this guy's special. Unlike all the other active pilots, he's a borderline potentate. He's really unlucky in that regard." That surprised Vess, causing him to look at Leviticus and his mech a second time. Now that he looked closer, the movements weren't as fluid as a regular mech. The minute stutters and jerky shifts were the typical symptoms of either a malfunctioning neural interface or a pilot that possessed bad aptitude. They say that lacking the aptitude to pilot a mech isn't the worst thing in the world. Carlos continued, completely forgetting for the moment that Vess used to aspire to be a pilot as well. "There's a fate worse than being a norm, and that is being a potentate that barely passes the threshold." "I see. Leviticus shouldn't be able to pilot a mech this good if he's a borderline case. That's because he's putting in twice as much work into piloting than any other potentate. You can't imagine the long hours he spent trying to speed up his response. If a regular pilot operates at 100%, he's overclocking himself to perform 150% of his potential." That genuinely sounded impressive. He looked as the scrappy medium mech bowed at its opponent, a gleaming blue light mech that just happened to be the nemesis of Leviticus. The worst thing a pilot with a slowed response speed could encounter was a light mech that specialized in speed. Yet still, more than half of the crowd still rooted for Leviticus, Carlos included. Vess was confused at everyone's enthusiasm. It was as if the possibility of Leviticus losing did not occur in their minds at all. "What's up with the crowd?" "Oh, you'll see. Don't think my man Levi can be beat so easily. He'll pull off a miracle, as he did many times." The match started. Predictably, the blue light mech started to circle around the medium mech at close to the maximum possible speed. Leviticus stayed still, not even attempting to turn to keep up with the light mech's orientation. Eventually, the opponent reached the rear of the medium mech and darted forward with its twin daggers ready. Yet before either blade struck, Leviticus caused his mech to fall over backwards. He did it in such a way that allowed him to place one end of the staff in a direct collision course to his approaching enemy. The light mech tried to veer away, but Leviticus timed his improvised action just close enough for him to guarantee a hit. The light mech, to its credit, used the utmost of its maneuverability to shift its impact zone from the middle of its chest to its right shoulder. A lot of people in the audience groaned as the staff managed to dig out a clump of armor, but nothing else. Vess knew they didn't just groan for no reason. One of the more macabre attractions of the arenas was that fatalities were not uncommon. If it happened once or twice, then so be it. But they happened so regularly that people recognized there was more going on. In fact, the safety measures built into each competing mech were of such an inferior standard that many suspected the owners of the arena deliberately cheaped out on them. It was a far cry to the extensive and reliable safety measures used to keep the YTE free from spilling any blood. Nevertheless, the light mech hopped backwards and well out of reach of Leviticus. It took in the damage it suffered and started to calculate its options. However, Leviticus did not give his opponent an opportunity to come up with another answer. With obvious effort, his mech started to jog towards the opponent. The light mech instinctively leaped backwards and continued to widen the distance in order to avoid getting caught. The chase continued for several minutes, but Vess found it strange that Leviticus even attempted to chase. A medium mech could never catch up to a light mech, after all. His opponent realized that too, and started to calm down. Its retreating pattern became more exquisite, and it always made sure never to get stuck in a corner. What's this guy up to? Ha ha, no idea, but he always pulls something crazy that will tip the scales in his favor. Looking closer, Vess recognized that Leviticus conserved his energy. He always made the best turns and moved to cut off the light mech with the least amount of steps. Meanwhile, the constant hopping around boosted the energy consumption of the light mech to an unsustainable rate. The energy reserves are only topped off up till 20% in the amateur ring, right? Yeah, that hasn't changed. The last thing anyone wants to see is a battle of attrition. In a real battle, the mech should be able to sustain their rate of consumption for a while. However, with just a limited charge going in the ring, a race to see who exhausted itself first always ended fairly quickly. Indeed, the light mecha's pilot seemed to realize his predicament and stopped his endless running. He was facing the dilemma any light mech pilot faced when facing a superior opponent. He could keep running, but waste more energy than his opponent, or he could fight but risk coming off worse as his tonnage was smaller than the enemy's. Eventually, he decided to compromise and made small, flanking attacks. Leviticus never seemed to keep up with the light mecha's turns and dives, but with his lengthy if ugly staff, he always positioned it in just a way to force the light mech to abort his attack lest he impale himself onto the butt end of the staff. Damn, it's the weapons that decided this match even before it started. Vess commented, appreciative of Leviticus and his skillful use of his staff. That light mech is not fast enough to go around the staff. The light mech eventually decided to risk it all and dove in deeper. The staff loomed before the lighter mech, but its pilot clearly went in with a sacrifice in mind. It introduced a sideways motion in its approach, attempting to let the staff fall onto its left side. However, Leviticus somehow exploded in speed for just a fraction of a second. The staff managed to correct its path just in time for the light mech to get its power reactor squarely in the way of the weapon. An enormous crunch sounded out as the light mech stopped in its track. The knives dropped as the staff end burst from its upper waist. The entire crowd went wild as they cheered for Leviticus. Some of them even screamed for blood. Unfortunately for the thrill seekers, this particular light mech model hosted its cockpit in the lower waist. Only its power core got run through by the staff. If it was a cockpit, then it would have been a certain fatality. The arena's weak safety measures could never have stopped it in time. Vess was pretty sure Leviticus had blood on his hands. Any seasoned gladiator couldn't avoid such occurrences, as it was simply too dangerous for them to hold back. Leviticus slowed down his reaction speed now that the battle was over. With excruciating slowness, he pulled his mecha's staff from the corpse of the other mech and let it fall to the ground. No one seemed to care. Such an action could have aggravated any injuries the opposite pilot suffered. So what do you think about my man Levi? He's impressive. He manages to make the most out of his mech with minimal movements. He's the perfect heavy mech pilot. Carlos nodded in agreement. He's mentioned in his interviews that he's saving up his prize money for a good one. It will take a while, though. The amateur ring doesn't give out much rewards. It takes a lot of money to keep his current mech afloat. A comm rung out. Vess lifted his wrist and saw that Vincent Ricklin was on the line. It was time for him to go back to work. I gotta go. My client is calling. I'm sure. It was fun. I'll be staying here for a few more hours. Go ahead without me. All right, see you later. Vess picked up the call, hoping Vincent came with good news. Chapter 63. Nether Regions. My man Vess, I received your files. I can't say I'm entirely satisfied with your work. The cape doesn't have any frills and the surface lighting schemes don't seem impressive at all. The only thing I found cool is the red lights installed underneath the armor. Vess was afraid of that. Not satisfying his client meant his rewards for the mission could be reduced. I have made my design choices with resilience in mind. Excessive frills will be the first thing that gets lost when your mech receives damage. It's better to keep a clean appearance that looks great both when it's pristine and when it has survived a battle. The excuse was enough to cause Vincent to pause in his tirade. He frowned and thought over his words. All right, but I'm consulting a pro shuttle customizer artist for the lighting scheme. I still feel your designs are too basic. Heck, why didn't I do that in the first place? You're not an artist. If you are unsatisfied with my designs, feel free to turn to someone else. Though the system wouldn't like it, Vess agreed with Vincent's choice. Just make sure the artist knows that mechs are machines that are meant to be put in the front lines. Yeah, whatever you say. As for getting permission and sourcing the materials, I'll let my assistant handle the details. That would be appreciated. Though he could purchase the extra materials himself, he'd be liable to get ripped off in the process. In any case, I'm still in the conceptual stage of working out a design to meet your third demand. I'm expecting to see your proposal by tomorrow. I need you to work on my new mech as fast as possible, within 2 weeks at least. That knocked Vess off course. This was the first time he heard about any deadline. Is it very urgent that I deliver your mech in that time? Yes, it's super urgent. I've already got a bet going on. I'm going to show that bastard that I'm not scared or anything. I'm not a coward. Yes, you're very brave. Vess said quickly, trying to avoid getting on the receiving end of a tirade. Vincent, I'll get it done today and have a potential design for you to peruse by tomorrow. You better. The signal cut off abruptly, causing Vess to sigh with relief. He had been a little negligent in his duties. He thought he had plenty of time to consider all of his options and refine Vincent's dream mech step by step. The sudden hard deadline of 2 weeks put a sudden stop to his leisurely vacation on Bentheim. He took Lucky with him and left the arena and its cheering fans behind. He hailed an aircar straight back to the MTA. After going through several security scans, he finally ended up at a design studio similar to the last one. He was ready to get back to work. A bulge, who? Vess considered as he summoned the image of his mech, now with a cape and some rudimentary light system. In his eyes, the mech already looked pretty masculine, in a knight in shiny armor kind of way. Adding an obvious bulge to the front waist would ruin the entire feel of the mech. Men who wore armor in those days never exposed their private parts to any danger. It's one of the most vulnerable weak points in a human body. Mechs were pretty much the same way. Its central position just on top of the mechanically hungry legs made it a prime position to place the engines. As such, the waist and lower torso portion of a mech possessed plenty of armor already. It would be highly challenging to elongate the front section without impacting a mecha's maneuverability in some strange fashion. Unless he stuck something on it at a right angle. But then he'd ruin his reputation and get Vincent arrested for indecency. I shouldn't be the only person who is dealing with this problem. The mech is an imitation of the human form. Yet mech designers were content to wholly minimize any waist protrusions as much as possible in the name of efficiency. Perhaps Vincent had a point where he said that the lack of gender expression in a mech presented an obstacle to fully bonding with it in the process. If Vess simply put something subtle there, it might even improve the mecha's X factor. But what if the pilot is of another gender? Vess could imagine a dissonance between the mech and the pilot should occur, but not too strong. Plenty of female and other gendered pilots pulled off fantastic performances in very masculine mechs. And while they are less common, his own feminine-looking Fantasia variant also showed that no male pilots ever performed much worse than the female pilots. Still, he couldn't help but feel that gender did matter. Maybe this was the Great Wall that held him back from scoring higher than an E in terms of X factor. The instance that he earned a C rating from the system must have been attributed to other factors. It might even be higher if Vess paid attention to his mecha's gender in the first place. Is this the secret to obtaining a higher X factor? Vess asked himself, and with the knowledge he mastered so far, he guessed that it might very well be a viable direction to pursue. He then recalled some strange skills and sub-skills in the system's skill tree. They mostly pertained to replacing a mechanical mecha's parts with biological equivalents. So instead of using artificial muscles made out of alloys and polymers, these researchers cultured living muscle tissue with the same shape and function. A mech is an imitation of the human body. There are some people out in the galaxy who believe in the phrase a bit more literal than others. Vess imagined he touched upon one of the great secrets of what humanity's elite are pursuing. He realized the mech designer system's unintentional reveal of what other researchers are pursuing in their dark and hidden laboratories were dangerous secrets. This was so far above his level that if he ever revealed any of his suspicions, that he might draw an entire battle fleet from some first-rate superstate upon his head. I better keep all of these thoughts locked up for the moment. He quickly concluded, and turned his attention back to the matter of portraying a certain piece of male anatomy. He referenced the galactic net again and took a look at how ancient pre-space flight civilizations dealt with the matter of armoring the crotch. A lot of ridicule-inducing images appeared. Some ancient armorers literally shaped a form-fitting codpiece that looked like they could snugly fit the member. In today's age, if Vess implemented such a thing onto his mech, he'd literally get hounded from his profession. The slightly larger and subter codpieces were not much better. They still bulged out so obviously that they never failed to call an observer's gaze to the person's waist. Sure, they offered a lot of protection, but the way they drew the eye just caused them to look like flaunting peacocks. Then again, it's not like Vincent is any different. Still, Vess sought a more decent example. He found a couple of interesting images. Some armor designers neatly avoided this issue by adding a chainmail or plated skirt. While that would work brilliantly with certain mechs, he was sure to draw Vincent's ire. A man never wore skirts, after all, and his client wanted to flaunt his masculinity, not negate it entirely. He eventually spotted some codpieces that looked a bit more fitting for modern times. These codpieces skewed rounded shapes and instead used sharp angles in a combination of triangular and rectangular forms. These examples evoke the suggestion that they were there to do their job of protecting the crotch without attracting undue attention. It looked sharp, modern, and most importantly did not cross the line into indecency. Vess liked the concept very much that he immediately turned on the design studio's designer program and put his inspirations into form. He hit some snags along the way. The Mark Antony was a frame based on the heavily armored Caesar Augustus. Both mechs weighed at the top end of the medium weight class. As the legs and the waist were some of the most heavily armored portions of any mechs, this meant that it was highly unusual to add additional layers on top. Vess had to consider the range of motion of the legs. Extreme contortions could very well bump into the mech and crush any rigid obstacle in its way. He doubted Vincent wanted everyone to see him destroy his facsimile manhood while inside the cockpit. Shaping the codpiece in a triangular shape so that its bottom portion was minimized could only go so far. If I can't avoid any collisions, then it needs to have some give. He thought back to yesterday and recalled his conversation with Vincent. He casually mentioned using a sponge-like material to build this part with. Such a method could allow Vess to avoid the problem of leaving his mech open to destroying its own gender. He took an hour to design this simple part. He first took a resilient sponge-like composite from the market and shaped it in a roughly triangular form that protruded sufficiently from the lower waist. He undersized it in order to leave enough room for armored plates to cover up the soft and flexible composite. He didn't want to resort to a different material, so he chose to stick to the same HRF armor plating. After stepping back, he took in the entire projection of the mech. The Mark Antony still looked awe-inspiring and ready to fight. The triangular armored codpiece nonetheless attracted a substantial amount of attention, but its design was sufficiently different from the more obscene examples in history. It looked tasteful, even if Vess would never admit it. Still, he hoped Vincent accepted this addition. His Mark Antony variant somehow looked more complete with the codpiece. Well, Vess personally preferred it to be smaller and less attention-grabbing. Nevertheless, now that he considered the question whether it made any difference if mechs had genders, it looked more fitting. When Vess contacted Vincent in the morning, he showed the groggy-looking scion the projection of his work. Even Vincent adopted a stumped expression. His jaw practically dropped as he admired the augmented form. "It's great! That's exactly what I was going for. It's a bit classier than I prefer, but absolutely nobody will ridicule me for hiding my package any longer." Vess questioned who exactly lacked the sense to criticize a mecha's exclusion of unnecessary additions. Still, he kept his mouth shut, not willing to disparage any powerful heirs and step on Vincent's toes at the same time. After ranting about the genius of the codpiece for several minutes, Vincent finally gave Vess the green light. "I want you to go back to whatever dirtball you're based in and produce my mech according to this design. Make sure you coordinate with my assistant if you need anything extra. Don't call me back until you've finished the mech." His personal assistant took over the line. Vess asked a bit about the progress of procuring the materials for the cape, the lighting system and also the codpiece, and got a reassuring answer. "Our logistical department has fast-tracked deliveries to your workshop in Cloudy Curtain. They will arrive long before your flight back to your home planet." Vess then referred the personal assistant contact his broker to sign a contract for a commission. Marcella was much more capable of handling the sales portion of the negotiation. Once he received his advance payment, he could ship all the other materials he needed to his workshop. As Vess packed up his meager luggage and brought his cat back to the spaceport, he wondered how he should actually build his mech. Vincent's product had to be in his hands in around 13 days, which sounded a lot, but certification and shipping took a lot of time and so did acclimatization. He couldn't expect Vincent to master his new mech in a day. The first time he fabricated the Mark Antony, he took over a week, and that was when he worked with maximum care. Now that he grew a little more familiar with the fabrication process, he could skip most of the excessive caution and work a little more briskly. Ideally, the fabrication shouldn't take longer than a week including the additional parts. Any longer and it calls into question why I even bother fabricating the mech personally in the first place. He could definitely imagine hiring a full-time fabricator to take care of his production, but now was not the time. He mentally apologized to Carlos for putting his job offer aside. Once he received more demand for his product, he could revisit this issue. Chapter 64. Second Mech. By the time Vess exited the transit shuttle, he breathed in the fresh and moist air of his home planet. Bentheim might have been a melting pot of trade and business, but it did not fare well hosting so many people in such a small planet. He led Lucky and his floating luggage carrier onto a nearby aircar and headed back to his home. His workshop already received its first deliveries of materials by the time he returned. The rest of the raw materials he needed to build a modified Mark Antony trickled in throughout the day. The new security system installed by SAS did their work and performed thorough scans of the arriving delivery shuttles and the containers they carried. Vess already summoned up the design in his systems designer program and optimized his first commercial design. He had advanced his skills a little bit since he first completed this design, so Vess took advantage of it to marginally increase his mecha's speed and armor specifications. It's only been a few weeks, but I've already advanced this much with my upgraded skills. The speed of his progress astounded him. Only true elites nurtured by more advanced states could improve this fast. With 3000 DP on the line, Vess treated this fabrication task with utmost importance. He could not fail his second production. Not only would it screw up the mission, it could also leave a bad track record on his thin record. A 50% chance of failing a delivery was not a good way to build his reputation. As his optimizations to the design was complete, Vess began the tedious task of starting his fabrication. First, he unpacked his raw materials and sorted them out. He checked each lot for their integrity and completeness. Fortunately, despite having bought these materials as surplus from the open market, they had all been delivered as promised. The MTA took a dim view on such manipulations, so they guaranteed all the trades happening under their watch. With such a formidable backing to rely on, Vess had high expectations for the deliveries he paid good money for. He spent up to 18 million credits to get them to his workshop. Everything is prepared. Now all I need is to get in the right mood. His modified variant was still expected to fulfill the same role. However, its changed appearance demanded a slightly different set of priorities. Vess had to add the goal of looking good to his list of things to focus on when building the mech. I know the design looks great. All I have to do now is to convert that virtual projection into a very real entity. While he set a firm deadline of 7 days, Vess did not rush his fabrication. He tediously drew out the most important task, which was fabricating all of the Mark Antony's parts without any errors. His familiarity with the process along with the consolidation of his fabrication skills allowed him to produce most parts without any issue. The HRF armor plating took the most time to come into being, though once he knew all the knacks, Vess encountered no risks in its formation. It had been designed with crude mass production in mind, as the armor was supposed to be a cheap and highly processed armor variant. To Vess, this was both an advantage and a disadvantage. The best part was that now that he knew how to form the trickier shapes, even brain-dead Vess could manage to produce a decent batch. However, Marlin Solutions, who originally developed this formula, had steered it towards making it as foolproof as possible, meaning that a lot of tedious steps in between had to be followed before the armor came into being. In essence, its production still took a whopping 2 days out of his schedule. The mace and shield were relatively simple designs, yet their large mass and volume meant that it took a pretty long time for his aged 3D printer to produce all of their bulk. As it took 2.5 days of fairly brisk production before he fabricated the rest of the components, Vess only had 3 days left for assembly. Luckily, the process of assembling a mech from its component parts was not a delicate process. Doing it right the first time laid a solid foundation for subsequent assembling runs, and as Vess only made minor changes to the design, he encountered very little issues. The only real problem he faced at this stage was that he always had too little room for cabling and other delicate components. The Mark Antony partially inherited the crowded interior from its base model, and Vess could not do much about it, even as he already made some attempts at alleviating the issue. This portion is the riskiest step of the fabrication cycle. I can't rush it at all. If I stuff in the cables with too much force, I'm liable to break something. Thus, out of his expectation, Vess eventually completed the basic frame of the mech after 7.5 days. While the mech looked awfully complete, Vess still had to add in Vincent's bling. Luckily, all of the extras were nothing complicated. The lighting system was the most complicated system to install. Vess had not sealed his unfinished mech tight but left several holes in its plating. He could easily stuff in the internal lighting and emplace the wireless power transmitters in whatever nook and cranny that could fit such a small part. The exterior lighting posed less of a problem for him. These thin, flat pieces had already been fabricated by a skillful artist Vincent selected. Vess had to admit the sharp, angle design was leagues ahead of his own pathetic attempts. The artist even managed to form them in a way that complemented the codpiece. It reinforced the masculinity of the mech. After finishing the placement of the lights and attaching the crimson cape, Vess was left with the final piece. The codpiece lay on the ground, ready to be emplaced on his almost finished mech. He hesitated for a moment. This is a bit embarrassing. Looking at it, it feels like I'm transplanting someone else's private part. Still, in order to cap off his second ever fabrication, he had to complete this step. With a sigh, he ordered a robotic arm to grab hold of the codpiece and lift it up. The triangular decoration was not made out of exceptional materials, so the arm had no trouble lifting it up. When Vess made sure the alignment fit the design specifications, he pressed the final button and let the arm firmly attach the codpiece to its rightful place. Vess let out a deep breath. The mech was almost completely done. He let his scanner bot scour the mech for any hidden faults while he stepped on a hoverbot and lifted himself up to the cockpit. He did not forget to finish the last step. He entered the cockpit and examined the small hole where Vess was about to place his next gem. What shall I choose? Though Vess had gathered a small collection of gems, none of them were noteworthy. Lucky still hadn't cracked out the exotic alloy he gulped out of the anonymous box that someone delivered to his address a while ago. Vess hoped that his gem cat would finish digesting the extraordinary materials and perhaps use it for this mech, but apparently he was too optimistic. He opened the pouch he placed all of the gems he picked up so far and randomly sought out the most sparkling piece. It turned out to be an exceptionally sparkling zircon gemstone. Zircon of minor resonance. Increases the tonal quality of a mecha's weapon by 20% when installed. At first sight, Vess thought he hit jackpot. After gathering so many gems that only boosted an attribute by 1% or less, he suddenly dug out a gem that improved something by as much as a fifth. Then he read the description closer and got disappointed. Tonal quality? Are you kidding? What the gem basically did was make a mecha's weapon impact sound more pleasing. Ask any mech pilot or designer if they cared how they sounded like. Pretty much none of them ever cared about it. Vess found the gem to be utterly useless other than looking pretty. Frankly, he was glad to get rid of it. Its appearance matched Vincent's vanity. After installing the gem in its slot, Vess stroked the console of the mech for a moment. Sometimes, he still dreamed of piloting a mech. Then he looked at the darkened cockpit and thought to himself that he built every part of it by himself. Naturally, he used a lot of machines to get it done, but in these days that practically meant handmade. I'm going to miss you. Vess left the cockpit of the mech and let the hoverbot take him down. Pride swelled within him as he satisfyingly contacted the MTA. He officially finished fabricating his second mech. Now he just had to certify the mech and let Marcella ship it back to Bentheim on a priority cargo shuttle. He opted to let the MTA's personnel pick up the finished mech without him this time. Vess doubted that Gertrude, the technician in charge, appreciated his presence. She's going to be pissed again when I interrupt her schedule with another certification process. Still, Vess hoped his nascent contacts in the MTA could keep the curmudgeonly woman in check. With decent people such as Ryan Baldwin and Justin Chandler in charge of the Cloudy Curtain branch, Vess had no reason to doubt its integrity. By the way, that kind of begs the question why they are stationed in this backwater of a planet in the first place. They're way too good for their current posts. Could it be that Vess was too short-sighted? While the MTA didn't lack talents, he still felt as if Baldwin and Chandler's talents were wasted here. Hardly anything exciting went on in this quiet neighborhood. Perhaps they chose to be stationed here expressly for that reason. Or perhaps they were exiled. Vess shook his head and stopped cracking his head over this issue. As a large, powerful organization that spanned the galaxy, the MTA's palace intrigue made everything that took place in the halls of Rittersburg look like child's play. An outsider like him had no business speculating about what happened deep inside the MTA. While he waited for the certification to finish, Vess called Marcella. The hefty woman's face popped up from his wrist projector with a tired expression. Do you know how late it is back here in Durham? Ah, sorry. I forgot to check the local time. No worries, I was about to wake up soon anyway. I take it you've completed your second mech. Yep, and it looks pretty good. The mech came off my assembler without a hitch, even with the extra parts. I've seen the designs. You didn't disappoint. I'll take care of the shipping and delivery on my end. You just make sure to get ready for your next job. You've already got another order lined up for me. Marcella shook his head. The deal is still in its early stages. I won't expect any progress on that end for a week. All I can tell you that it's an order for multiple mechs, up to 5 at most possibly. That was a very surprising piece of news. Vess still expected to meet single mech orders. Having someone buy 5 complete mechs was a very serious commitment to a newly introduced design. He calculated the sums quickly and figured out that the client could drop as much as 140 million credits in one go. That was a massive amount of money, and even if he left out most of that sum to cover his expenses and Marcella's commission, that still left him with 40 million credits of gross profits. 40 million credits. Vess already drooled about what he could do with such a sum. He could proactively produce and start to stockpile his mechs in advance. No longer did he have to wait for advance payments to start procuring the raw materials. With the need for an advance payment gone, his mech would be much more attractive for prospective customers to buy. Marcella could also show off the real mech instead of rely on spec sheets and projections. Don't celebrate too early, Vess. Not anyone is willing to spend so much on a last-gen advanced mech. Now that he thought about it, the money looked too good to be true. Spending a large amount of money in one go for a new design from a novice mech designer was crazy. Either the buyer was swimming in credits, or he added some extra demands. What's the catch, then? The buyer is an intermediary for another party. They want to conduct the trade without involving the MTA. That sounded like trouble. The two pieces of information were not too remarkable if they came alone, but combined and it practically screamed dirty dealings. Marcella should have known this from the start and reject the offer out of hand. While I might be a new designer, but I'm not desperate to the point of selling my mechs to pirates. Now hold on for a sec, Vess. Marcella held out her hand. It's actually not a pirate we're selling our mechs to. The intermediary is a familiar face around Bentheim. He's serving as an agent for some of the shadier mercenary corps, but he has a good reputation insofar that he doesn't deal with gangs with active bounties on their heads. That abated his indignation. Instead of selling his mechs to thieves, rapists, and murderers, he did business with regional powerhouses like Walter's Whalers. Was that still okay? Perhaps not, but the air of legitimacy these groups often sported made it less objectionable for Vess to produce his mechs for them. Though Vess still had a question. If these groups aren't so bad, why don't they approach you directly? Intermediaries still serve their purposes. I have been talking to the representative on and off for the last week or so and he still hasn't leaked any details about his clients. The only thing you can do is to take a leap of faith. Vess imagined standing atop a tall skyscraper while spreading out his arms. He ran across the roof and jumped off the lip of the roof. Would he be able to land safely or go all splat at the end of his fall? He resorted to his usual tactic when faced with a difficult issue. Let me think about it. Since the deal is nowhere near being closed, let me consider it for a while longer. Just make sure they aren't doing anything too shady. I do not want to get into trouble with the authorities. Me too. I can assure you that I do not relish in attracting the attention of the Mech Corps. I'll be sure to vet their conditions in detail. After talking about a few other minor issues, Vess hung up the call. Now all he needed to do was wait for his mech to be delivered to the Ricklin boy. He wondered whether his mech would see battle soon. Vess was quite worried at Vincent's potential performance. Someone who thought it was more important to look cool than to pilot the most effective mech was not a normal pilot. Who knew how diligently he learned how to fight with a mech? Chapter 65. Vincent. How integral were chips in the daily life of a modern-day human? Even as they slept, these silent workers played their role. They observed the time, measured the surrounding temperature and were on the lookout for any toxic ants in the air. When a person woke up, he interacted with dozens of different processors in a short succession. His power shower automatically cleaned him with the most optimal settings before drying him off without any excess heat and air. If he was fairly well off, then his household bot would have already prepared a sumptuous breakfast for him. Though the act of automated cooking was long perfected, bot still needed a tiny bit of processing power to adapt to different ingredients. When it was time for him to go to work, he entered his aircar if he owned one or hailed one from the streets. These basic vehicles were packed with processors of different kinds. The most high-end one was in charge of the main functions, but plenty of auxiliary modules required less calculating power. The projectors that let the person read his news or check out the latest weather were all guided by humble processors solely developed for this role. Just this tiny slice of life of an average person showed how ubiquitous computers were in this day and age. As the dominant manufacturer of competitively priced computer chips, the Rickling Corporation should be swimming in money. In fact, it did. When Vincent last glanced at the company's accounting sheets, his eyes grew cross-eyed at how many trillion credits the company raked in each fiscal year. Unfortunately, no one in the Rickling family was glad with the company's current trend. Revenue was high, but so were the expenses. To produce that many chips at the lowest possible price, the Rickling Corporation constantly invested in its mass production capabilities. But that wasn't enough. The company had to constantly look forward and develop faster processors. Its highly substantial R&D department always licensed newer technologies from more advanced states at practically extortionary prices and spent years trying to adapt them in a cheaper form. By the time these chips finally entered the market, the Rickling Corporation incurred tens of billions of credits in debt. The company is like a hamster stuck in a wheel. No matter how far it tries to go, it always ends up at the same spot. Vincent muttered as he lounged in his recreation room. The day of the delivery was soon upon him. The new mech that he custom-ordered from some no-name kid had passed the MTA certification process with flying colors. Vincent never thought he'd get his new mech so smoothly. He underestimated Vess. "Tell me again why I have to resort to this older model," he absently asked as he twirled his unruly blonde hair. Despite its messy appearance, a real human stylist had personally worked on it this morning. While bots delivered consistent performance, real human workers always possessed a spark of creativity that artificial computers lacked. Johnson, his personal assistant and a butler, as Vincent preferred to say, calmly stated his own opinions. "Young master, choosing to purchase a more modern mech will alarm your siblings and cause them to raise their vigilance against you. By purchasing a mech based off technology from the last generation, you've successfully caused everyone keeping an eye on you to disregard your intentions. I take it no one inside and out is aware of my real intentions. As soon as they heard that you added a codpiece to your mech, they all stopped paying attention." Vincent smirked as his eyes sparked with indolent patience. While the rich scion still looked like a playboy, there was an edge to his personality which he did not display before around anyone else. Even Vess was successfully convinced his client had no redeeming features. "My granddad and those old coots in the board of management will soon rue the day they pushed me out of my inheritance." For the oldest son of a large, traditional family to be pushed aside, Vincent was humiliated beyond words. A family that passed down its leadership position from eldest to eldest since the start of Bentham's colonization suddenly changed all rules to suit the third and youngest direct descendant. Vincent gritted his teeth and squeezed his fist. That hateful Caitlin. Why was she born with all those gifts? From the very moment of conception, things started to change. Vincent was afforded any and every luxury, so long as he listened diligently to his instructors. The amount of schoolwork he needed to memorize each day could astound any other person, but to Vincent, who had crammed entire literary works since young, it was like drinking water. The Rickling family hid a dark secret. They engaged in extensive genetic modification to design the perfect descendant. Though it was an open secret that every affluent family engaged in the practice, the Rickling family went a step further. By chance, one of the ancestors of the family came across a large wreck when she accompanied a priority trade shipment. The already old woman at that time only ordered the convoy to stop and inspect the wreckage for survivors. She never intended to stay and dig up what had happened because the shipment was time-sensitive. Nevertheless, the ruined ship's origins turned out to be extremely remarkable. Through some freak accident involving extensive battle damage and an overstressed FTL drive, the ship suffered catastrophic damage during FTL and ended up well inside a star system's gravity well. There was no surviving such a process. All life in the ship perished without even having enough time to scream, and most of the interior of the mech got crushed. However, some smaller and more protected systems survived, enough for the ancestor to learn what a bounty the ship represented. It turned out the ship was piloted by an exiled family line from the new Rubath Empire. At its height, this Rubathan lineage ruled over 3 ports and 39 lesser star systems. Unfortunately, they somehow crossed the Emperor and lost all of their territory in one go when the Rubathans caught them off guard with a mass invasion. The disarrayed family barely had time to pack up their essentials and escape with their fastest starships. The wreck the ancient Ricklin Elder found was one of them, and like many other escape vessels from a first-rate superstate, it possessed many redundancies. While the botched FTL transition killed off all of the occupants, its data core was still intact, though its encryption was not a trivial matter. When the Elder sneakily ordered the data core to be brought back, she redirected the floating wreck and sent it directly towards the system's sun. She wanted no trace of its existence left. Years and eventually decades passed by while the family slowly worked on the data core's encryption. An entire generation of family heads retired their places to allow the younger generation to take the helm. The Ricklins eventually decoded the data core, but not through any exceptional effort on their part. They simply waited for the most appropriate cracking technology to advance. No encryption could ever last the test of time. When the Ricklins finally accessed the data core, they found out it possessed data on only one topic: genetic manipulation. And not the regular kind. No, it turned out the Rubathans were not content with the human genome alone. They very subtly incorporated DNA adapted from alien samples. As one could imagine, this was not a simple process. The genetic code that originated from alien life forms always came in different formats. It took an immense amount of effort to read, analyze, and adapt an alien's best attribute to a form compatible to human life. It sounded crazy and heretical, but the Rubathan family who funded these studies actually succeeded in incorporating such alien genes in their own test subjects. Just as they were about to extend their experiments to their own crop of descendants, the Rubathan Emperor came in to destroy them at hand. Perhaps the research was the principal reason why the family's fortunes turned so suddenly. In any case, long story short, the Ricklins were barely able to interpret the research results, much less replicate them even in the most advanced biolabs. Only in recent years did they achieve a limited result. Just when Vincent started his schooling, in fact. Caitlin was the most successful clone out of thousands. Through some confluence of random factors, her gene expression sat in the sweet spot where it activated all of the good things about the alien genes while the side effects were minimized. Whereas most of her sibling clones were stillborn or grew deformed, Caitlin quietly grew up to be a model baby. Vincent's parents practically ignored their 2 naturally born sons and latched onto this aberrant new sister. Though the Ricklins never understood precisely what the alien genes did, Caitlin always distinguished herself in many remarkable ways since young. No matter if it was intelligence, ingenuity, or deductive capability, Caitlin beat every record imaginable. The family's orientation changed directions. After the devastating losses the Ricklin Corporation incurred during the last war between the Veja Kingdom and the Bright Republic, the family desperately needed hope. Caitlin represented their best chance at revival. No one cared about Vincent or his average second brother Gilbert anymore. Gilbert could get away from any entangling conflicts by taking the opportunity to study at a prestigious institution in a second-rate state. Though he promised he'd be back once he graduated, he never really sent any word back all these years, and no one in the family cared. As the eldest son, Vincent was stuck in a more awkward position. He could never find any justification to flee the confines of his family's influence. Even leaving the surface of Bentheim was out of the question. He had to give ground in a different way. His personal assistant, loyal only to him, came up with an elegant solution. With Johnson's assistance, he slowly cultivated a playboy lifestyle to the point he could not really distinguish between his roles anymore. So good was his acting that the family heads were all convinced he grew up to be a piece of trash. With all the myriad scandals popping up in the news, they had the perfect excuse to dispossess him from his inheritance and pass it over to their talented wonder girl. Naturally, Vincent was no fool, and some of the more acute elders weren't either. As he took the initiative to retreat from his cherished position, the older generation didn't make it too difficult for him. Naturally, everyone except for him saved their faces. Well, it won't be long before I can get back at Caitlin and the rest. Vincent smirked as he was at the cusp of enacting the plan he brewed for years. Your new mech has arrived in the courtyard, Johnson informed him after a few minutes passed. Shall we meet with Mrs. Bollinger? Yes, let's finalize this transaction. When Vincent and Johnson stepped out of the doors of the opulent mansion, they resumed their typical appearances. Vincent stumbled forward like he had not yet recovered from a wild night of partying, while Johnson acted as the dutiful servant who ignored everything that did not concern his young master's immediate needs. As a veteran businesswoman, Marcella hid her scorn well. She was all smiles as she firmly gripped Vincent's hand, even if he needed some help with that from his butler. Good morning, Vincent. It's a great day today, is it? You betcha. My long-awaited Pimp Mobile has finally arrived. I can't wait to see it in the flesh. Before they could approach the sealed container, the mansion security personnel went to work. They inspected the container and its contents very thoroughly. After finding nothing amiss, they opened the shell and revealed the imposing form of a newly built medium mech. He's beautiful. Such a grand mech deserves to be worshipped. Vincent muttered as he truly grew in love with his latest purchase. That Larkin Sun kid deserves a medal. I doubt anyone could have built any cooler mech. Not everyone present admired the mech. The added frills were senseless and distracted the mech from its core purpose. The unavoidable codpiece jarred everyone's sense of how mechs ought to look like. Its presence was like a shining elephant in the room. No one had ever seen such a thing before in a modern mech. It led to many questioning gazes. Vincent ignored all of the stares and beelined his way to the mech. An advanced hoverbot with zillions of safety features already waited for him near the feet of the mech. As he climbed in the air, he passed by the codpiece. The thick, stubby triangular piece of decoration was larger than his body. Proportionally, it looked hefty on the modified Mark Antony's frame, but it did not exaggerate its prowess too much. It sure is big enough. Vincent nodded in satisfaction as he finally reached the open cockpit. He scampered inside, and with familiar motions he strapped himself in. As he stared ahead, he spotted a shining blue crystal-like gem. As he caressed his finger over its surface, he pressed it in, causing the cockpit to close and the mech come to life. Though it was safer to let a trained pilot under his employ test out the mech, Vincent wanted to do it personally. This was going to be his personal mech, and only he should have the right to pilot it. Using a mech after someone else had piloted it first felt too much like using a second-hand good. As a veritable spendthrift elite, he disdained such matters. The neural interface connected to his brains. His mind was subjected to a myriad of foreign sensations as Vincent allowed the device to connect his brains to the various functions of his new mech. The connection settled down after a minute as all the first-time testing was complete. I have control over the mech. Stepping out. The Mark Antony model stepped out of the container and into the open air. Vincent admired the heightened perspective of his new body. Despite his acting, he did not hate piloting mechs. In fact, he adored it. Ordering a custom-built mech that looked good merely provided him a convenient excuse for any future circumstances. He could simply say that all the other mechs were too ugly. As everyone else stepped back in case Vincent lost control, which they thought was likely, the Mark Antony began to exercise its range of motion. The mech performed its actions with smooth motions. After the mech picked up its accompanying mace and shield, it made some rudimentary attack patterns. Nothing malfunctioned. After half an hour of running around and testing each weapons at the practice range for the guards, Vincent finally hopped out of the cockpit with a satisfied expression. He met Marcella and signed the final contracts. "And that's all of it," Marcella said with a smile as she instructed her employees to process the newly signed contracts back in her office. "If I may say, it was a wise choice to buy from Mr. Larkin's son. The man is young, but he possesses integrity most other Bentheimers have in short supply. If you wish to purchase another mech to fill up your stables, feel free to call me up." Vincent laughed awkwardly. "I've scratched my itch for a good-looking mech. I don't expect to buy another machine, for now." One mech was enough for his plan to come into fruition, Vincent thought to himself. Still, on the outside he acted all smiles as he made a few crass jokes. Marcella hardly appreciated them and disentangled herself from the conversation as fast as possible while still remaining polite. As a guard led the broker back to the front gates, Vincent and Johnson stared up at the new mech. "It's going to be dangerous from here on out. The storm you will spark will engulf the entire Republic." Johnson cautioned his employer again, now that they were about to take more substantial risks. "It doesn't matter how many trees will get knocked over. As long as mine is still standing at the end of it, all of my actions aren't in vain." Chapter 66. Novice. An anxious Vess impatiently waited for the news to arrive. After more than a day of biting his fingernails, his comm lighted up with a series of incoming messages. The first one came from his bank. Marcella passed on the rest of Vincent's payment for his new mech. His eyes almost popped when he saw how much the young Ricklin paid for his customized combat machine. 34 million credits. That's at 6 million more than the regular price. For just a couple of days' work, an extra 6 million credits in his pocket was an extremely generous payment. Vincent got badly ripped off by Marcella. Out of the 34 million credits, Marcella sliced 3.4 million credits as her share, leaving him with a remaining profit of 12.8 million credits, which was still a pretty huge amount. As Vess still enjoyed about 1.5 million credits of pocket money, he stashed all of his new gains in his piggy bank. His savings account now swelled to 24 million bright credits. His dream of replacing his second-hand equipment and acquiring some good licenses was one step closer. And that's not all. The real reward has yet to come. He opened the subsequent messages sent by the silent but ever-present system. "You have received 34 design points for selling a physical mech of your design." The small amount of credits he received for a single sale failed to sate his appetite. He skipped right to the other message. "Congratulations for partially completing the mission. As a mech designer, you must learn to accommodate the needs of your clients and do your best to incorporate his wishes in your creation. A lack of ability is no excuse." Vess was afraid of this. He only earned a partial completion for the mission due to screwing up the simple lighting design. He should have contracted an artist himself instead of letting Vincent do all of the work. For satisfying 2 out of 3 of your client's requests, you have received a deluxe concentration candy and 2,000 design points. "Yes! Ha ha, I still got the candy." Vess celebrated with glee. He expected his DP reward to be cut, but keeping the candy worth 0.5 attribute points intact was a pleasant surprise. Only, why is it for concentration? Certainly, Vess did not disregard the concentration attribute. It allowed him to work long stretches of time while holding on to the same intent. If his attention span was too short, he'd easily be distracted and lose the perfect state to harmonize the X-factor of a new design. Concentration also affected many other processes in a positive way. Still, these improvements weren't able to provide concrete results. X-factor was always nebulous at the best of times, and Vess did not expect his efforts in this area to improve very quickly. The lack of direction plagued him for a long time, though his latest work for Vincent taught him that perhaps it might be wise to reconsider gender for mechs. Man, if I had gotten intelligence instead, my learning capacity would have jumped through the roof. A man could wish. If necessary, he could buy the candy from the store, though the prices the heartless system charged were sky high. He'd rather invest in his skills than raising his attributes. This spending strategy provided the best results in the short and medium term. Bottoms up. He gulped down the candy in a single toss. The candy tasted sour, and it spread to his entire mouth. Then everything in his mouth started to burn a bit, causing Vest to fall and hold his head. Somehow the sour taste drilled through his flesh and converged on his brain. The pain became excruciating. Lucky even turned alarmed and meowed in panic at the sight. Only after several minutes did the entire process end. Vest took deep breaths as he tried to recover from the strange ordeal the system put him in. He was going to have to be more careful eating these strengthened candies next time. He flexed his mind a little, but did not see any obvious results from the 0.5-point bump in concentration. He shrugged. It might take a more concerted action to feel the effects. Since it was a long time since he last inspected his status, he called it up to plan his next actions. Status? Name, Vest Larkin's son. Profession, Novice Mech Designer. Specializations, none. Design points, 2,136. Attributes. Strength, 0.7. Dexterity, 0.7. Endurance, 0.7. Intelligence, 1.2. Creativity, 1. Concentration, 1.7. Neural aptitude, def. Skills. Assembly, apprentice, 3D printer proficiency 2, assembler proficiency 2. Business, apprentice. Computer science, incompetent. Electrical engineering, novice. Mathematics, incompetent. Mechanics, apprentice, jury rigging 2, speed tuning 2. Metallurgy, apprentice. Metaphysics, incompetent. Physics, novice, lightweight armor optimization I, medium weight armor optimization 2. Evaluation, A stalled mech designer languishing at the entry gates. Even the system thought he was stagnant for too long. His skills and attributes had rarely moved forward even after several weeks. His virtual designs in Iron Spirit barely earned him any DP even with the lowest possible prices set on them. Only the occasional 5-star mech sale bumped up his DP significantly. Now that I have a windfall of more than 2,000 DP, I should use it to progress my stalling status. The system still considered Vest to be a novice mech designer. This term used to be appropriate when he was still a raw newcomer, but with 2 confirmed real mech sales under his belt, it now sounded demeaning. The industry treated novice mech designers rather poorly. Novices always flooded the labor market after they graduated each year. Without any wealth or connections, these naive, hopeful designers usually got a huge shock when they saw that employers almost never hired them to design mechs straight away. These novices had nowhere else to go. The big firms all heartlessly exploited them as excellent mech technicians, dangling the possibility of promotion down the line in front of their faces. It would take many decades before they ever got the chance to sit behind the design table. Only after designing a commercial variant of an existing base model and selling it a couple of times did he graduate from that lowly status. The MTA likely updated their files on him to reflect his change of status. In official terms, he graduated from a novice into an apprentice mech designer. Still, the system didn't acknowledge his accomplishments. It paid more emphasis to his capabilities, which did not change significantly since the start. Oh, in absolute terms, he improved in several ways. But his skills still remained within the realm of beginner mech designers. If I want to become an apprentice mech designer, then I have to push up one of my core skills to journeyman level. Right now, Vest reached apprentice level in assembly, business, mechanics and metallurgy. If he wanted to shore up his foundations properly, then he should upgrade his physics to apprentice level as well. The 1,000 DP price tag for that action swayed his hand. My ability to design mechs will only improve marginally if I bump up my physics skill. With my DP cut in half, I can't upgrade any other skill to journeyman. That will delay my progress too much. While foundation was important, Vess lacked the time to develop all of his skills in an even manner. It's not too bad if I have holes in my knowledge base. I can easily fill them up later. It's more important I find something to excel at quickly. Though Vess decided to focus on balancing speed and armor, his all-important physics skills still had ways to go. He focused instead on mechanics and metallurgy. Advancing either of these skills provided him with benefits. Mechanics is the core skill of any mech. A mech is a collection of many moving parts. If I improve this skill, I can make a mech run smoother even if it carries many complex parts. Metallurgy, on the other hand, acted more nebulous. It increased his knowledge of the property of all kinds of metals, but whether he could apply them was still a question. Though essential in developing or modifying new armor systems, Vess had no foundation in this area. He was not planning to develop his own armor systems anytime soon. Thus, the choice was easy. He decisively entered the skill tree and upgraded his mechanics skill. The moment he did so, the system came alive. You have upgraded your mechanics skill to journeyman. Please stand by for high-density knowledge transfer. What is high-density dash? It was as if a rocket blew apart his mind. The mental assault arrived so suddenly that Vess instantly blacked out. An unknown amount of time passed by. Vess eventually managed to wake up to a worried Lucky bumping its foreleg against his nose. "Ha ha, I'm not a goner yet, little buddy." After reassuring Lucky that he was safe and sound, Vess groggily scratched his head and tried to inspect his newly mechanics skill. An ocean of newly acquired knowledge streamed into his consciousness. It was as if wonderful world of applied mechanics had opened its door to him. He learned many scattered tidbits of insights that combined represented a terrifying package that changed the way he saw mechs. I never fully appreciated the alternate forms of mechs. The main benefit of journeyman-level mechanics was that he gained a deeper insight into the workings of non-humanoid mechs. He learned the essentials how animal and bird-shaped mechs took advantage of the properties of their design scheme. It is truly a matter of imitating nature's perfect works. That was not to say that designers specializing in mechanics copied animal shapes blindly. They only chose the most optimal species and further refined the design to accommodate non-native elements such as thrusters or weapon mounts. The things Vess gained not only benefited his ability to design animal mechs. Humanoid mechs came in different weight classes and shapes. There was an intricate connection between the two. A designer usually modeled the frames of their original designs after real human athletes. For example, a designer intending to make a new light mech design would hire a runner or a sprinter and model his motions precisely. For heavy mechs, they turned to weight lifters and other strength athletes. Sure, a designer didn't have to reference a real human all the time. But that simply resulted in massive amounts of number crunching as they tried to simulate millions of possible shapes before they finally end up with something satisfactory. Now that he broke the threshold holding him back to novice level, Vess was curious if he succeeded in raising his profession. Before he could call his status again, the system interrupted his thoughts. You have met the requirements to promote your profession from novice mech designer to apprentice mech designer. Vess cursed out loud. The system refused to give him a promotion. He already imagined the system's next action. You have received a new promotion mission. Please enter the missions page to browse the details. Promotion mission. Mission: acknowledge a master. Difficulty: A rank. Prerequisites: promote a main skill to journeyman. Description: no apprentice mech designer has ever reached this level without guidance. A master teaches more than simple theory. He or she also prevents their apprentices from going astray. The guidance of an experienced hand is essential in forming a stellar design philosophy. You must seek out a master mech designer and convince this person to take you in as an apprentice or disciple within a month. Failure condition: fail to apprentice yourself to any master mech designer within 1 month of receiving this mission. You will not be able to promote again for 1 year. Reward: your profession is upgraded to apprentice mech designer, which comes with increased benefits and privileges. An A rank mission. The system sure didn't make it easy for Vess. He hardly had any idea where to start. Does the Bright Republic even host a master mech designer? The question was a valid one, as master mech designers usually enjoyed an eminent status akin to royals. A mere third-rate state such as the Bright Republic or the Veja Kingdom possessed no means to attract and retain a designer of such a caliber. These masters were all capable of designing mechs that could win entire wars. The amount of money they charged for every single design reached a dizzying level. Where can I find a master? The system remained silent even after Vess prodded it several times for any suggestions, so he gave up that avenue and turned to the galactic net. He inputted his search term and let the net deliver him a list of nearby masters, at least those that bothered to show themselves in public. As expected, the Bright Republic did not host any masters. 60 years ago was the last time a master mech designer visited the Republic, and that was only to pick up an exceptional genius. None of the other backwater states in the barren Komodo star sector hosted any masters, at least in public. There might be one or two masters hiding in some corner of the sector, but I have no way of tracking them down. The mission deserved its A-rank rating. The scarcity of master mech designers forced him to cast a wider net. He set his sights on the pair of second-rate states situated in the core of the star sector. They monopolized the region filled with the most vitality. They maintained their power by exploiting the abundant life-giving stars and resources in their borders. Of the two local second-rate states, the hexadric hegemony favored the Veja Kingdom. Ruled by a council of 6, they rarely took action, but if they did it was bound to be big. The autocracy was a sleeping giant that no one wanted to wake up prematurely. The much plainer-sounding Friday Coalition was much friendlier in comparison. Their culture was rich and varied as they used to be a collection of rare ethnic groups chased out from more settled parts of the galaxy. Such ordeals had scarred their national psyche, but to their credit they opened their doors instead of slamming them shut. Many promising geniuses from the surrounding third-rate states tended to flock to the Coalition to seek brighter futures. Many of his competitors in the Fusion Cup in fact attended one of the many elite institutions of the Coalition. There's bound to be masters in the Friday Coalition. The only problem is gaining an audience with them. I can't just come up to a master's doorstep. The value of a master mech designer did not lose out to national treasures. Each and every master's life was strictly regulated. Not even an errant fly could get near such vaunted people. As Vess trawled through the galactic net for masters, he finally encountered an opportunity. Limar Institute of Technology. Annual Open Design Competition. The annual contest hosted by the Limar Institute was open to every designer below the age of 30. Though most contestants still attended the institute, each year plenty of outsiders who studied at other colleges converged in Limar in order to showcase their talents. Many people and businesses attended the grand event as well, as the competition often unveiled diamonds in the rough. From the articles describing past competitions, it was not unheard of for a novice mech designer to be noticed by an attending master. The open competition is in 20 days. My schedule is going to be tight if I want to travel all the way to the Friday Coalition. Vess couldn't just leave his workshop behind. He was running a business now. He had to make arrangements. Chapter 67. Bodyguard. First, he called up Marcella. If the broker already had a deal lined up, then Vess was in big trouble. It's not a responsible move to spring this road trip on me all of a sudden, Marcella icily said. Besides, do you think you even stand a chance? The Limar competition is one of the fiercest stages in the entire star sector. Vess shrugged. He had zero confidence in winning anything before he upgraded his mechanics, but now was different. I have my own advantages. I think I can hold my own. Despite Marcella's constant haranguing, Vess remained steadfast in his determination to go to Limar. Eventually the broker threw up her arms. Fine, be that way. Don't make me see you again only to tell you I told you so. I'll slow down and stretch out the negotiations for the current deal in progress. Maybe this trip might not be an entirely bad thing. If you stand out and perform well at Limar, your business will pick up remarkably. Unspoken was the fact that Marcella really held little confidence in Vess. Though he impressed him enough to do business with him, that was accounting his potential. Too little time had passed for him to really grow into his own. On paper, he stood zero chance of even reaching the top 1,000 in Limar. Marcella took the time to explain the nuances of visiting the Friday Coalition. Unlike the Bright Republic, the Coalition is a lot more vigilant and scrutinized outsiders more strictly. The citizens also treated immigrants from third-rate states rather poorly, at least until they have proved themselves. All in all, Vess should keep to himself and do nothing to attract the ire of his hosts. Even if the Friday Coalition is one of the weakest second-rate states in the galaxy, it has still reached a height the Bright Republic can never achieve. They consider themselves the true rulers of the Komodo Star sector and are not shy in demonstrating their might. Vess eventually hung up after receiving an earful of caution from Marcella. He frowned a little. Did he underestimate the Coalition? It started as a refuge for persecuted people and still widely advertised their generous immigration policies for talented professionals. They blatantly poached the best and brightest of the surrounding third-rate states for centuries, keeping smaller states like the Bright Republic a remote backwater. There's more to the Coalition than meets the eye, he concluded. The only things he knew about the Coalition came from history books and the occasional drama broadcast. Now that he thought about it, the Republic probably didn't dare publish any material that was critical of the Coalition. I've got to ensure my safety somehow. Traveling alone to Limar as a single mech designer is too dangerous. Though I'm not anything hot, someone might still try to find trouble with me if I'm all alone and defenseless. It wasn't unheard of for vulnerable mech designers to get poached through one way or another. Simple physical intimidation was enough to make most of them sign a restrictive contract. After all, they spent their entire lives designing war machines instead of improving their personal combat skills. I should bring a bodyguard. As Vess expected his trip to take up to 2 months, the price of hiring a bodyguard shouldn't be too exorbitant. Luckily, I completed the sale of my second mech. I'm not short on credits. The only question was who to hire. Should he go to Bentheim and contract a mercenary? Well, maybe I don't need to travel that far. If I recall, SAS should be a security company that originates from a second-rate state. Perhaps they extend the reach of their services to the Friday Coalition as well. It's worth a try. He activated his comm and contacted the representative of Sonyol Ablin. Miss Robin's pretty face emerged from the projector with a smile. Ah, Mr. Larkin's son, a pleasure to see you again. How can I help you? I'm planning a short trip to Limar in order to take part in the mech design competition there. I'd like to ask if you can provide a bodyguard to accompany me there. Robin maintained her smile, though some tension appeared in her eyes. We do offer short-term contracts for guards, but if you wish to extend this service to the Coalition, then it will cost you quite a bit. Your guard has to meet very high standards in order to cope with the caliber of opponents he or she may face. Give me a number. She paused a little while she consulted some numbers. Around 9.5 million credits for a 2-month contract. He almost spurted blood at that exorbitant price. That was half a mecha's worth of money. Do you have any more affordable options? None that our company allows. This is already one of the cheapest quotes from our Coalition branch. I don't know if you are aware, but the Bright credit is a very weak currency compared to the Coalition credit. The exchange rates are unfavorable because it just costs more to do business in the Coalition. Miss Robin had a point. Vess knew that SAS wasn't out to screw him. The Coalition had access to abundant exotic resources. They used their massive population base to exploit these riches and build up their military and economy. Merely the disparity in mech armies sent home how the Coalition trumped almost every other state. While the Bright Republic mainly used the cheapest current-gen mechs as their frontline models, the Coalition featured the very best current-gen mechs as their basic units. It was rumored that many elite commanders had already transitioned to next-gen models. Even the best mercenaries had access to mechs that could easily trounce the best of the Republic's mech corps. Let me consider my options for a moment. I'll contact you later in order to tell you what I've decided. Very well, but I should warn you that you won't get a better price anywhere else. Even if someone were to offer you a bargain, you will find that whoever gets sent will not be able to keep up in coalition territory. As the two closed the call, Vess thought back about her words. She sounded very certain that Vess would not be able to contract a capable guard. He considered calling Melinda or someone else in the Larkinson family, but halted in his steps. Most of the capable Larkinson pilots served in the Mech Corps. It wasn't possible to ask them to leave their stations and accompany him on his trip. A casual search on the galactic net revealed prices that Vess found hard to stomach. Robin's words echoed in his head as he found that many security escorts came with a correspondingly high price tag. Expressed in coalition credits, it didn't sound too bad, but when converted to bright credits it was enough to drain all of his savings. One of the biggest reasons why the price was so high was because short-term contracts came with a lot of upfront costs. It was more economical to contract a bodyguard over a longer period of time, though Vess would never do such a thing. He simply didn't have the money. It all comes down to money. Without enough credits, I can't gain any meaningful power. He hadn't even traveled to the Friday Coalition and already he had a first-hand taste of its superiority. If Vess translated the relative strengths of its economic might to military strength, then the result painted a bleak picture. Vess faced perhaps the most significant choice concerning this trip. Personally, he thought the risk of encountering a pirate raid or some other unpleasant business was not that big. Spending an excessive amount of credits allocated for future purchases might turn out to be a wasted effort. It's not like I'm going off the beaten path. Lemar is one of the core planets of the Coalition and the space routes are well patrolled. What Vess simply couldn't stomach was spending 10 million credits for a bodyguard that only accompanied him for a whopping 2 months. Perhaps someone born with a silver spoon like Vincent might accept the price without batting an eyelid, but Vess was brought up in a frugal environment. Despite his father's generous salary, Wrinkle never spent any of it. In fact, Vess still had no clue where his father stashed his savings. In the end, while he didn't doubt the integrity of SAS, he simply wasn't willing to throw away his hard-earned money. He considered his alternatives. Pretty much all of the reputable security companies offered the same baseline prices. Some of the shadier firms offered cheaper rates, but Vess read enough horror stories on the net to realize that they posed the greatest threat to him if he enlisted their services. Several scams existed where a person and his guards that happened to encounter a gang of pirates that overpowered them. While the two sides acted like they were enemies, they were actually in cahoots with each other. Though this sort of thing didn't happen often, it was enough of a possibility for Vess to rule out this option. He wanted a guard that was cheap, loyal, and strong enough to deter the most casual riffraff from starting any trouble. With my budget and circumstances, I'll be lucky if I get 2 out of 3. Now where can I find such a chump? His list of contacts was woefully small. Out of the names in his list, one group had potential, if barely. Walter's Whalers might be a small-time gang that ruled over a single rural planet, but they were not antagonistic to his mech business. They shared a common interest in helping Cloudy Curtain develop its economy. Despite his better instincts telling him that it was a terrible idea, Vess decisively chose to contact Dietrich, the so-called little boss. Hey. Look who's back. What's up, my man Vess? Dietrich greeted him over the com even as he was doing something that required him to discard all of his clothes. The smile on Vess' face grew cramped. I'd like to inquire you about some business, but if you're indisposed, I can call you back later. Oh no, I'm not too busy. I'm the master of multitasking, baby. The little boss boasted, and several enthusiastic voices cheered in the background. Just spit it out. My ears are always open to you. Vess already regretted contacting Dietrich. Perhaps he should reconsider Sonia Lablin's offer? But when the price tag came into view, his eyes hardened. He didn't want to waste his precious savings. Chapter 68. Harrier. Surprisingly, the little boss was receptive to the idea. I always wanted to see the coalition with my own eyes. My old man always nags about the power of the gangs operating in the center of the Star Sector. It's about time I take a look. Vess did not expect Dietrich to offer to come in person. It's not necessary for you to accompany me. I can make do with any decent pilot. No, you deserve better. While I'm not as good as the old coots who have been with my father for centuries, I can still hold my own. After several attempts to change his escort, Vess gave up. At least the little boss offered to accompany him for free. Though his caliber was nowhere near a bodyguard worth 10 million credits, he was not a pushover. That should be enough. Say, I'd like to ask a favor from you. Dietrich smiled with more than a little slyness. Since you're a fancy designer, you should know a lot about mechs, right? I'd like you to tinker with my mech. Just a tune-up is okay. I'm not sure that's a good idea. It will take time, and I need extra materials. Ha, no worries. We have a small stockpile of spare parts. You can grab anything you want as long as my mech gets better. As for the time, well, we both know it won't take an entire month to reach Lima unless you take the cheapest space lines. Since he was loaded with money for the moment, Vess already reserved a first-class seat aboard a premium space line. It took little effort for Dietrich to reserve the seat next to him and also pay for the privilege to bring along his mech. Naturally, the war machine would be safed and stowed in the cargo section of the giant passenger ship. All right, just head over to our base in Freslin. You know where it is. I'll clear you to use anything from our workshop and storage. As Vess hung up, he sighed. Seems like he was pretty much stuck with Dietrich. Besides, it might not be a bad thing to develop a closer relationship with the heir of Walter's Whalers. His men could keep an eye on his workshop in his absence. He didn't fully trust his basic automatic security systems to keep out determined thieves. After a brief trip aboard an aircar, Vess arrived at the same dilapidated-looking base where he first met Dietrich. Thankfully, Dietrich looked fresh this time, wearing a smart suit that belied the power in his limbs. Unlike Vincent, the little boss was a warrior to the core. He did not let his excesses affect his combat capability. Right, you're finally here. Let me bring you to my mech. You're going to love her. She's been my beauty for well over 2 years. She's a veritable classic. Dietrich unceremoniously dragged Vess into the rusting workshop area. Several oil-stained technicians were conducting haphazard maintenance on the mech stowed inside. They walked up to the very end of the workshop, which revealed an imposing silhouette of a medium flyer. Well, Dietrich was right in one aspect. His mech was a classic. It was actually a National Aeromotives Harrier VCX-4B. While it was a current-gen design, the design came out at the very start of this generation's commencement. It was an aged design with a couple of premium features. National Aeromotives only entered the mech market a generation ago. Its main products were still shuttles and air cars, so their accumulated knowledge concerning flight was very substantial. Besides brief forays into land mech such as the Caesar Augustus, all the other mechs NA manufactured specialized in flight. The Harrier was not a typical workhorse unit, though it shared many features with standard current-gen frontline models. It focused mainly on endurance and therefore relied on fuel rather than direct energy to sustain its airtime. Its beefy flight system was capable of switching between energy-saving mode and high-intensity flight mode at the cost of weighing a bit more than other flight systems. This made the medium mech carry only a fairly light amount of armor for a medium mech. Still, NA always excelled in developing heat-resistant armor, so the Harrier fared pretty well against energy weapons. As for its weapon complement, it mainly relied on its ballistic rifle to dish out the hurt. While it weighed down the mech even more, it allowed the Harrier to devote most of its energy to power its flight. The Harrier was capable of carrying a sufficient amount of shells if it decided to forego most melee weaponry. Dietrich proudly approached the mecha's foot and slapped his palm against its armor. Look at this beauty. Can't you see how lovingly I treated her all this time? Vess had to admit that the V×C-4B was well maintained. Evidently the technicians under the employ of the Whalers didn't dare slack off concerning Dietrich's personal mech. It must be the only time they actually earned their pay. As Vess had little experience working on finished mechs, he might as well take the chance to study the Harrier. He borrowed the workshop's diagnostic tools to scan the Harrier from top to bottom. The readings told him that the mech had over a quarter of its parts replaced, and not all of the new parts were standard. In particular, it was difficult to get replacement armor plates from a source other than National Aeromotives directly. Naturally, they charged sky-high prices for replacements. With his vastly improved mechanic skill, Vess noted that whoever repaired the armor had some skills, but did not account for every factor. He guessed that the mecha's center of balance was slightly out of alignment, which affected a host of things that did not result in anything good. I can see it needs some work. If you don't mind, I'll be taking some things apart and replacing them with something else. Be my guest, Vess. That's why I've invited you here for. As long as you can make my baby run better, I'm okay with anything. It was reassuring to hear Dietrich place so much trust in Vess. For now, their interests aligned. The bonds between the two tightened as they mutually sought to take advantage of each other. Vess wanted to shelter under the umbrella of the whalers, while Dietrich sought to enlist a high-end engineer. Vess went to work on the Harrier. He first took out all of the replacement armor and set them aside. He then inspected the internals underneath and made a few calculations. If he wanted to reset the center of balance, then he had to move stuff around. One bad habit that National Aeromotives never shook off is that it inherited Jason Kozlowski's penchant of stuffing too much goodies in very little space. Fortunately, the Harrier wasn't so bad in that regard. NA certainly tried to curb their habits as much as possible so Vess didn't have to risk bumping into something delicate when he moved a couple of minor components around. One limiting factor was that over a quarter of the internals were dedicated to supporting the flight system. Vess lacked the expertise to play around with these components without screwing up the mecha's flight capabilities. His background in ballistic weaponry was also too shallow for him to tweak the ballistic rifle, let alone understand it completely. I should try to plug this hole a bit once I have some DP to spare. I can't rely on beginner's knowledge concerning weaponry forever if I want to keep up with the higher echelons of mech designers. Overall, the mech technicians had done a good job keeping the Harrier in shape. Vess did not have to correct any glaring errors, just minor misjudgments. He did add one little surprise. His hand sneaked into the pouch carrying all of Lucky's gems and withdrew a dusky jasper. The round gem's appearance evoked a layered landscape, though Vess paid little attention to that. The unassuming gem had a property of improving the mecha's agility by 1%. He sneakily installed the gem inside a well-protected alcove where technicians were least likely to inspect. Hopefully it will do its job. Vess muttered and turned his attention to putting the mech back together. He took the replacement armor plates to a hammering tool and lightly worked them over so they conformed a little better to the Harrier. The mistake the technicians made was to think it was sufficient picking any random armor plating that weighed about the same and shape it in the exact way as the old one. In reality, each armor exhibited different properties and should always be treated from a fresh perspective. After Vess put the armor plates back in, he requested Dietrich to enter the cockpit and test the mech. The retuned machine moved fluently and with grace despite the large flight system getting in the way of its movements. It feels great. It's like all of my aches and sores have gone away. The improvement was marginal, but every little bit counted. Both Vess and Dietrich were satisfied with the work. While the mecha's specs hardly moved, Dietrich piloted his mech more naturally. Vess realized that tuning existing mechs might not be a waste of time. It took very little effort and investment on his part to bring up a mech back to full functionality. If Vess ever ran into a dry spell of orders, he could advertise his abilities as a mech tuner and earn some pocket money by tinkering with older mechs such as the Harrier. After making sure nothing blew up in their faces, Vess said goodbye to Dietrich and finished his other preparations. He stopped by at Sonia Lablin's office and paid a little extra money to keep his security suite functioning even when he was away for an extended period of time. It is regretful that you declined our offer to escort you to Lima, Robin added after they dealt with this matter. While the main space routes of the Coalition are well patrolled, nothing is absolute. And that isn't even taking into consideration what can happen planet-side. I really do wish I can hire your bodyguard, but my financial situation simply doesn't allow it. Vess excused himself as he stood and left for the exit. However, that doesn't mean I will pass you by in the future. Once I get a good volume of sales, I'll be sure to take advantage of your other services. That sounds wonderful, Mr. Larkin's son. We are always ready to serve your needs. When Vess returned to his workshop, he packed up his luggage and made sure to stow away all the loose tools and bots. He turned off and set the 3D printer and assembler into hibernation mode. As Vess turned off the lights, he wondered how much would change once he returned from Limar. Hopefully I'll come back as a triumphant apprentice to a renowned master. Vess had a fitful night of sleep as his excitement was hard to suppress. He lived, studied and worked in the Bright Republic for his entire life. Never had he stepped foot on a star beyond the borders of his familiar state. Chapter 69. The Incident. The Ricklins gathered at an open field next to Vincent's mansion. Normally, the elders of the vaunted family never paid attention to Vincent. However, the duel he so loudly proclaimed in the news inadvertently involved the family's honor. Some bystanders might become surprised to see someone cared about Vincent's reputation for once. The difference from previous situations was that Vincent only disgraced himself with dubious lifestyle choices so far. How could anything he do be any worse? The key difference involved Mechs. Values such as honor, bravery, and service to your state were intertwined with modern society. As disgraceful Vincent had already been, chickening out a duel not once but twice would smear their name to such an extent that they'd start to lose business opportunities. "Where the coward who calls himself a mech pilot?" A booming voice broadcasted from a tall and bulky heavy mech. "For all his bragging, he better be here on time. I don't want to miss my own victory party." At both sides of the field stood two groups of spectators. The smaller group was obviously the Ricklins, along with a smattering of Vincent's playboy friends. On the other side of the field stood a similar group of elders and young second-generation princes. It was evident without saying that Vincent attracted the ire of the backing of his opponent. Keeping both sides safe were guards and security screens. Scores of technicians were busy preparing the field by setting up strengthened security screens that did not lose out to the powerful shields that kept arena battles contained. Just beyond the perimeter were scores of patrolling mechs. No outsider would have the opportunity to sneak close. Within the core of Ricklin elders sat a dainty, fresh-eyed maiden. Her petite body contrasted remarkably with her predatory blue eyes. She flipped her exquisite blonde locks and yawned. "When will my idiot brother arrive?" Caitlin asked one of her many attendants. "It's almost time to start. Young miss, word has just arrived that Vincent has boarded his new mech. He should be here in a couple of minutes. Always late to the party, I see." As usual. The young heiress of the Ricklin line thought this duel was a waste of time. Vincent had no skill in piloting mechs despite possessing the requisite aptitude. Their descendants never produced potentates, thus they never valued honor and duty. What was the point of dying in combat when you could pay someone else to do it in your stead? Money was the real road to power. Personal combat prowess was irrelevant in her eyes. Nevertheless, just because the Ricklins took a dim view on duels didn't mean that others thought the same. In this modern, mech-obsessed age, to receive a challenge and refuse outright was a sign of cowardice. To issue a subsequent challenge and not show up was a sign that your entire family line was craven and untrustworthy. Caitlin gnashed her teeth, the force of which could crack any baseline human's teeth. After many years of lying low, Vincent had gone overboard with his excessive personality and crossed the line. It was a mistake long in the making, but the Ricklins were blindsided when it finally happened. Even her vaunted intellect hadn't anticipated such an incident due to her innate disdain for her older and genetically inferior brother. When Vincent finally stomped over with his new mech, everyone stopped their small talk and gaped at the sight. A majestic black, red and golden mech approached the improvised arena with immeasurable confidence. It was as if it mistook the astonishment from the crowd with worship. "What? Is that? Caitlin growled. It appears to be of a codpiece. The modified Mark Antony made for a unique sight. While the cape and embedded lights were bad enough, the extra piece of equipment mounted at the front of the waist attracted everyone's attention. No one could get their head around why a mech needed a codpiece. You're a goner, Turin, because I have something you don't. Vincent confidently boomed out of his brand new mecha speakers. There's no way a man can lose to a eunuch. The situation escalated from there. Turin, the pilot of the Heavy Knight, raged inside the cockpit. You clown! You've gone too far. I'll beat you up and kick that stupid organ into scrap. Ha 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 ha. I don't need to listen to a sissy hiding in a heavy mech like you. I bet yours is so small that you feel the need to compensate by dash. That's enough. I'm going to shut your mouth. Turin yelled back as he exploded into action. The crowd was caught off guard by the heavy mecha's impulsive action. The technicians who were busy installing the security screens quickly rushed their work in order to safeguard their clients. A couple of knights stepped closer and stood in front of the crowd in order to shield them from any errant shots or flying debris. Caitlin's head guard stared worriedly at the charging heavy knight. Perhaps it is better to step back. We cannot trust these security screens to shield us completely. Yes, let's. There is no need to witness this barbarity this close. The Ricklins calmly walked away, intent on enlarging the buffer between them and the impending violence. Meanwhile, the heavy knight lumbered closer to the Mark Antony, which still stood as if it was preening into the sun. Just as the heavy knight was about to collide with the medium mech, something inexplicable happened. The heavy knight adjusted its course and avoided Vincent's mech. Instead, it continued to careen forward without any sign of stopping. What is happening? Did he miss on purpose? Turin isn't stopping. He's going to collide against the security screen. The hastily erected security screen broke like a pane of glass when the multi-ton heavy mech barreled right through. Its momentum bled off, but the knight resumed its stride and collided its shield against a nearby Ricklin mech. Chaos ensued as many other mechs suffered from surprise attacks. Most of the mechs stationed in the field came from Vincent and Turin's retinue. Many of these mechs inexplicably suffered from malfunctions and shut down just as they stepped forward to stop the madness. It was not that the Ricklins thought to bring other guards. As they assigned these guards to Vincent themselves, they were assured of their ironclad loyalty. While their loyalty might not be in question, the local technicians who maintained their mechs were obviously different. Thus, many mechs found themselves frozen and unable to move at all. Only some mechs brought from the outside still functioned properly and moved to stop Turin and Vincent's rampage. Young miss. Vincent and Turin have gone crazy. They're assassination you. I can see that for myself, you dummy. Let's go. The group of pampered elites scrambled to flee. They approached the nearby site where they parked their luxury air cars, only for Caitlin to halt. Stop! Despite her youth, most Ricklins with decades of experience under their belt obeyed. They turned to her as if she was their only hope. Who designated the parking area? As far as I know, Vincent's personal assistant made all the arrangements. I'm fairly certain that Johnson is the one who directed us to park over there. Then it isn't safe. Who knows how many explosives these rebels have planted underneath. Let's turn in a different direction. As Caitlin's words made sense, none argued otherwise. Despite the temptation offered by the air cars, this was evidently a planned assassination. More evidence came from the chaos happening at the edge of the field. An outside party engaged most of the perimeter guard mechs that were still intact. From the amount of noise the distant battle generated, the terrorists came in ample numbers. Spread out! Don't bundle up too close. While Turin engaged the closest mechs, Vincent finally made his move. His shoulder-mounted missile launchers expended their entire payload in one go. The deadly guided projectiles aimed straight at Caitlin and the other Ricklin elders. A couple of still functional elite guards jumped in the way with their shields. Just as they braced themselves for impact, a couple of the projectiles accelerated with such force that they pushed the mechs aside. "Those are concussive missiles." The rest of the missiles also displayed unusual traits by smoothly going around any mechs in the way. Only anti-missile fire was effective in stopping them. Just as the surviving volley landed at the group of panicking Ricklins, the final guard mech threw out his shield and used its own body to block the final payloads. Ah! The shockwaves threw many people off their feet. The burning radiance of the explosions hadn't taken out the mech, but dealt severe damage beyond any regular missile on the market. "Ha ha, you're mine now, little sis." Vincent laughed hysterically as his customized mech stomped over a disabled mech. The Mark Antony dropped its shield and raised both arms in Caitlin's direction. The wrist-mounted laser cannons charged up for a full-powered salvo. "Any last words?" Caitlin coughed as she rose from her knees. "I see you're more stupid than I thought, big brother. Do you think that just because you've been secretly training your piloting skills that you've got an edge on me? Imbecile. Shut up. I'm tired of listening to your condescending insults. You should have died in the lab like the rest of your worthless batch." His mech fired of both cannons at once. Though their accuracy wasn't great, at this short distance they came close enough to vaporize any human by proximity alone. The lasers reached Caitlin's position at light speed. An area the size of an aircar parking lot instantly got scorched with an immense amount of thermal energy. Scores of Ricklin elders who were too slow to run very far got turned into ash and smoke. Those who ran just a little faster got blasted with so much heat that their clothes turned into tar and ash while exposing their bodies with a lethal dose of heat. They fell down to the ground like melted candles. Only the younger generation managed to escape the blast zone with minimal wounds. "Ha ha ha ha. For all your snooty words, look at me now." As the blackened smoke cleared, the site where his laser cannon struck was a mass of heated devastation. Nothing other than a tank or a mech could have survived such a powerful blast. At least, that was what Vincent thought. A strange bubble enveloped Caitlin's body. She stood proudly intact inside the shield, unbothered by the heat and ash. As scores of badly burned Ricklins moaned at the edges of the blast site, the young genetically modified girl appeared nonchalant at the carnage. Her expression even stared mockingly at Vincent. "What is this shield? How come it's so powerful? You're not the only one with powerful friends." The younger sister taunted. "You're welcome to shoot me again. I dare say I can hold you off before my backup arrives." As Vincent stared at his surviving sister in horror, a series of sirens started to erupt from the city proper. Explosions and other sounds of battle started to drum in the distance. All over Bentheim, unassuming mercenary groups started to board their mechs and attacked without reason. According to the plan, Vincent should already be finished with his revenge and make his way towards a nearby escape shuttle. The timetable was tight, and Vincent couldn't afford to hammer away at Caitlin's strained shield if he wanted to escape from the planetary guard. He gritted his teeth as he made a difficult decision. He could always enact his revenge later. His own life was more important. "Turin! Stop playing around and let's go." Even as their strike against Caitlin failed, they still managed to cull most of the other Ricklins. Their comrades in arms stationed elsewhere in Bentheim also succeeding in their surprise attacks. Bentheim's infrastructure suffered serious damage, and the death toll rapidly rose as the fires spread. It was the prelude to war. Chapter 70. Hasty Exit. Back in Cloudy Curtain, Vess woke up with tired eyes. Since yesterday, he prepared his departure with Dietrich. They booked a brief flight to one of Bentheim's orbital space station and wait for their long-distance passenger ship to arrive. A call interrupted his final preparations. Vess picked up the comm and Marcella's worried face showed up. "Vess, about your trip. Perhaps it's best to make yourself scarce for a month or two. There's trouble afoot." This sounded serious. Something that disturbed the unflappable Marcella should not be a trivial matter. What happened? It's about Vincent Ricklin. He's gone mad. He went on a rampage when he demonstrated your customized Mark Antony's prowess to his family. Just hearing Vincent's name again made Vess wish he reconsidered doing business with him in the first place. Sure, the credits was nice, but if he did something serious enough for Marcella to call him in the morning, then it was bound to be bad. How bad is it, and how will it affect me? He tried to fire his laser cannons on the presumptive heir of the Ricklins, a lass called Caitlin. Somehow, she survived, though how I don't know, but many other elders failed to get away from the blast area. Vincent bulled through the household guards and escaped from Bentheim with a well-prepared escape shuttle. That sounded like a lot of trouble. Though Vess was uninvolved with this terrorist attack, he'd be in for a lot of scrutiny just by providing the mech to Vincent. Did the mech corps catch him? The frown in Marcella's face grew even more grim. No. He had help that delayed the rapid response units. Pirates somehow smuggled themselves onto Bentheim and caused enough chaos to cover Vincent's escape. Nearby patrol ships all found themselves crippled by explosions when they attempted to chase their escape vessels. They've succeeded in pulling off the most blatant attack on Bentheim. The news was incredibly bad for all those who had an inkling of involvement with the events. How's the casualties? Excluding the Ricklins, over 200 people have fallen in the ensuing chaos. The pirates weren't subtle in their actions. You know the damage a mech can do in a densely populated city. It must be a nightmare back in Bentheim. Even the most casual laser fire might cut through a building and wipe out a dozen innocent bystanders. The injured must run up in the thousands. I can't stay behind, Vess said as he simultaneously felt conflicted. As bad as I feel right now, I'm really innocent. You know the Mark Antony is a last-gen mech. It's hardly an elite mech in today's standards. That's why I support your impromptu vacation. Right now the public is in a frenzy and the mech corps has fallen flat in securing the star system. The investigators must be in a frenzy right now and it won't be long before they send someone your way. I think my family can stall them. The Larkin sons have always been loyal to the Republic and they have some say in military circles. Well, you best call on your daddy because this show is just starting. He worriedly hung up on Marcella and with just a brief moment of hesitation he called his grandfather. Perhaps anticipating his call, Benjamin Larkin's son appeared on his screen. His unflappable face already radiated assurance to Vess. I know what's going on, and I know you're not guilty of anything. Thanks, Grandpa. Vess sighed as the reassurance comforted him. I was planning on traveling to Lima in order to take part in the open competition there. Could you help me smooth over my departure? This event is really important to me and my career and I can't afford to miss this opportunity due to being held back for questioning. I can guarantee that the investigators give you fair treatment, but any sudden departure will look suspicious. I can hold them back from chasing after you if you open up your records and let their people scour your workshop. As Vess carried his real secrets in his comm, he had no problems letting others take a peek. Sonyal Ablin pretty much saw everything there was to his workshop when they installed their security suite. Letting the government grab a good look was nothing to fuss about. They can do whatever they want as long as my workshop stays intact at the end. I still need to make a living, you know. I hope you can impress that on whoever is coming here to find something that doesn't exist. Oh, you can be certain I won't let them get out of line. Benjamin grinned. I've kept an eye on you and I can say that you've made us proud. The last thing I want to do is to let your hard work get ruined. So don't worry. I'll call in some favors and try to suppress any suspicions on you. It's just that some suspicion will never go away. His grandfather was right. Having his second ever produced mech be involved in a violent terrorist incident was going to be a black mark in his record. But Vess did not let it drag down his hopes. He still had a way to redeem himself if he worked hard. What do you think the investigators will do if I return a couple months later as an apprentice to a master mech designer? The old man's eyes widened. Even a senior military official like him was nothing but an ant compared to a venerated master. You will find that many obstacles will melt away like snow in a warm spring day. The prestige of a master mech designer is not to be trifled with. Even a casual apprenticeship to such an eminent person will deter all gossip. In the end, it came to power and backing. If Vess had studied at an elite institution from the Friday Coalition, he'd never had to worry about being detained for days. I'll hopefully return triumphant, Grandpa. Go then. Spread your wings and see the worlds beyond the Republic. It's a tumultuous place in the center of the Star Sector. You will see many riches and wonders. Just remember that all of that wealth and power is built upon a foundation of strength. After Benjamin terminated the call, Vess made some additional preparations. He sent a message to Robin that SAS should let any official investigators enter his workshop without challenge. He then sent another message to the little boss with a summary of the situation and telling him to meet at the spaceport immediately. Well, guess I'm out of here. Let's go, Lucky. Man and Gemcat turned to look at the workshop for the last time before entering the air car. Vess browsed the news as his taxi zipped towards the spaceport. The footage the news broadcasters streamed to the rest of the Republic showed that Bentheim had descended into chaos. Its openness as a port system worked against securing the planet. Too many mercenaries with shady affiliations entered the planet. Some of them turned out to be disguised pirates that somehow fooled Bentheim's stringent security checks. Worse yet, in the hunt for pirates, the overzealous planetary guard sometimes struck mercenaries who were not involved in today's premeditated assault. The battles threatened to spill out and cause even further casualties. What hurt Vess the most was the occasional footage of what sparked this ambush. The highly modified Mark Antony with its codpiece and all raised its laser cannons and shot straight at a group of defenseless bystanders. The news stations immortalized the brief recording with how hard they tried to send it out to the rest of the Star Sector. Damn it! Forget about the codpiece, Vincent's mere involvement will be an unerasable black mark in my record. As he hastily suggested to his grandfather, his only way to redeem himself was to achieve his goals in Limar. Only by attaining some kind of formidable backing would he be able to endure the scrutiny. The commentators and pundits already speculated on the influence that attacked the Republic. Nobody really believed a bunch of no-name pirates planned, funded, manned and executed the intricate raid all by themselves. A lot of Republicans pointed the finger at the monarchists of the Veja Kingdom despite the lack of any convincing evidence that hinted at their hand. Even Vess found this theory compelling. As a homebred citizen of the Bright Republic, he was raised to regard the Veja Kingdom as their archrivals. Only the Vejans had sufficient motives to find trouble with the Republic. Hey, Vess. It's a bad day today. Dietrich finally greeted him once he arrived by the spaceport. The little boss looked quite subdued at the moment as he worried for the well-being of Walter's whalers. I feel kind of bad leaving my mates behind. We're only gone for 2 months or so. A war won't erupt this soon. Actually, Vess had no idea what was going on behind the scenes. He just said that to reassure his bodyguard. The 2 subdued young men eagerly boarded a large passenger transport to Bentheim with their floating luggage bots. Besides that, Vess brought an ever-curious Lucky along while Dietrich already stowed away his mech in a container aboard their ship. The passenger ship was only half filled this time, an oddity attributed to the attack. Some sought safety in Bentheim's large numbers, but most locals felt it was best to stay on their quiet, unimportant planet and avoid the giant target Bentheim represented. After all, the Vejans never hid their desire to engulf the port system. The trip to Bentheim was brief and uneventful, save for the additional security measures. The transport had to stop in space and allow inspectors to scan each passenger and piece of cargo in person. One of the inspectors paused briefly when he scanned Vess, but whatever instructions he received forced him to move on. The people who went over Dietrich's mech added extra seals to his machine. This didn't stop him from using his mech in an emergency, but it took an experienced mech technician at least half an hour to make it battle-ready. As they arrived at the Bentheim spaceport, they encountered a deluge of humanity. Scores of soldiers kept the peace as they tried to corral the emigrating people in a semblance of order. Vess could only rely on Dietrich's strength to squeeze through the mobs. This is insane! Vess yelled at Dietrich as they waited behind a line. His words could barely be heard over the panicked din of conversation. "There's so many people seeking safer refuge. It's better if these cowards get out. They're nothing but useless sacks of meat." Eventually, they made use of their priority boarding access and entered a much more orderly area. Only the affluent could afford business-class tickets that allowed them passage on a premium space line. Both Vess and Dietrich looked out the window to behold the giant monstrosity that carried them out of the Republic. Torch of the Vanguard. Townsend Space Lines. The patriotic name referred to some kind of event or myth that happened early in the Bright Republic's history. While the Republic subsidized the construction of the ship, the operating owners of the entire line resided in the Coalition. Marcella highly recommended this line to Vess. The enormous passenger ship plied the spaceways from the Republic to all of the other third-rate states in between until she finally reached the edge of Coalition space. Then she traveled the same way back, escorted by a small contingent of space-capable mechs. Naturally, all of this safety, luxury, and speed came at a cost. Vess and Dietrich parted with a whopping 150,000 bright credits each, and that was just for business class. The passenger ship offered even more extravagant tiers that came with private swimming pools and state-of-the-art sparring arenas. "Here's to a new adventure," Vess whispered to himself as he held Lucky tight and followed the excited Dietrich aboard the magnificent vessel. Chapter 71. Departure. Dietrich and Vess entered a modestly luxurious compartment where they stayed for the duration of the trip. It featured as much space as half a house. Besides offering 2 separate bedrooms, it featured an opulent living room decorated with generous amounts of gold and blue, the space line's oft-used colors. What Vess particularly liked was that a door led to a small, private workspace with a secured terminal. With the promised privacy offered by Townsend Airlines, Vess could work on his designs in peace. He planned to do a lot of catching up now that he had time to spare. "Man, these beds are great. Don't mind if I bring some company over, if you know what I mean," Dietrich suggestively said as he jumped right onto the bouncy mattress of his chosen bed. Vess studiously ignored the implications of those words as he calmly packed his luggage away. Lucky roamed around the room with adventurous mirth, pouring his forearm against a shiny vase. "Whoa! Look at the prices of this dinner menu. They're charging 47,000 credits for the top 18-course meal. Don't even think about it, Dietrich. I don't think either of us can afford to squander so much money. Besides, we already paid for complimentary meals." In actuality, the Torch of the Vanguard greatly resembled cruise ships whose sole purpose was to tour the most interesting sights in space. The main boulevards inside the ship was lined with shops featuring handcrafted luxuries. Those interested in culture could visit the museums and various theaters. As for those more immersed in the world of mechs, a small arena was nested at the bowels of the vessels. The Torch was like a city unto itself, one that traveled constantly from system to system. The amount of credits it took to keep it running was astronomical. The frugal Vess disliked wasting so much credits on a simple passage, but that was the price to ensure his safety. The cheaper space lines all had dubious records when it came to protecting their passengers from errant pirate raids. As Vess was just about to join Dietrich outside to witness the ship's departure, he received a priority call. He picked it up and met Marcella's ambivalent face. "Looks like you've got some news, Marcella." "Somewhat. You know you gave access of your Iron Spirit designer account to me, right? Well, I set some triggers in case anything unusual happened, and one of them tripped this morning. You should head to a terminal and see for yourself what has happened. Hopefully his account wasn't banned for terrorism or something." Vess told Dietrich to wait and quickly sat before a terminal. Luckily, Iron Spirit's lobby already came installed on the terminal, though full immersion wasn't possible without simulation pods. As he entered the game, he checked his statistics. What the? 31 CA, C1 Mark Antony's got sold. Just as Vess sat back with amazement, he saw the ticker of his sales count increase by 1, meaning another of his virtual mechs got sold. For better or worse, the infamy of today's incident drew a spotlight to your mechs. "I've even received some offers for you to replicate your customized mech," Really? Including the codpiece. Especially the codpiece. You don't seem to realize how much of a trendsetter you've unwittingly become. There are already some other mechs who's sporting the same kind of codpiece. That sounded like he was getting ripped off. That's my design. They shouldn't be able to copy it without my permission. That's why I'm calling you. First, you should raise the prices of your virtual mechs, at least the ones based on the Caesar Augustus. Second, register your customized design at the MTA so that anyone that wants to copy your codpiece design will have to cough up some money. Third, while it's your personal choice, I really suggest you put up your customized design for sale in-game. I can guarantee you it will sell like hotcakes. Vess nodded and agreed with some of the proposals. He talked a bit more about how to take advantage of his design's current infamy and the trade-off between achieving a lot of sales versus keeping his reputation clean. While Vess greatly valued his reputation, he was willing to put it aside when it came to earning DP. The precious design points were notoriously different to earn, but right now the unintentional publicity concerning his second-ever Mark Antony changed the equation. He quickly called up his status and grinned uncontrollably at the amount of DP he earned from the virtual sales. With every 5-star virtual mech sold, I get 50 DP from the system. Combined with other incidental sales along with my previous savings, I'm already looking at 1800 DP. The magnetic pull of earning shiploads of DP had overridden any other practical concerns. His eyes turned into shining gems of DP as he tried to envision what he could buy with the system's most valuable currency. Even purchasing one of the expensive attribute boosts from the item store was not out of the question. Considering my next destination, I can use all the DP I can get. The system gave him the daunting task of apprenticing himself to a master. These eminent personalities were spoiled for choice. They could pick from tens of thousands of hopeful mech designers at any time. The only way Vess could stand out and receive an opportunity to beg them for an apprenticeship was to perform well in the upcoming open competition. Coming from a third-rate state, Vess was quite aware of his backwardness. His knowledge base paled in comparison to what even the worst novice learned in any of the Friday Coalition's colleges. I'm too far behind, he concluded. The inferiority gnawed at him. He already had a taste of how formidable the exclusive knowledge could be manifested when he faced all of those elite graduates in the Young Tigers exhibition. Vess practically lucked out in reaching the finals, but he hit a solid wall in the form of Edwin Kinney. Despite their similar ages, the mere difference in where they studied proved to be a decisive factor in how far they could go. A diploma from the Rittersberg University of Technology was worth less than the toilet paper of any of the Friday Coalition's vaunted universities. If I can't catch up to my rivals in terms of skills, I can forget about participating in Limar. With that thought, Vess decisively tweaked his online sales page. He left the prices the same, but he did load his customized design into the game and put it on sale. CA-1 CD Mark Antony, male variant. Tier, 5-star. Base model, Caesar Augustus CA-1. Purchase price, 900,000 gold. Premium price, 27,500 bright credits. The prices Vess charges were very generous and did not lose out to any other 5-star mechs. He elegantly attached the moniker of male variant to the design, as if he simply meant to distinguish it from his genderless model. It sure sounded classier than the alternatives he came up with, such as Bling Edition or Big Gus Dickus. Well, let's get you to work. I expect a lot of sales from you while the hype still lasts, he said to his latest product on sale, feeling a bit like a pimp pushing his whore to the streets. He closed the terminal and left the cabin along with an impatient Dietrich. They navigated the gently illuminated halls with their carpets and artwork until they finally reached one of the observatory areas at the top of the ship. A handful of other passengers stood around or sat at the many benches. They all gazed at the orbital space station spinning above Benthiem's chaotic surface. Their smug faces and low conversations made it clear that they did not hold much sympathy. They were like gods sneering over the trials and tribulations of the mortals suffering beneath their feet. Though Vess disliked such attitudes, there was no point coming into conflict with them. From their fancy suits and dresses, he gathered that they could easily crush him by their net worths alone. A lot of people are running away. Dietrich huffed as he scratched his stubble. Can't say I blame them. If you have the money, why not move to somewhere better? Hey, will you move as well if you make it into the big leagues? Vess shook his head as he admired the jewel of a planet underneath his feet. The Republic is my home. It doesn't feel right abandoning my homeland. Frankly, the system was a cheat. Any ordinary mech designer had to seek apprenticeships from masters living in more developed states. As for him, as long as he kept selling mechs he'd earn enough DP to develop his chosen skills. He enjoyed an incredible luxury over his fellow designers that allowed him to avoid pledging his loyalty to a greater party. Every passenger and all their cargo finished boarding the passenger ship. The mighty torch slowly lumbered into life as a fraction of its powerful engine started to detach the ship from the space station. Escorted and helped along by a couple of tugs, the spaceship headed straight towards a Lagrange point, skipping past many smaller vessels along the way. All that money sure is well spent. Evidently our ship is important enough to skip the queue. Faster than Vess had thought, the torch reached the approximate area where gravity allowed the ship to jump into FTL. With a disembodying zip, the vessel emerged into the swirling confusion of physics referred to simply as FTL space. The scientists had a proper name for it, but no one cared. Right, the show's over. This is going to take a while. Let's go grab some drinks. Vess didn't decline Dietrich's invitation. He had a long month ahead of him and he could use some relaxation before he started to go to work. He wanted to use his time well and prepare as best he could for Limar. Still, internally he felt insecure. No master mech designers were willing to waste their valuable time instructing an average apprentice. They presided over major organizations that allowed them to pick the cream of the crop. Most masters adopted promising geniuses when they just started their studies into mech design, sometimes even earlier. To a master, an apprenticeship represented more than a simple exchange of knowledge. A good apprentice carried the name and reputation of his master as he exercised skills derived from his master's unique insights. Thus, a meticulous master was said to emphasize the teaching of their design philosophy. As Vess followed Dietrich to the entertainment section of the ship, he wondered what his philosophy consisted of. Certainly his meager focus in speed and armor was not sufficient to form an ethos. The only thing that's truly unique to all my designs is my emphasis on X factor. He wasn't sure if he could find any similar approach to the masters present in Limar. Likely he had to keep that secret locked up in order to avoid attracting the wrong kind of attention. In fact, Vess wasn't sure if seeking a closer relationship with a master had any benefits for him. The system already offered him an entire galaxy's worth of knowledge. Well, even if I'm not very serious about finding a master, I should still do it to complete the quest. He wondered what the system intended by forcing him to travel so far away. Was he wrong about the usefulness of a master? Was it worth getting close to one and risk exposing his many secrets? Chapter 72. Awkward. To planet-bound people, the notion of space travel required a bit of explanation to figure it out. Despite the immensity of the galaxy, it mostly consisted of empty space with a couple of stars in between. The sheer scale of it caused those couple of stars to pile up into many billions. It took a lot of time to travel from one star to another, even with FTL. It was not as if FTL travel was too slow, but it took a lot of calculations and precision to nail the right destination. A single % deviation in the coordinates could throw a ship off course by hundreds of light years. Only through vital port systems could ships speed up their navigation. Like lighthouses in the dark, they allowed distant ships to hone in on a location much easier, with much less risk of overshooting their destination. A highly advanced vessel such as the Torch of the Vanguard was capable of performing the monstrous calculations necessary to jump over entire states. The moment she entered FTL, she was on course to a star system from a neighboring state. Her modern FTL drive compressed an awe-inspiring distance of dozens of light-years to a mere 2-day journey. Not that Vess, Dietrich or any other passenger paid attention to the ship's incredible speed. Technology such as this was commonplace, though on the expensive side. Instead, Dietrich half-dragged Vess into one of the vessel's many bars. As it was still universal daytime, the rather plain-looking drinking hole looked rather sparse. Most of the patrons wore the uniform of Townsend Space Lines, their tight collars unzipped and faces relaxed as they enjoyed an off-shift moment. "Hey there! 2 Crinchos, please." The human bartender poured a couple of beers from the tap and slid it over the counter. Dietrich grabbed one mug and gulped down a generous amount. This Crincho is a lot better than the swill in our local joint. Our supplier is ripping us off. It's not very cheap to ship goods over to our planet. Vess said as he took a modest sip, still a bit uncomfortable. And it's not like our planet is loaded. We can't afford to spend as much as a Bentheimer. Both of them commiserate for a moment over Cloudy Curtain's pathetic economy. The backwater system lacked a robust industrial base that transformed cheap raw materials into expensive end products. In terms of resources, its asteroid fields only held common junk such as iron ores and ice. The planets also failed to distinguish themselves. In a universe with billions of stars, humanity did not lack basic resources. Any random corporation could hire a bunch of miners and drop them at a random unclaimed star system. No, what most people paid attention to nowadays were exotic resources, something that became scarce as one left the center of the galaxy. The Bright Republic happened to be situated at the very end of a galactic arm. PSSST. Dietrich bumped his elbow into Vess as he nodded towards an incoming pair of passengers. Chick spotted at 3 o'clock. Vess raised his eyebrow and wanted to say something like "so what," but a hand suddenly dragged him from his bar stool. The 2 young men quickly approached the pair of girls. Though dressed informally, the pair of women looked resplendent. The pair of raven-haired goddesses resembled each other so much they must be sisters. The taller one was sportier and not afraid to show her abs with her exposed midriff. The shorter one dressed more conservatively but had a curvier body. Both of them stopped their conversation and regarded the approaching hunters. "Hey there, beautiful ladies, what brings you here to this fine vessel?" The girls both giggled behind their raised hands. The elder sister took the lead. "Oh, you know, worried parents wanting to send us to somewhere safe." Dietrich continued to put the moves on the elder sister, obviously leaving the younger one to Vess. Gulping a little, he said, "Hey. What's your name?" "Rose. Rose Alamea. What is it you do in life?" "I'm in my last year of finishing my degree in Terran ecology." "And you?" "I'm an independent mech designer. I just started my business a few months ago and managed to achieve a couple of sales." Vess boasted a little about his accomplishments, but Rose's eyes slowly glazed over. Sensing the disinterest, he changed topics. He struggled to catch Rose's interests but couldn't judge if he succeeded. Meanwhile, Dietrich and the older sister named Piper got along swimmingly. He even put his hand around her hips and drew her closer. He wished he had brought Lucky along instead of letting him laze about back in the cabin. As Vess conducted a halting conversation with the demure Rose, not making a lot of headway into learning more about the girl. "It's been fun, but we gotta go back to our parents," Piper said as she bumped her comm against Dietrich's wrist, exchanging contacts. "See you around." As the 2 women left, Dietrich stared at Vess while scratching his head. "Man, seeing the 2 of you stumble around makes me embarrassed to say you're my friend. Did you grow up in a cave or something?" "I spent most of my energy on my career. I couldn't afford to get distracted by girls." The little boss gazed at Vess as if he was an alien. "Man, that sounds sad. You should get out more. This is the best time of our lives. Don't wait until you grow wrinkles before you start entering the dating scene. It's far too late by then." He blathered on about the art of picking up girls. The man talked with gusto, attracting a couple of other same-minded men who shouted liberal amounts of advice. It turned into a small show where they all attempted to teach the nerd how to get along with the opposite sex. Vess only half listened to everyone's drunken words as he focused more on how he should spend his steadily accumulating design points. With the infamy of his model driving his sales, he could afford to round out his foundations. Forget about getting in bed with girls, he'd rather jump into a pool of DP. Heavens, you're pretty much hopeless. Never mind. Dietrich concluded as he threw down his empty mug. Let's go explore the shops. I'm itching to see what fancy things are available here. There might even be some goods that can only be found in the Friday Coalition. The boulevards lining the main passageways offered high-end products at even higher prices. Every store quoted their prices in Coalition credits, or coals for short. One clothing store charged 50,000 coals for a single men's outfit, while an ice cream store offered deluxe flavors at 1,000 coals per scoop. What's the exchange rate? Vess opened his com and programmed the device to automatically convert every coal price in his sights. An overlay inside his eyes unobtrusively added the prices in bright credits. He swore a bit at the ridiculous rate. It's almost 100 to 1. Just add 2 zeros to every coal price you see. That meant that men's outfit cost 5 million bright credits. To put it into perspective, Vess could build a quarter of a mech with that much money. These guys are fucking extravagant. It puts the money we paid for passage to shame. I have a feeling this space line never intended to earn a profit from ticket prices in the first place. This is practically a floating city in space. The passengers here are paying to experience life in the Coalition. If the torch of the Vanguard was a microcosm of the Coalition, then that meant their total wealth placed them in the lower middle class in terms of affluence. In other words, they were nobodies. With this much money being spent on luxuries, it's a wonder why those second-rate states haven't cleaned up all the third-rate states in the vicinity. It's not worth it. The money needed to maintain their standard of living is unsustainable when compared to the amount of wealth they are able to generate from our poorer territories. That was the simple explanation. Vess had no doubt other concerns held back these second-rate behemoths. Still, the words he said still rang true. Without sufficient exotic resources, the second-rate states had no reason to expand their territories. It was like annexing a trash heap. It stank and ruined their views. The high prices ruined their mood for window shopping. They separated from each other as Vess wanted to return to his cabin. With his safety guaranteed to an extent, Dietrich was free to explore the underbelly of the ship where various kinds of blood sports and duels were held. Have fun down there, and don't get pulled into any bets. I still need you to accompany to Lima and back, you know. Sure, I'll be fine, Mom. Dietrich rolled his eyes. You've got my comm, so holler at me if you need some muscle. I'm sure the ship's security can handle most incidents. Though the chances aren't big, I'm more concerned about pirates and other raids. If you haven't noticed, the local star sector seems to be growing more unsettled. Having followed the news, Vess learned the incident in Bentheim was not an isolated event. Various other third-rate states suffered from similar unsettling incidents. One planet had its fuel refinery explode, causing massive damage along with an excruciating loss of life. What Vess found peculiar was that the groups that executed these terror attacks all looked different. The group that struck Bentheim agitated against the corrupt galactic corporations that supposedly puppet the Bright Republic from the shadows. As for another terror group in another state, they fought for the rights of exploited miners. If anyone believes these guys are not related to each other, then I'll eat my comm. He stopped wasting time on catching up with the news and turned to the MTA instead. As an organization that dealt with all things mechs, it offered plenty of services to mech designers. Vess had already dealt with certification. Now he planned to access their open library. It's already generous for Director Chandler to give me a couple of books for free. He taught me there's still much to learn about the universe from books. Naturally, knowledge taught by an able teacher could not replace rote memorization. The books available in the open library also had its limits. As Vess logged in the MTA's virtual library section, he had access to many books. However, he already saw that most focused on the fundamentals and core knowledge. Cutting-edge proprietary knowledge was wholly absent from the library. Luckily, I don't have to rely on others to develop my specializations. The basics are good enough for me. Referencing the library will also create a paper trail for me to explain my sudden improvements in mechanics and other skills. As he recently improved his mechanics skill to journeyman, he wanted to stabilize his newly achieved realm by reading supplementary books. He filtered out most books concerning other topics and only limited himself to the best-selling primers at journeyman level. Artificial Musculature, How to Go Faster, by Master Ricardo Tarkanata. Price, 153,623 bright credits. The Forces Propelling Bipedal Mechs, A Balanced Approach, by Master R.I. Ulmer and Master F.M. Smith. Price, 346,535 bright credits. The Journeyman's Guide to Mech Engines, 74th edition, by Master Elia James, Master Alice Coventry and Master Christopher Lynn. Price, 86,232 bright credits. Vess practically bled out his heart when he spent his precious credits on those books. Most of the masters who authored or edited those books were renowned mech designers sitting at the top of the mech industry. The 3 books Vess selected formed the core of journeyman-level mechanics, and even with his system-enhanced memories, he could still learn a lot from those books. The prices were originally expressed in different currencies. Perhaps to those who lived in second-rate states, the prices were reasonable. But for he was certain the purchases would eventually pay off when he assimilated the knowledge, but it still represented a large chunk of his savings. It feels like I'm back in college. Well, as long as the ship is still in transit, I have more than enough time to digest these books. Just as he was about to dive into his purchases, the front door of the cabin slid open. "Vessi, you gotta come downstairs. There's a pair of next-gen mechs about to duel each other in an hour. Gather up your credits and let's go bet." Chapter 73. Underway. The designers of the Torch of the Vanguard shaped it in a lengthy, triangular form. It looked like a stubby rod where the top was narrow in order to provide windows to every cabin and fat at the bottom to store lots of cargo. Thus, the underbelly of the ship had enough room to set up a small arena, shielded by the best screening technology the Friday Coalition could afford. A large crowd already gathered around the high-tech stadium. Even for the Friday Coalition, seeing a next-gen mech perform was not an everyday sight. Only the elites from second-rate states were privileged to pilot such an expensive and powerful mech. Naturally, the first-rate superstates treated next-gen mechs as their basic models. The cutting-edge generation that they were still developing would be unleashed to the wider galaxy in about a decade. Vess was already apprehensive about the sea of changes that ensued with every generational leap. "Hey Vess, can you explain to me what's so fancy about the next generation?" Each new generation represented a major leap forward in a couple of areas of technology. Usually the incorporation of hitherto unknown exotic materials supported such innovation. I don't have the details, but I've heard the next generation is largely an advance in weapons and energy storage technology. Lasers and other types of direct energy weapons are more powerful and can deliver a higher burst of damage without damaging their weapons. High-end energy cells are also able to store more power. As for heat management, the improvement there hasn't caught up, so mechs running energy weapons won't last as long. Okay, so lasers are gonna hit harder and longer, but the heat management is going to be a bitch. Sounds like it's ideal for skirmisher types. What about ballistic and missile weaponry? There's no major innovation there, but weapons manufacturers have reduced the costs of much of their premium weaponry. It basically means that the other weapon types can catch up at the cost of reduced profits to manufacturers. Heh, sounds good. Those greedy bastards charge way too much for ammunition. It's about time they get to bleed. Vess did not mention that armor systems also failed to keep up. That largely meant that battles between next-gen mechs were shorter and more intense. The risk of death increased while the amount of repairs and replenishments was going up. The strategic use of mechs was about to change in many ways. They sat around the arena and waited for the show to start. It did not take too long for the stars to arrive. "That's Wolf Greer of the Constellations," His Moonhowl mech once smashed 3 pirates at once with his overload fist. A bulky medium mech carrying twin pistols on its hips arrived first. Despite the pistols, the mech was built like a brawler, its main weapon being its reinforced fists. The pilot had guts for resorting to unarmed combat. The shorter range meant the mech had less reach and, more importantly, less leverage to punch through armor. What's the overload fist? Don't know. We'll see it in action soon enough. As Vess admired the Moonhowl's refined lines, its opponent came onto the stage as well. The other mech weighed a little lighter than the Moonhowl. The large logo on its arm told the audience that the mech named Righteous Sword fought under the banner of the Winston Corps. That's Iris Peterson's famous Righteous Sword, one of the best sword mechs of the Coalition. The 2 next-gen mechs met each other in the middle of the arena. After a short handshake, they parted and stood at the standard dueling distance for small-sized arenas. The small setting gave the Righteous Sword a lot less room to run around. As a mech armed with nothing but a single sword, Iris needed all the room she could get in order to leverage her mecha's superior mobility. Now that the duelists made themselves known, the crowd started to make their bets. When Vess heard the amount of money they chipped in, he thought better of putting in his own bet. Like a rural hick, Dietrich dropped his jaw. Heavens, did that guy just bet the equivalent of 200 million bright credits? He could feed an entire planet for a day with that much money. As soon as the bets tapered off, the organizers strengthened the security screens and green-lighted the duel. Start! The next-gen mechs exploded into action. As each next-gen mech represented the pinnacle of mechs from the Friday Coalition, Vess was ready to study how far they pushed the envelope. The spectacle didn't disappoint. The forces the mechs were able to leverage caused the mechs to move with speed and power that put older mechs to shame. The Moonhowl especially embodied this as it sought to charge straight at the Righteous Sword. The battle embodied the classic match between a brute and a mover. The Moonhowl excelled in straightforward fights and trading hits, while the Radiant Sword sought to attack weak points and avoid getting entangled. In normal circumstances, Iris should have been able to leverage her advantage in mobility, but Wolf made good use of the cramped arena to slow her down. Enough of this! Wolf broadcasted as his mech engaged a set of hidden boosters. Damn, that guy's timing is impeccable. There's no way for Iris to escape. The Righteous Sword was in the middle of fleeing to the side. Its momentum could not be redirected instantly. By the time it turned, the Moonhowl was already upon the slimmer mech. As if knowing that any further evasions had no use, the Righteous Sword extended its sword. The Moonhowl shifted its orientation and position slightly by adjusting the power of its individual boosters at the very last moment. This caused the sword to punch through the side armor and miss the power reactor. On the other hand, the Moonhowl's fists glowed red as some sort of strange energy enveloped the limb. Just as it was about to strike the Righteous Sword's cockpit, both mechs abruptly stopped. That's enough. The winner is Wolf Greer. Most of the crowd booed at the premature end of the duel. Even if the fist had hit, the damage it dealt might not cripple the Righteous Sword. Vess understood why the organizers shut down the fight so quickly. Repairing next-gen mechs was expensive, and they did not want to weaken the power of their best escorts. Dietrich shook his head, having bet quite a lot of credits on the beautiful female pilot. Man, this arena is a waste of time if the organizers keep pulling everyone's punches. They don't have the guts to show us a real fight. I'd be better off watching a projection from the galactic net. The pair split up again once Dietrich escorted Vess back to their cabin upstairs. As Vess wanted to save as much credits as possible, he declined to follow Dietrich outside as he perused the ship's extensive entertainment. The torch of the Vanguard slowly made its rounds as it hopped across borders. The distance it traversed within a short amount of time was incredible. That it took over 2 weeks to reach Limar was a testament to the torch's incredibly powerful engines. Luckily, the Limar system happened to be situated a little closer to the Bright Republic, so Vess could board any standard passenger ship to reach Limar in time for the qualifiers. The ship's prestige and its escort of elite mechs from the Coalition deterred all troublemakers. Most of them took one look at the scanners and got scared off by the torch's immense engine readings. Only the largest organizations from second-rate states possessed the know-how to build such a powerful ship. Vess made good use of the time by studying the virtual books as if he was a desperate student about to take his exams. He already learned much of the core knowledge from the system, but the books expanded upon the main concepts and provided him with a lot of good references. At the end of the Torch's voyage to the Coalition's border, Vess firmly stabilized his foundations in mechanics. He now possessed sufficient confidence in designing a mech with mechanical principles beyond the reach of an average novice. Mechanics might not be as sexy as metallurgy or optics, but it's the main pillar that underpins every mech. Perhaps he might still be behind the best geniuses participating in the open competition, but he should be able to pass the qualifiers at the very least. He had taken a brief look at the rules and understood the days preceding the main competition was meant to filter out the riff-raff. Too bad the hype around my mechs have faded. His virtual sales tapered off. The Mark Antony and its male variant proved to be surprisingly successful while they graced the news, but the novelty passed when the broadcasters focused on other events. Without the constant exposure in the media, the mech dropped into obscurity. What further nailed the coffin into his sales was that a couple of other designers copied his codpiece. It proved to be a minor trend in the local market, but so many pilots repelled the myriad designs that the copycats never earned much of a profit. Vess studied the figures and nodded in disappointment. There's no future in driving sales through unique looks. Excessively decorated mechs don't fare well in the market right now. The current trend is to keep the mecha's appearance sober in order to avoid attracting enemy fire. It might be a different story if the mechs were rated lower. First and second star mechs often featured brighter colors and more flamboyant touches. However, by the time pilots were able to buy 5-star mechs, they were old enough to graduate from academies and pilot a mech on a real battlefield. At the last day when Vess was about to depart the Torch, he decided to spend his accumulated DP. He already spent a lot of time sorting out his recent gains, so that left his mind free to accept an influx of new knowledge. Now what will I upgrade? Chapter 74. Another upgrade. As Vess glanced at his status, he almost got scared by the amount of DP he accrued. Just a short time ago he still got excited when he earned a couple of hundred DP, but right now his breath caught when he saw he earned more than 5,000 DP just from his virtual sales. Damn, earning so much DP is a cheat. If even one of my design catches on, I'm set for life. Naturally, Vess did not think the system was generous. The way it handed out DP told him that it encouraged Vess to develop one good design rather than 100 forgettable designs. The DP earnings from sales should be his primary source of income. And though he could earn a lot of DP from simply getting one design right, the costs of more advanced skills from the skill tree ramped up pretty fast. He switched to his skill tree and stared down his mechanics section. Upgrading his mechanics skill from journeyman to senior demanded 100,000 DP. Even if he gathered so much DP, he also had to satisfy the additional prerequisite of raising 3 related subskills to journeyman as well. On top of that, he also had to complete a mission assigned by the system. It's not worth it to go down a single tree if I only have 5,000 DP to spend. I'm better off increasing my attributes or some of my other skills. With this much DP, it became possible for him to buy a couple of candies from the store in order to boost his intelligence. Still, just because it was possible didn't mean it was useful. If he wanted to compete against the geniuses who studied at Lima, then he needed an immediate boost in skills and knowledge. I'll think about attributes later when the situation is not so urgent. First up, let's see what main skill I can upgrade. Though he could afford to upgrade 2 main skills, he was apprehensive about overloading his brain. Every major category came with a wealth of knowledge that took weeks to settle in. If Vess bit off more than he could chew, he might end up mentally crippled for a time. The last thing he wanted was to knock himself out of the competition before it even began. Thus, he started to scour the skill tree for a modest collection of subskills first. After taking a brief look at some of the newer and more exotic subskills, he turned down most of them in favor of upgrading his existing ones. Alloy Compression I, 1000 DP. Speed Tuning 3, 800 dp. Medium Weight Armor Optimization 3, 1200 dp. Metallurgy, Journeyman, 2000 dp. The upgrades to speed tuning and medium weight armor optimization spoke for themselves. They increased the depth of his specializations and would help him make faster and better protected mechs. As for metallurgy, he decided that achieving journeyman level in this field was essential if he wanted to compete in terms of armor. He still remembered the extraordinary toughness of some of mechs that participated in the Fusion Cup. A solid background in metallurgy helped close the gap and enable him to purchase another subskill. So that's how they did it. Vess muttered when he finally added alloy compression to his shopping list. Though not the only way to improve a piece of armor plating, it nonetheless provided remarkable results with comparatively little effort. The concept sounded simple. Certain alloys transformed when subjected to a large amount of even pressure. While most either ruptured or ended up as a piece of scrap, some alloys instead successfully compressed into a tougher plate. Too bad it requires a special machine in order to compress these special alloys. Vess sighed. Just buying the cheapest model set him back at least a couple of 100 million bright credits. Though still outside his budget, he could still apply the knowledge to any designs as long as he did not intend to produce it in his workshop. Not only was it usable at the upcoming competition, he could also apply it to any virtual designs where the game provided him with every possible fabrication machine he could ask. Thus, the extravagant purchase of 1000 dp for just the first rank of alloy compression still paid off. As Vess intended to absorb a lot of knowledge at a time, he spaced them out. He first started with Speed Tuning 3 and Medium Weight Armor Optimization 3. Both of these subskills at the third tier provided similar kinds of knowledge in that they were light on fundamentals but heavy on details. While absorbing the data from speed tuning happened without problems, Vess could not say the same for armor optimization. His shallow background in physics increased the difficulty of absorbing the advanced data. He got the feeling he received a large bunch of encrypted gibberish, and the only way to unlock them was to increase his proficiency in physics. That's a thing for later when I have the DP to spare. Having learned a lesson on the importance of main skills, he opted to absorb metallurgy first. Ugh! The influx burdened his mind, but not as bad as the first time he upgraded a skill to journeyman. Somehow, Vess found that his mind had expanded somewhat, as if his previous experience left a hollow that could be recycled over and over again. With the help of this boon, Vess focused on absorbing everything about metallurgy and its varied fields of knowledge. Journeyman-level metallurgy mostly consisted of learning the properties and uses of the most commonly employed exotic minerals. It provided him with an extensive understanding in how to use and shape armor plating and gave him a primer on how others developed their own armor systems. As for alloy compression, the subskill went into greater detail in how most armor systems improved their specs without getting too heavy. With the right mix of exotic materials, the compressed piece of armor was capable of withstanding much more damage for its weight and thickness. The trade-off for this procedure was that it took a lot of time to process the materials and that a lot of expensive exotics had to be used. It turned out the original Caesar Augustus model employed compressed armor plating to achieve its lauded durability. National Aeromotive spent a lot of effort in developing their heat-resistant armor, so Vess was a long way in developing armor that performed anywhere near such a great product. At least he possessed enough of a foundation to handle a compression machine skillfully and reproduce any advanced piece of armor so long as he had the license. Status? Name, Vess Larkin's son. Profession, Novice Mech Designer. Specializations, none. Design points, 74. Attributes. Strength, 0.7. Dexterity, 0.7. Endurance, 0.7. Intelligence, 1.2. Creativity, 1. Concentration, 1.7. Neural aptitude, def. Skills. Assembly, apprentice, 3D printer proficiency 2, assembler proficiency 2. Business, apprentice. Computer science, incompetent. Electrical engineering, novice. Mathematics, incompetent. Mechanics a journeyman, jury rigging 2, speed tuning 3. Metallurgy, journeyman, alloy compression I. Metaphysics, incompetent. Physics, novice, lightweight armor optimization I, a medium weight armor optimization 3. Evaluation, a novice about to spread his wings. While he lost a lot of DP, his capabilities improved beyond the norm. Vess vaguely suspected that he had surpassed a regular mech designer who had just graduated from a second-rate institution. As for matching the skills of a genuine elite like Edwin McKinney, Vess still lacked the confidence for a rematch. Perhaps I've gotten within striking distance to Edwin, but that doesn't mean anything yet. He's bound to develop his skills as well. I can't imagine how far he's already reached. Life went on. While Vess sorted out his overstuffed mind, the torch of the Vanguard entered Coalition space. She finally reached the end of her journey. The Friday Coalition's immense size meant it held multiple port systems. From the Bright Republic, any ship wishing to enter Coalition space first passed through the host-in system. As a strategically important location and a prime invasion point, the Coalition forces in charge of this area built it up as a fortress. Countless mechs and fixed emplacements dotted the system even as the torch of the Vanguard exited FTL at the edge. A patrol of spacefaring mechs arrived at the ship and called her to a halt. Despite the massive traffic coming to and from the host-in system, the Coalition still possessed enough manpower to inspect each ship. As a vessel registered in Coalition space, the inspectors went about their work with haste. Dietrich stood beside Vess as they both got checked out by the incoming personnel. Though Dietrich's status was a little dubious, the identity of a proven mech designer proved enough for Vess to vouch for his companion. Man, these Coalition guys sure take visitors seriously. I think the recent terrorist attacks have them spooked as well, even if they haven't suffered yet from any attacks. All of the Coalition troops bore a distinct symbol underneath their Coalition sunflower logo. It looked like a set of 5 tapering blue triangles, like a fan consisting of 5 blades. We've entered the territory of the Khonsu clan. They're rather strict and uptight, so don't pull anything funny. Yeah, I know. I've seen enough Coalition broadcasts to know how pissed off they get when someone has their hair out of place. That was an exaggeration, of course, but it demonstrated the Khonsu clan's values. As a rigid family clan that never bent their principles, they clashed often against their rival clans in the state they originated. Eventually they pissed off so many groups that they all banded together against the Khonsu clan, devastating their worlds and forcing their upper echelon to flee to the distant Komodo Star sector. One would think that the Khonsu clan loosened up after such a harrowing ordeal. Instead, they doubled down, coming across as even more stubborn and uptight. Only their might as the second most powerful military power of the Coalition kept them safe from outside pressure. No one wanted to provoke the dragon. Luckily, the Lemar system is part of the more liberal Carnegie group. Vess said as the inspectors finished their work. They caught a couple of suspicious characters and escorted them out of the ship. We only have to tough it out for a few days before we leave Khonsu space. The torch finally reached her final stop at a massive spaceport orbiting one of the system's moons. No outsiders were allowed to approach the Khonsu clan settled planets, so the station handled most of the traffic. The insides of the station embodied the quiet arrogance of the clan. Occasional trees and sculptures brought in some much-needed vitality in the otherwise sober white decor. After leaving the torch, they transferred to a smaller and cheaper passenger transport. There was no helping taking the cheaper option this time. Paying everything in coals ate up a large amount of their money. Vess and Dietrich could only afford to pay for the cheapest option, which let Dietrich bring his mech along. I think with the recent trouble, this trip might not be very quiet. The Coalition is powerful, but that just means that there are more interests competing against each other. Dietrich nodded seriously, his customary grin already gone from his face. I know. I've prepared as best I can. The Sainthurst lacked the various luxuries offered by much larger vessels such as the Torch of the Vanguard. Instead, she focused on maximizing her internal space, trying to stuff as many passengers as possible in a single ship while still adhering to the Coalition's laws. That meant their cabin was simply 2 bunks, a desk, some chairs, and a tiny bathroom. While it sufficed for a simple trip to Limar, the contrast between the royal treatment they received from their previous ship was too much. While the Sainthurst devoted only a small portion of her interior to shops and restaurants, Vess and Dietrich found that most of them were on the more affordable side. Vess bought a couple of fancier-looking clothes that allowed him to fit in a little better, while Dietrich happily tried out all the cheap drinks the Coalition offered. The one good thing about the Sainthurst was that she didn't lose out on speed. Her modern FTL drive possessed quite a reach and hopped over many light years with each transition. As they entered deeper into the Khonsu clan's territory, they started to encounter more populated systems. The Sainthurst stumbled upon an invasion after a couple of days. Vess and Dietrich's luck in avoiding incidents failed spectacularly at the worst possible moment. A group daring enough to openly assault a system under the rule of the Khonsu clan could not be anything but a rival coalition member. Chapter 75. Pirates. The worst outcome happened just as they finally reached Limar. An unknown group of invaders brazenly attacked a border system owned by the powerful Khonsu clan. The Sainthurst immediately locked down the ship and turned off all external communications, but plenty of passengers possessed different means. "They're not going to attack us, are they? I recognize the emblem. That's the Vimy group. That's not a raid, that's a full invasion fleet. They even brought tanks and infantry to occupy captured territory." The news became grim when they realized the Sainthurst got caught in a struggle between 2 full coalition partners. The third most powerful Vimy group committed to a full border invasion of the Twin Tigers system held by the second most powerful Khonsu clan. Fuck, I always thought these things happened in dramas. Now that it's happening in real life, I feel really crappy. Dietrich spat as his face turned blue. Through long-range scans everyone could see hundreds of regimented mechs moving in unison. Any casual mercenary group would get rolled over when facing such an unstoppable tide. The galaxy is never at peace. We've been too spoiled in the Bright Republic where skirmishes remain small. After all, there's nothing really valuable there worth fighting to the death. That the Vimy group decided to invest so much effort into conquering a border system meant that this place had something of value. A couple of other passengers had the same idea, and one person who still had access to the galactic net found the reason. Spiral ore. The Twin Tigers system has a large deposit of spiral ore. While that meant nothing to Dietrich, Vess looked up with widened eyes as he heard the news. His improved metallurgy skills along with his extensive insight in the mech industry supplied him with the reason for the Vimy group's radical move. Spiral ore can be refined into a substance that is essential to fabricating high-density energy cells. Trace amounts of spiral ore can be found in most star systems, but it's not economical to harvest these tiny deposits. If the Khonsu clan discovered a substantial deposit in the Twin Tiger system, then it has turned from a backwater in a major strategic asset. A couple of passengers dug out even worse news. It turned out that the Vimy group already possessed 2 large deposits of spiral ore within their territory. They sought to conquer the Twin Tiger system in order to obtain a local monopoly on the valuable ore. If they succeeded in keeping all 3 sources of ore, then they were able to dictate the prices and make up for the losses they suffered in this invasion. Looks like the unrest outside has spread to the coalition as well. These coalition partners sure are ruthless enough to wage war on their own side. In actuality, it was questionable whether the major partners that made up the coalition were ever on the same side to begin with. They came together only to defend against the monolithic hexadric hegemony. Besides passing some common laws to ease trade and mutual defense, the different partners still held on to their unique cultures and individual pride. As time passed, the Sainthurst tightened their suppression in order to avoid panic. Crew members along with armed bots emerged from nowhere and guided the passengers back to their cabins. A ship-wide announcement spoke once the last passengers returned to their places. "This is the captain speaking. As you may have found out, the Sainthurst has entered the Twin Tigers system in the middle of a military conflict. While devastating to the population, our spaceline is not related to either factions involved in any way. Neither sides have expressed any intentions of pursuing us as we announced our presence. Just as Vess was about to sigh in relief, the captain spoke again. Do not misunderstand. We are not safe. Though we may be neutral, either the Consu or the Vimy can change their minds at any moment. If you are a person of means and have reason to believe you can convince them to leave us alone, then feel free to approach a crew member. Nonetheless, I don't expect them to spare any thoughts on us. What we may be facing is worse. Dietrich looked grim as he analyzed a projection of the star system. When the big boys fight, there's always little boys scurrying underneath. We have detected sporadic signs of unaffiliated parties. Though most of them are civilian vessels suffering under the same circumstances, there are a number of vessels that may not hold friendly intentions. In other words, pirates. The captain prattled on about the importance of staying put and avoid any panic. Both Vess and Dietrich learned nothing new from the speech. Instead, they waited for a key phrase to emerge. Furthermore, to any active mech pilots among you, we may request assistance from you, especially if you have brought along your mech. We are unsealing all mechs in our cargo bay at this moment. Vess looked at Dietrich, who nodded and started to change from his casual wear into his pilot suit. Your Harrier won't keep up with the kind of mechs out there. Even the pirates are better equipped than the mech corps back home. Even in the same generation, there's differences in firepower and protection. I know, but I'm not one to run from a challenge. I've spent weeks doing nothing but drinking my time away. You hired me to protect you, so it's time for me to earn my pay. In actuality, Vess did not agree to pay Dietrich anything. He tagged along on his own accord, but neither of the two were in the mood to bring that up. As Dietrich finished changing his clothes, he opened the front door of the cabin and spoke to a nearby crew member. The uniformed spacer nodded and let a spare bot guide Dietrich to the cargo bay at the lower decks. In times like these, Vess hated he could not join the fight. Though he received basic training in firearms back when he studied mech design, that was only to prepare him as a reservist. Even if the government drafted him into the mech corps, all he could really do was repair and maintain mechs. Fighting the enemy at the front lines was not what Vess ever had in mind. To calm himself down, he grabbed an oblivious Lucky and changed to a vacuum suit before sitting down on a reinforced chair. Each cabin came supplied with basic sealed vacuum suits and reinforced chairs with sturdy straps in case of emergencies. Vess strapped himself in and made sure any sudden shocks from the ship did not dislodge his bindings. Don't move, Lucky. I don't want you to float around in case the artificial gravity shuts off. Space combat among humans used to be bloody before the MTA stamped down their foot. Nowadays, spaceships weren't supposed to be armed, which cut down on the damage. These days, pirates employed space-capable mechs to secure the surroundings while using boarding troops to invade the interior of a ship. If the St. Host wanted to survive the pirate raid intact, then it could not afford to lose either battles. The minutes ticked past as Vess felt his skin grow clammy with sweat. The worst thing about the situation was that the crew did not intend to inform the passengers of any news. Dietrich might have already launched from the cargo bay. Could he manage to fight in the difficult environment of outer space? Was his mech sealed tight enough to avoid leaking the air supply? No sound propagated from space. Any explosions or weapons fire would not affect the ship unless it happened extremely close. Though Vess vaguely sensed a couple of unusual vibrations, he could not guess their source. Even with the might of the system, Vess still had nothing in his hands to defend against any aggression. He regretted ignoring the self-defense options in the store and skill tree. If he invested some of the 5,000 DP into personal defense, then he might not be sweating bullets right now. The ship shook abruptly several times. The captain quickly made another announcement. Alert! The pirates have managed to slip in a couple of boarding shuttles through our mechs. They are drilling through the hatches as we speak. Do not resist and do not leave your cabins. Vess swore vigorously. This useless captain could have explained what was going on. Who were the pirates? Did they have a track record of wanting murder, or were they just here to rob the passengers of their wealth? Shit! I still have more than 24 million credits in savings. I can't afford to lose it all. Still, what could he do? He did not delude himself into thinking he could slip out of his cabin and murder every intruder with his bare hands. He did not even possess a firearm. He quickly activated the Mech designer system and opened the store. Basic fruit knife, 100 DP. One-shot hold-out pistol, 500 DP. What? 500 fricking DP for a gun with a single bullet. Vess wanted to tear his hair off. Forget about the pistol, he couldn't even afford to buy the most harmless knife from the store due to his shortage of DP. He made a major error in blowing all of his DP away at once. Well, lesson learned. Next time, I'll save some DP. As Vess sat still holding onto his gem cat, he felt a couple of more vibrations. While he had trouble guessing the origin of those vibrations, they increased in magnitude and frequency. If he didn't know any better, they felt a lot like heavy footsteps. With the cabin's heavy sound insulation, he had no way of knowing any better. Minutes passed as the frequency of vibrations decreased. Just as Vess relaxed his nerves, a breaching device broke the cabin door. Hands in the air. Don't move. I'm unarmed, I'm unarmed. Vess yelled as he raised his arms. Lucky yelled in fright as soon as two menacing exoskeleton suits entered the tiny cabin. The haphazard depictions of weapons and scantily clad girls made it clear that these two men were not part of the ship's security contingent. The two armored men practically took up half of the cabin's space. One of the pirates held a massive laser rifle over his shoulder while the second held a smoking laser pistol. You. What's your name? V.V. Vess. Vess Larkin's son. The lead pirate paused for a moment. Vess guessed he was using his suit's internal HUD to look up his name from the passenger manifest. Mech designer. Good. Your roommate is fighting outside. Not so good. Come with us. Wait, I can pay. I have credits. We're not interested in your worthless credits. Come along before your friend does something regrettable. The lead pirate revealed a knife and cut off the straps holding Vess in place. Stand up. With one pirate looming over with a rifle and another pointing at him with a thick and deadly knife, Vess had no choice. He kept his hands in the air and slowly pushed off the chair. I don't want to get hurt. I'll do what you want. Just don't hurt me. Relax, pal. Just listen to what I say, and you can dash. The pirate suddenly got cut off as a golden flash swiped over his neck. A soft swish fluttered in the air as everyone got startled. The flash turned out to be Lucky, who landed atop a dresser with glowing blue eyes. A pair of energy claws extended from his dainty claws. The drops of blood that still clung onto its surface sizzled as the heat evaporated the remaining liquid. The front pirate gurgled for a few seconds before collapsing into a heap. His exoskeleton armor provided almost no resistance to Lucky's sudden strike. What the? Freddy? Freddy! You fucking cat! The remaining pirate went berserk and pulled the trigger of his rifle. A white-hot beam emerged from its muzzle and vaporized Dietrich's bed before turning towards the top of the dresser. Lucky! Run! The gem cat's eye sparkled even brighter before he disappeared in another flash. A fraction of a second later, Lucky landed in front of the broken cabin door as the second pirate suffered from an identical case of having half his neck slashed apart by a deceptively sharp claw. The floor boomed as the dead man collapsed onto his brother. While Lucky deactivated his deadly claw and preened, Vess grew green as he stared at the expanding puddles of blood. His lunch suddenly escaped from his stomach. He barfed right into his transparent helmet cover. His airtight suit automatically detected the danger and subtracted the front plate. After emptying his stomach, he breathed deeply and stared at Lucky as if he was a ghost. Lucky, your claws. Since when did you? Vess suddenly recalled the mysterious box. Did its contents have anything to do with Lucky being able to manifest his energy claws?